unto his fellow collegians, so that they all attained the said philosopher's stone, whereby not only the leprous bodies of the impure and inferior metals are reduced unto the pure and perfect body of gold and silver, but also all manner of diseases whatsoever are cured in the body of unhealthful men, and kept thereby in perfect health unto the prolonging of their lives. A work long expected, London, 1658. This book is full of mysteries. If you will have them unlocked, then endeavor to get the key which the author used, for his humanity in his life was conformable unto the deity. No sooner he obtained a truth in these mysteries, but he presently fell on his knees, returning thanks to the Creator for the light he received. And when he got any of the medicines, he fell to work, curing gratis even such diseases which humane learning judged to be incurable. And if he got any riches, he supplied the wants of the needy. Let not the vicious hearts and hands presume to meddle with it, lest instead of a blessing they should meet with a curse. Therefore, procul hinc, procul it profani, or in English, away from here, away with you, profane ones. Note to the reader in this book are contained the following heads. 1. The nature, condition, and property of mine works, in which minerals and metals do grow, of their first seed, birth, quality, and property, and of their exhalation and inhalation, how they are supported in their growth and augmentation. 2. The occasion of ores, stones, rocks, marbles, of their passages and clefts, their liquors, juices, energies, and operations, viz., of gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead, quicksilver, and of minerals. 3. A plain, literal expression of that universal elixir whereby a healthful life is, prolonged, all diseases expelled, and abundance of riches obtained, with a perfect declaration of the 12 keys. 4. A particular description of metals whereby their several endowments are declared, how they serve to keep man in perfect health, with many manuals for the working of them to serve man to live more comfortably in outward means, and how metals and minerals in particular are brought to their highest preparation, whereby is procured that men may live in this world without wanting things necessary. Preface and entrance upon Basilius Valentinus, his last testament, whereas the time has come that by the good pleasure of Almighty God my Creator and his dearly beloved Son Jesus Christ, my laboratory in this corruptible world draweth to an end, and am to approach from this earthly laboratory unto the heavenly, and am creeping daily and hourly nearer to the end, and am to close according to the appointed time of my dear Savior, aiming at the true manna, or heavenly food of eternal bliss, sighing continually after the enjoying of such riches, which have a fullness of everlasting joys. I thought it my duty and conscience to be reconciled in a Christian way to my fellow members that are alive at the present, and with those which are to succeed in future ages, so that my soul may be at rest, patiently waiting for the Lord's call, and to become an inhabitant of that heavenly paradise, and to be matriculated into the book of life, and stand in readiness day and night to look for my Lord's coming. At the consideration hereof, I call to mind my writings, which I set down to paper, as other ancient philosophers have done before me, publishing all such mysteries of nature, whereby artists, and such that bear an affection and love unto such mystical truths may be benefited. And the same I lovingly and readily leave to them, as much as the highest Paguric and heavenly physician hath granted and revealed unto me. My conscience further hath pressed me, in the pursuance of a Christian love, and performance of my promise, dilated by nature, to make a larger relation, because it is a thing meet and necessary to set forth the manuals which are belonging hereunto, and ought to be described circumstantially to inform the judgment of such men, addicted hereunto to the full, namely how nature's bolts, which she several ways thrusted forward to lock strongly her secrets, are to be thrusted back, that the doors of worldly treasures might be unlocked, that the knowledge of transcendent mysteries may be attained unto, and upon serious continued prayer unto the Creator, men's judgment and understanding might the more be egged on. I am not put upon either by force or indigency, nor by a vainglory or self-end to set down any letter, and to leave it to posterity, only a mere consideration of the frailty and of the miserableness of this world, where the children of darkness are almost quite lost in their groping ways, hath caused me to do so. I am not able to express how much my mind is perplexed when I think on the folly of this frail world, and consider the Cimmerian darkness of its children, which think themselves of deep understanding, when they have heard some fopperies of their university chairman discoursed of, thereby supposing to be much enlightened in their understandings. Where is that high and precious medicine of the ancient philosophers, which lived before any university was talked or heard of? I am not put upon either by force or indigency, nor by a vainglory or self-end to set down any letter, and to leave it to posterity, only a mere consideration of the frailty and of the miserableness of this world, where the children of darkness are almost quite lost in their groping ways, hath caused me to do so. I am not able to express how much my mind is perplexed when I think on the folly of this frail world, and consider the Cimmerian darkness of its children, which think themselves of deep understanding, when they have heard some fopperies of their university chairman discoursed of, thereby supposing to be much enlightened in their understandings. Where is that high and precious medicine of the ancient philosophers, which lived before any university was talked or heard of, who received their revelations upon an earnest, pious prayer unto God, joining thereunto their daily searchings into natural things, and laying their hands to the work? Whither, I say, is fled their painfulness and industry, surely to no other place than to the horrid, impure, and sordid apothecary shops, deeply precipitated and buried in the earth, and sunk so deep, that the ringing nor sounding of bells and beating of mortars are able to rouse it. Thus their praise and the glory of the highest is at a stand. And who produceth any good of it? Thus much am I persuaded, that if my writings shall be produced to light after my death, and be judicious posterity, the apostles and disciples of them do rightly read, meditate and understand them well, and out of a Christian intention seek, dive, and work the same only to the glory of God, and the love and charity of their fellow brethren and Christians, than by means of their actions and works that depend from such good and proper fundamentals. Will be discovered and laid open to the public view all those fopperies and forgeries which these great-mouthed, vainglorious fellows and high-conceited fools, which proclaim themselves to be the sole physicians and masters of both medicines, that is, of the inward and outward, and arrogate to themselves great dignities and worths in the world, when there is no cause for it. Their intentions are set upon no other foundations, but to live in great respect, to haunt after vainglory with a seared conscience, to deprive their fellow Christians of their moneys by cheating. All they look for is to be talked of, and live in reputation. They stick full of diabolical pride and vanity up to the ears. These in the end, in great woe and misery, have their poor souls drowned most lamentably. Woe, woe to you, children of Sathan! Here I intend not to use any prolixity of words, nor to bring in any such matters, which of heterogeneal to my purpose. At the closing of my book, I will be more large in my expressions, as far as the heavenly prince shall enable me to do, where, as for a final corollary to all my writings, I shall annex things that all those which intend to be real and conscionable in their medicaments may aid and cure their oppressed fellow Christians, and to search and inquire into such things which God for such purposes hath ordained, and implanted them into nature. This present book of mine deserves to be called a light unto darkness for other things, which in my former writings I have discoursed of by way of parables, which style I made use of the rather, because it is proper to philosophers, are declared in this my last information, where I deal in plain and clear words, describing and naming the matter openly, shewing the preparations from the beginning to the middle and end, demonstrating and setting before the eyes of men the matter in general and particular, confirming and justifying the truth thereof, and making a distinction betwixt the ground and no ground in so plain terms that the very children may understand and feel it with their hands. And because this book affordeth another knowledge, differing from others of my writing, wherein I have not written so obscurely, nor made use of such subtleties as the ancients did who lived before me, and ended their days happily, therefore doth it require another place also to be laid up in, and kept secret from the perverseness of men in the world. I do not desire it should be buried with me, to be a prey and food for worms, but it shall be left above ground, and kept secret from wicked men and my purposes, that it shall be laid into a secret place, where none shall come near it but he for whom God hath ordained it. Other writings of mine shall sooner see the public light. But know thou, whoever thou art, into whose hand this my last testament comes, which contains the revelation of heavenly and earthly mysteries, it will happen to thee by a divine providence, to whose custody, at my devotion then performed, I committed it, depositing the same into that secret place together with other things, not enforced upon any grounds of necessities or straitnesses, to leave it there only for him, whom God's goodness shall appoint to find it. For it is not good for me to let God's creatures and mystery, which are too abstruse already, and step from the light into darkness, by reason of the malicious perverseness of the wicked world, to die with me. As envious men are with to do with gifts, they are entrusted with all, but even leave a glimpse of truth and of the clear heaven, thinking befitting to discharge my conscience in putting forth the talent to usury. Let the will of the Lord be done in him whom he deemeth to be worthy of it, into whose care and diligence I commit it from henceforth and forever. For I, a cloisterman and an unworthy servant of the divine infinite Trinity, confess and acknowledge that I should never have come so far in my knowledge of these endless mysteries in the analogies of natural things, in the amelioration and changing their qualities for a sure and strong upholding of this profound knowledge of the true medicine, according to this ordinance, whereby I am ready to do good to all and every one, which desireth my help herein, which as I have done hitherto, so my desire is that God would enable me to do the same to the last of my breathing. I say I should never have attained unto it, if by God's special goodness, grace, and mercy, several books had not come into my hands, written of ancient masters, which departed this life a long time before me, causing great joy to me, stirring up in me a return of hearty thanks to God, who so graciously was pleased in his providence to bestow them on me in the cloister before any of my fellows. I do speak it without any vainglory. I have done so much good thereby to my fellow Christians as ever was possible for me to do, which next to God, return thanks for it even to the end of my days. Now, whereas I can be steward no longer, I have done according as my abilities would give leave. Let others also be industrious and not defective in their stewardship. I return mine into the faithful hands of God Almighty, and deliver up to his divine power and glory instead of the keys for the house all the allotted mysteries set down here in my writing, leaving them to his disposing, to bestow them after my death unto him, whom his divine will shall choose thereunto, to be for the knowledge of his praiseworthy name, the good and help of such that stand in want of necessaries and health, for the avoiding and shunning of all worldly pomp, pride, wantonness, luxury, rashness, pleasure, covetousness, and spitefulness, or contempt of others. O Lord God Almighty, merciful, gracious Father of thine only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, who art only the Lord of Sabbath, the principle of all things that are made by thy word, and definite end of all creatures above and below, I poor miserable man, an earthworm, return thanks with my babbling tongue from the innermost center of my heart, who hast been pleased to enlighten me with the great light of thy heavenly and earthly wisdom, and the greatest mysteries of the created secrecies and treasures of this world, together with thy divine saving word, by which I learned to know thine almighty power and wonders. To thee belongs eternal praise, honor, and glory, from eternity unto eternity, that thou hast bestowed on me health and livelihood, strength, and ability, to be helpful to my fellow Christians in their necessities, and inflicted infirmities with those mystical healing medicines, together with such spiritual comforts, to raise the drooping spirits. Lord, to thee alone belongs power, might, and glory. To thee is the praise, honor, and gratefulness for all the mercies and graces thou hast bestowed on me, and hast preserved me therein till to this my great age and lowest weakness. O thou God of all graces and Father of all comforts, be not angry with me that I deliver up to thee mine eternal Creator, the keys of my stewardship wrapped up in this pergamene, according to the duty my calling and conscience calls for. With these thou suffer sent me to keep house the most of my time, till now thou hast called, and foreseen me to be thy servant and steward, and hast graciously afforded that I should enjoy the noble sweet fruits which were gathered in thy almonary to my last instant end, which now, O Lord, lay in thy power. I beseech thee for the dear merits of Jesus Christ, come now, when thou pleasest, enclose my heart, receive my soul into thy heavenly throne of grace, let her be recommended unto thee graciously. O thou faithful God, who hast redeemed her on the holy cross with the most precious tincture of the true blood of thy holy body. Then is my life well ended on this earth. Grant to the body a quiet rest, till at the last day body and soul join again and are of a heavenly composition. For now my only desire is to be dissolved and to be with my Lord Christ. The which thou almighty, holy, and heavenly Trinity grant to me and all good Christian believers. Amen. That I may come to the work intended and make a beginning of the work in hand, if God be pleased to let this book come to thy hands, before all things incessantly you return hearty. And unfeigned thanks for it. In the next place I beseech him to bestow on thee also grace and blessing, a healthful body, successfully to accomplish all the points set down here, which tend to the welfare and benefit of thy neighbor, and to prepare them according to the manuals, which to that end I set down, and prescribe them, that you may happily and successfully begin the work, that the middle and end be correspondent thereunto. Then be not flap-tongued, and resolve absolutely in thy heart not to entrust with these mysteries any malicious, ungrateful, and false men. Much less shouldst thou make them partakers thereof, for if Almighty God would bestow it on others, he could do it immediately, and grant the same by other means and ways without thee. Therefore look to it, tempt not the Lord thy God, for he will not be mocked. Be silent and reserving, be meditating on God's punishment, which no power is able to outrun. Keep a good intention. Let not man's greedy mindy run on how you may get abundance of gold and silver riches. and vanity, but before all things which are written herein, let that be your chiefest aim, how you may appear helpful in word and deed to promote the health of thy neighbor Christian. Then have you given and brought an offering of thanks, and God will bestow more upon thee, and with such revelations will come to thee more than ever you would have believed. Therefore, instead of a perfect physic book, I have annexed at the end those precious medicines, with which even to this hour I have cured successfully many difficult symptoms and diseases held by others to be incurable, which I recommend unto thee with the rest of the things contained in these writings, to thy conscience to be wary and not to abuse any of them, as much as thy life and soul is near and dear you. If thou receivest this faithful admonition and warning, which I give unto thee here and there at the beginning, middle, and end, and in other places also, and doest accordingly, then thou canst not be too thankful for these things, which through God's permission shall be intimated and made known to thee out of this book. But in case thou wilt strive against my faithful warning and fatherly admonition, these mysteries, which were hid from the learned, and thou sufferest to come into strange hands. Look to thyself, blame not me, think not that there is any reconciliation for thee, being cut off from all those which live and die in Christ. Thus I let it rest, committing execution to the highest, which dwelleth in heaven, who punisheth and avengeth all manner of sins, vices, iniquities, and covenant breakings. Whereas I thought it necessary thus to describe this my declaration before my other writings, and to prove the same with examples, that every one whom God shall judge to be worthy of may conceive, understand, and fathom the true beginning, the true middle, and the true end of all created things. Thereupon I purpose to make a beginning of it with the necessary relation of the original beginning and existence of minerals and metals, from which ariseth this most noble and precious medicine, whereby is procured a healthful long life, and abundance of riches are obtained, namely from whence minerals and metals have their original, how they be brought to light, that searchers into natural things may know the whole nature and her circumference before ever they lay hand to the work, and acquaint themselves well therewith. Then still the one will stream and run forth the other, one art will produce the other. At last all what is sought for will be overtaken in joy, and that which hath been longed for will happily be enjoyed. Part 1. In the first part of my intended work I will describe chiefly the manner, nature, and properties of mine works, in which grow minerals and metals, of the first sperm, nativity, quality, and property, as also the exhalation and inhalation. Part 2. The second part shall be akin to a recapitulation of the first part, where shall be contained also a relation of the condition and occasion of mines, ores, stones, passages, and clefts, with their coherent liquors, powers, and operations, as of gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead, mercury, and the rest of minerals. Part 3. In the third part is declared and manifest, and literal expressions without any defect and obscurity, the universal of this whole world, how all philosophers before me, with me, and after me, have made that most ancient great stone, whereby health and riches were obtained, of the possibility, how, and of what it may be done, together with a perfect declaration of my 12 keys, with the names of our matter. Part 4. In the fourth part I describe all the particulars of metals, which the one is endued with before the other, out of which may be had perfect health, and an advantage unto the getting of great riches, with all the manuals in general and particular belonging thereunto. This fourth part I have intituled The Manuals of Basilius Valentinus, wherein is shewed how all metals and minerals fitting thereunto may be brought to their highest preparation. Part 5. In the fifth part I have annexed the transcendent, most dear wonderful medicine of all metals and minerals, and of other things which God Almighty had ordained and graciously granted for men, who in the valley of misery are subject to sicknesses and poverty, that they may have a remedy to help themselves against both. God the Father, of mercy and salvation, who liveth from eternity to eternity, being above all the creatures, grant grace and blessing to this my purpose, that I may write so, that every one may understand. And God's infinite mercy, in that it together with his gracious goodness, redemption may seem known, acknowledged, and continually meditated upon. And every one may call on the great Creator day and night, granting to them fervent hearts so to direct all their thoughts, that they may make no otherwise of this noble creature of God and transcendent great mystery of nature, together with the anatomy thereof, but only to the great honor of God, and the good of all good children. The same grant this Father, Son, and Holy Ghost in his mercy. Amen. The first book, wherein are shewed mine works, from whence they have their existence, natures, and properties, divided into the ensuing chapters. Chapter 1. Of the theory liquor of metals, or of the metal furch. God hath created things underground, as well as the things above ground. By the things underground, I understand metals, minerals, and into whom there is implanted also a fertility to their seed, without which the seed could neither grow nor increase. Seed which is barren hath not that fertility, by which it is collected, that there is some distinctness betwixt seed or fertility. If we will inquire narrowly what fertility is, the best and surest way is to consider life and death of creatures, how they hold together. For death is barren, but a living life is fertile, because it stirreth and moveth. It is seen by all the works that are undertaken about metals that there is nothing so volatile as metal is. And so nothing stirs and moveth more subtly than it. But this stirring and moving I will call here the furch of metals, by reason of its continual proceeding and uncessant moving. And because the same is not visible in metals, and doth it in a twofold way, therefore I will let the old word stand, and call it stirring a lubricium, and its furch a volatile. For with the virtue and power of both these, it performeth that what it needs for the perfection, purity, and fixation of its work. Seeing furch is a perpetual living and foregoing thing, one might admire and say, of what condition is metal then, which we behold with our eyes, and feel with our hands? Which being thus hard and coagulated, whether the same be alive or dead, and whether the life or furch in metals may be destroyed, which is impossible. What is the condition of it, or how comes it so to pass? I answer that a metal may be alive when it resteth, as well as when it groweth or stirreth, and here a distinction must be made again betwixt the death of metals, and their rest and quietness. For death toucheth only the bodies, when they perish, but the life itself or furch cannot perish or cease. Therefore, if a metalline body be extant, then is it at hand visibly two manner of ways. The one is in liquido, and is discerned in its moving to and fro, and if it be forced by a strange dangerous heat, then it turns to a volatility, and flieth away. The other way is, when it is at hand in coagulation, wherein it resteth so long, till it be reduced into its liquidium, and that is done in a twofold way, and lasteth so long as the body lasteth. But as soon as the body is destroyed or gone, and has come or entered into a more, either noble or ignoble body, then its furch or life is gone also. Therefore, if you will reserve and keep a body, then take good notice of its furch or life, for if you unstir it and burn it indiscreetly, you do it with the loss or diminution of the body wherein it is. For that life never goeth away empty, but still carrieth along one life or furch after the other, carrying it away so long that at the last it leaveth none. But what the condition is of the moving and quiescence of that life, and how nature bringeth it to a rest, must be exactly considered. For an accurate knowledge demonstrates that there is a difference betwixt the life of the seed and of the body. For deal with the seed which way you will, you cannot bring it to a volatility, because it is against its kind, and so the body also is of the same condition, but the furch alone may be brought to it. For if you provide food for the furch, then you strengthen its whole work, even as a mother doth her child, which she feedeth and cherisheth well, and bringeth the same the better to its rest. So is it also with the furch. Therefore all such which gaze and view only the seed and body, and know not the fundamentals about the furch, lose the body, because they observe not nature's progress and proceedings, putting the cart before the horse, or the foremost they put hindmost. This rest and sleep of the furch serveth for that use, because it preserveth the body from destruction or consumption before it once come into its perfection. For as long as it awaketh, and so long it consumeth, but when it is at rest, then it binds close in a lastingness, and when it hath nothing to feed upon, then it corroded and seized on its own body. Consuming it quite, at last it stirreth and moveth to another place. Hence is it that treasures or payments which be buried awaken at last, consume their own bodies, reducing them to dust, so that nothing of them remains but either a mere stone or flux, as in many places is to be seen. Chapter 2. Of the seed of metals. All those authors which have written about the metalline seed agree in that, when they say sulphur is the masculine seed of metals, and mercury is the feminine seed, which saying must be taken in its genuine sense, for common sulphur and common mercury are not meant thereby. For the visible mercury of metals is a body itself out of bodies, and so it cannot be a seed. And being cold, its coldness per se cannot be a seed, and the sulphur of metals being a food, how can it be a seed? Yea, a seed consumeth sulphur, how can one seed destroy the other? If so, what body should it produce? It is therefore an error if that should be taken in the common sense. If the mercury of bodies is in a work, and hath taken food, then all the 6 mercuries protrude one body. As the one of the sexes in his predominancy, so the body riseth. Seeing there are 7 of these mercuries, it happened that when the seed of Mars and Venus hath the predominancy, they produce a masculine body of soul. But if the seed of Saturn and Jupiter doth predominate, then is produced a feminine body which is called Lune. Mercury is an assistant on both sides. The same happeneth unto other bodies, but these are always and in every and each work together. For they are indivisible, as it is meet also. What manner of body could be produced else? For nature hath perfect bodies, though in themselves they must be dissolved again, yet are they perfect for and in their time. For what manner of seed could that be, if it should be defective in any of its branches? Therefore every body hath its perfect seed, hence the transmigration hath its ground in the ascension and descension of metals, which otherwise could not be, if they were not homogeneal in their seed. For if any man saith, that silver is not gold, clowns believe that also, because they have not fundamental knowledge of the seed, how it is to go out of one body into the other. Or else it wants its fertility, neither can it be naturally without a body, wherein it resteth. There belong 7 distinct parts to an unformable body of metals, to bring it by nourishment into a formy, viz. 1. An earth. 2. A stone. 3. An earth ash. 4. Earthly streams. 5. Glass fave or subterranean metal. 6. The subterranean tincture. 7. The subterranean fuligo or seed, sum. All these are the materials of the body, and as earth is man's matter, out of which God made him, unto which he must return again. So all other bodies also at last return to earth. That miners which is judicious in knowing herein, him I judge should deserve the name of a miner. For there are but few of them which are rightly informed herein, or hath any fundamental knowledge of it, though they are daily employed about it. Though some might say they could not but be knowing in their profession, yet it is not so really. If so, what right use can they make of them? They put wrong names upon them, are ignorant of their utility, and this is the reason why they many times run them waste upon heaps, where after some time they turn to goodness. And the longer they lie there, the better they are. This instruction deserves no hatred, but rather a grateful acknowledgement. Why should philosophers be believed to know anything? But where is it written that men should seek and find mercury of the body in a subterranean sum, stone, glass, or in their books? Where are learned artificial findings and deglations, incinerations, nutrients, but from them? The seed of metals, as it is perfect, so is its furch, or life invisible. Where do those men stay, which will work according to nature, and know none of these, neither do they know where to get it? Yet fall upon artists, exclaiming upon them to be idle, and all such as are employed in their ways. But we see and hear how ignorance runs on. It is impossible to get a body without seed. It were as much as to say, a seed is without fertility. Therefore peruse it exactly in its dissolution, the reduction of it will afford its body, work cheerfully. But it is none of the meanest work, as some of the most ancient philosophers have said, which called it a double work. For thus they say, the metal must first pass through the mister's hand, afterward it must come into the hands of the alchemist. If so be the seed shall be known in the artificial work, they mean or intimate by the saying thus much, that there is a twofold dissolution, the one is. When the expert melter brings the frangible body ex naturale conductione to a malleableness, whereby its impurity is gotten off. Then comes the alchemist, reduceth the body into cinders, calxes, glasses, colors, fumes subterranean, in which the seed of metals resteth, and the furch or life is found fertile in the body, and is reducible into a spiritual water or prima materia, according as the quality and property of the metal is, and is divided artificially into its natural principles, according to the process of the chemic art, of which more in another place shall be spoken, when I shall treat of the minerals. Chapter 3. Of the metalline nutriment. Although it belongeth not to this place, how mineralia facilia are made underground, however I will give a hint of it. How nature maketh them out of subterranean moist liquors and mine crescencies, which afterward serve to be a food to metals, not such liquors which are decocted above ground. Therefore, if you should add here above ground decocted ones to metals undissolved in the corporeal form, your work would be in vain, and where there are such mineralia facilia, there are mine works also, if not with it, yet are they not far off, as is seen in many mines. As in Hungary are digged the fairest and best sulphur alums and mineral or mine vitriol, and about Heerna are digged salt vitriol. About Goslar, Mansfeld, Zellerfeld, and island in Helvetia is digged mine salt, and at Hall there is great store of it, where there is found also very curious sulphur. But you must note that these minerals are not used thus grossly, but are prepared first, which is a curious work to bring a mineral thus high by subliming into flores, which are half metalline. Especially if made with metal, the metal being reduced into a mineral, from that the flowers are made. Thus you see nature's forwardness, and how she is reducible to her first water, sulphur, and salt. Many make these flowers without metal, which are not so good though as the former way. For an oleum made of vitriol or copper, and is distilled, is more effectual, yea, 1,000 times more precious in its operation than that is which is made of common vitriol, whom nature hath not yet exalted. It's true the Hungarian vitriol in its efficacy and virtue is found wonderful and sufficient enough, because nature hath graduated it to a greater siccity, and brought it to a ripeness more than others were, and is more excellent than the rest. By this preparation they can make use of the minerals, strengthen and increase their pleasure thereby. If anything is to be made meet for metals, then it must be done out of metals, with metals, and through or by metals, which is the real and only manual whereby may be hit the hardness of the mineral flowers, always take from them, add nothing to them. This is the art, which asketh great pondering and deep meditation. Thus you must learn to go to work, for these flowers are found often closely compacted, which miners very seldom know, especially in Hungary and Wallachia. They are as fair as ever any red glowing ore may be. They are of a crystalline transparent redness, are good gold and silver according as they are tinged. This is a rare knowledge, an art worthy the best consideration, which is to make glass of a hardness. From thence it is that the subterranean glasses make up the metal, thereby they come to their form. The preparation of these flowers have their great utility in physical ways, if their excrements be taken from them, and their odors. These excrements are the feces of minerals, are not for metals, stirring up evil sediments, which bring damage unto metals. A twofold evil comes from the mistaking of minerals. For decocted ones are a dangerous poison and corrosive unto metals, as we see above ground, when aquaforti is made of them, which corrodeth, teareth, divideth and parteth metals, and the other which are fair to look on. Sticking unto metals, and their worst poison, for as soon as these approach, they kindle and cause the dangerous sediments. All availeth nothing unto them, though they have and keep their form. As an infected man hath still the form and face of a man, though he be infected, and infecteth others also, in case it turned all to one metal, yet it is but an empty one, and nothing in it. This is a very necessary observation for miners and laborators, for if they regard it not, they obstruct not only their work, but endanger themselves also, because the metal is not only turned into a volatility, if any feces or excrements be added thereunto, and that also which stayeth comes to be unmalleable, and suffers continually diminution, as long as it is under the hammer. Those that work them have cause to look to it. If they fall on them with any fire, their reward surely is some mind disease, which experimentally is known how their poison doth stick and hang on the top of the furnace and in their chests, turning to arsenic and such poisonous fumes and seeds, and do hurt every way, as woeful experience evidenteth. Chapter 4. Of the metalline shop, Officina metallorum. All natural works have their special convenient places in which they work, where there is any such place or shop, in which some glorious and precious thing is made, and sometimes though the instrument be very horrid and monstrous, and its matter unknown, yet they are extant in that officin. First touching the glory and praise of this officin, it is likened to a church, in which the seed and the furch are married to the body, therein they eat, rest, and work. Thither they carry all fair and pleasant materials underground, wherewith they are clad, and they have another kind of fire, water, air, and earth, for the things that are accomplished and perfected therein. The same can hardly be parted again, no, not with the help of the nether air, if so be that it must be parted asunder, then see and make trial of it on the mercury of metals. Again, the things made so hard and fixed cannot be parted, as may be seen by gold. How firm and fixed is it in the fire, the cause whereof is the subterranean heat and cold which it imparteth unto metals, and makes them firm thereby, for it is a stony firmament of the earth. And giving to metals their stony power, it groweth hollow and spongy, full of pores, which at last are filled up with metals, even as bees do fill their hives with honey. And in the end, the parts and is carried away in the slick or scopes. For the earth stone is not consumed underground, because it is a sediment not suffering anything to come in or out. Hence is that difference betwixt the earth stone and the terrestrial firmamental stone, which is one of the mineral works. Let no man gainsay that a stone should have together both heat and cold at once, to afford the one now, and then to hide the other. For when it worketh the highest metals, it hideth its heat. And when it worketh upon inferior metals, then it hideth its coldness, and so it helpeth every way. This is its tract and instrument, heat and cold of the subterranean firestone. The modern chemists, which are ignorants, not knowing nature aright, and do not take notice of her ways, use strange instruments, and then they make her cause to be made all manner of vessels. According as every one of them hath a fancy to, but in nature's ways they know little, she regardeth not the variety of forms, and instead of these she takes a fit and lasting instrument, which holdeth in the work, and every form follows or accompanies the seed's precedency. The folly and ignorance of workmen is aggravated in that, because they despise the knowledge of minerals. The instrument she useth hereunto, I should make mention of it here, but waive it at this time, and will do it in another place, where you may seek for and take notice of it. Those which think themselves to be the wisest doe say that it is vanity to observe mathematically the stars above, and to order any work after seasonable days and horrors. It is something said, but not so well grounded. But this is most certain, that if you work according to common course, otherwise than we do, following only your own fancies, then is your labor in vain. There is a difference to be made betwixt the upper stars and the metalline stars, which shine and have their influence into the bodies. Touching the stars above, they in their light and motion have a singular influence, and the stars below have their influence also upon their metals. Thus each heaven hath its peculiar course and instrument, where the star situation may be apprehended. An opicum corpus stellatum compact astral body differs in its condition from a corpus lucidum, if you intend to learn here something. Then you must be industrious and grudge no pains. It would require huge volume if I should describe particularly the whole circumference of subterranean mine works. It would not suffice to nominate the things only, but must demonstrate also that all that which I attribute to them to be true, I say it would take a great deal of writing. To disabuse the brains of misconceited men to a belief, what should I say of such materials, or whom I could not impose fitting names, though I knew them? For who is that man which hath done learning in our school? Here I must needs speak as belonging properly to this place, that no volume in this world can be written, in which could be set down all in every particular manual. As laborators sometimes might ask, therefore an artist, having given him some hints of things, must endeavor to order his work, and manage the same judiciously, must put his hands to the work, and get knowledge by his own practice. I direct such men in their work to nature's process underground. Let them search there, and take an honest miner along to shew him her instruments, and matters for prating. Lying and ignorance availeth here nothing. Every one wisheth to get riches, but the means for the getting of them are not respondent. If I were the best limner, and could set forth in colors the form of any instrument, then men would understand it. It would help in this case. They would see it and feel it with their hands, and undertake the work. If all were set down, I know what and how much ought to be put in a book. I put things fitting in, and did it faithfully. Chapter 5 of Egression and Ingression of Metals. The work of metals evidence that the perpetual going in and coming out, for hereby the egression is understood not only egression of the whole work, that in some place a whole metal in tract comes into decay when it wants food to be nourished any further, and hath devoured all its bodies, but also a partial egression, for still the one seeks the other, and follows at the heel. This we see by the mercury of metals being poured forth. It is scattered into thousands of little quick corns. All of them return to their body. In the same condition is volatile and lubricum, and the firch also goeth forth in small bits. At last it joineth in a body somewhere. Even as bees meet together, it receiveth no more than it hath need. The overplus swarmeth to another mine officin, which parting and distributing affords many and several mine works, according to the disposition of the officin in nourishment, and according as it is infringed in its work in the aggression. The firch and the seed go on in their volatility, and if they had wings. That volatile is so thin that it can hardly be discerned, yet is it so placed like a heap of atoms. Thus subtilly it flieth away, and the firch must still have its seed, the seed its body, and that its thin atoms. My meaning is not that its aggression is from or out of the earth into the air, to fly about there and then to come into ground again, which is not so, nor can it be, because its natural work is not in the air, unless a men bring it forth purposely. Then is it of another condition. Of that aggression I do not speak here, because it is done by day, but this goeth through the earth, which stands in the furnace, not apprehensive or visible to us, and runs through clefts and passages. For if the earth giveth way to the ingression and aggression, even as the water doth to fishes and the air to birds, as long as metals come to their stone firmament, which stone firmament differs from the earth firmament, when it meets with that, it goeth about, looking out for another passage. Like as water that floweth about a stone and not through it, yet it stayeth in its own stone, and receiveth strength of it, and turns there to a body. And as it goeth in its aggression from one metal in firmament or stone firmament to another, if thoroughly eaten or soaked, be it at what distance it will, and attract the lubricum. Even as a bird draws its feet up to its body in its flight, for if they touch anywhere, then they loose somewhat of the body, and the lubricum in its ingression suffers it to come again to a strength of operation. For when both are joined, then the metal increaseth, and attracteth its food in a wonderful way, and nourisheth itself. And it is to be admired, that in this ingression, when that lubricum comes more and more to its officin, how it increaseth and strengtheneth itself so long, that at last the work is made firmy in the officin. This strengthening cannot be learned to be any other than the metalline mercury doth make it, for in the first place it turns it there into a liquidum, where afterward it receiveth all, doth coagulate and congeal. According as the bodies are either masculine or feminine, at last it is brought to a solid fixed body of soul. This ingression makes that subterranean place noble and fruitful, and is singular when it hath an ascending ore in work. That air is very wholesome, and if the air above with melting be not infected with arsenic fumes, then it affords a salubre air to dwell in. This is a manuduction unto the whole after work, how the same ought to be proceeded in, that the ore may stand and not awaken, but turn to its stream, and still abide in its body's company. It is loath to make an ingression, if once it made a true ingression, and sealed itself to the work, for it resteth not in its place, neither doth it rest in its whole tract, but worketh continually, and is well seen what its fixing or flight is, and where it setteth to a solid body, or earth salt, which it stirs and ruleth so long, yea, it panteth and moveth in it so long, till it gets a liquid body, then turns it to a terrene body, and is still brought on to a further weight and hardness. And that is the right coagulating, congealing, liquidating, and fixing of mercury, which if done accordingly, then it affords something. Chapter 6 of the Dissolution and Reduction of Metals. It is apparent that natural heat is the cause of the fluidness of metals dissolution, because the seat of metals itself is very hot. And the fluid matter of metals is hot also, as being oliginous, and its heat increaseth when it comes to its officin, or shop, because that also being hot increaseth the heat the more. Hence it is why it is hot in the work, and hath need of it, for at first it would bring no more into its body, unless it were soluble and soft, it bringeth nothing into it, unless it be passed through these three heats, and fixed by them. Then examine it, and add another fluid thing to it, which did not pass it through the three heats. See whether the metal will receive it or no. Secondly, they must be dissolved that they may be cleansed. The condition of liquid things is to produce to the outside things fitting the work it hath in hand. This solution is distinct from other artificial dissolutions, where the body is only melted, as by the melter when he separateth the excrements from it. For nature doth not melt the earth as men do. But as corn groweth above ground, so she leaveth corn and husks together. There is a great difference betwixt our melting and the dissolving of nature. If we could observe that distinction in our dissolutions and meltings, we should not be at so great losses and damages as we are. I must needs mention about aurium potable, how men do busy themselves about it, as many heads, as many ways they choose to the making of it. Some take that which is not yet separated from the metal, containing yet the cinders of excrements, or worse things. They take corrosive waters, acetum, aquavitae, and the like. Pray tell me, what doth nature take, when she is about the dissolving of a congealed water? She takes none of these things, only maketh use of heat. You must do the like if you will take a metalline body, which nature hath perfected, and through melting and finings come to us. If you will dissolve and reduce it to its first matter, then rouse the furch. Thus you may make any metalline body potable, being made pure and superfine. Then its excrements are gone, made not with additionals of corrosive things. The fluxing of such matters rather make the metals harder. If a body shall be fixed, we fix it from within, which nature doth not. For she fixes the seed, then the flower setteth and turns to such a fixation, that the dissolving above ground cannot master it. A water which congealeth hath at first a little crust, going on till it be quite congealed, but here it congealed from within to the outside, hence you may guess at that glorious foundation of projection. On mercury of the body, making a natural stratum superstratum, thus are the metals signed. According to which the artificial work is ordered, we have a hint given how mercury of metals is clipped and delayed, and its lubricum is catched. Conceive not of this fixation to be as when iron is hardened to steel, and then reduced to a softness as tin is of. This is called only a loose hardness, which keeps the body in a malleableness, and keeps it so close together that the fire above ground cannot hurt it. All hardness above ground may be mollified by fire, but not the other, because it holdeth all fiery trials. Therefore as the hardness made above ground hardeneth bodies in the water, so on the other side the water which in metalline bodies must be taken out, then it congealed. The subterranean air hardeneth the earth, earth remaineth earth and turns not to stone, and the same keeps the water from running together, or congealing, keeping it from turning to pearls and precious stones. And such may be made of that water. To get the internal fire out of metals, though it be most high skill, however it is feasible, and found in its place, where I write of the like in a more ample manner. I give a hint of this in this places, as miners ought to do, of whose expressions I borrow now. The rest which wholly extracted this fire, which lieth betwixt the project, leaving nothing behind, that is, where the lubricum and volatile is together, leaveth it, produceth it, and excrement it. The Mansfeldian slag make it appear that its volatile is gone, and its lubricum also, where its impurity is yet betwixt the project, and is not a fair pure work, but a compound one. Chapter 7. Of the ascension and descension of metals. This new kind or manner of speaking and writing of metals is caused by experience. For the first perpetual ingression of the furch increased and strengtheneth at first in the officina and matrix the mercury of bodies, bringing it unto its perfect and full strength, being made wholly effectual and potent. Then it begins by degrees to cloth itself with the body. At first he attracts and receives the meanest, which he puts off again in the first place, which is done the easier, for no body amongst them all is soon put off. For the body of Saturn is so thin, that it appeareth to the eye like as a fair body doth through lawn or Tiffany's. Its spirituality appeareth through its body. Its spiritual body is the metal of Mercury, or as I should rather call it, its proper, near, and special body, which worketh and giveth a manuduction unto many other fair works. For it maketh a garment for Saturn out of the subtlest earth. After he riseth higher, puts a harder and better garment on him, which is not so easily put off as that of Saturn, or at least not with so small a work, which is caused by the work of the mercury of bodies. For the mercury of bodies by reason of its fluidness is the hottest, as he maketh it appear in Saturn's ascension, putting a similar body on him out. Earth, hence is it why Saturn is so full of cinders inclining to a brittleness of ashes, and begins to sound by reason of the metal, though it be not very firm. However, yet it is at the next place for incorporation. Its sound is more soft, is further off from iron, and nearer unto Mercury by reason of heat. Observe now at the ascending of this metal, it lieth near the ashes, cleansed by the Saturnal water, but above ground it turns not to be glass out of the ashes, out of salt or earth water or Saturnal water, or out of sand or stone. But what is that pure subterranean earth glass, which if it soundeth breaketh not? It is a matter which nature thrusheth upon a heap together, which if you touch, it soundeth, and is very clear, of a great compactness, and very firm. In this work it doth mingle with ashes and salt water, and turns to a glass of earth, or to a dark glassy communion. Nay, tell me, if a metal or earth color, yea, good sound metal, be dissolved to a color, and is brought into a glass, doth it not look of a copper color? Yes, truly. Therefore iron may soon be turned into another thing, which is done naturally, where such metalline iron color is reduced in Hungaria into a lixivium, and is turned into very good copper. However, it retaineth the glassiness, though the color hath extricated it somewhat through the mercury of bodies. For the liquidness it hath still, and is habilitated further to a malleableness and fixation. Therefore take notice of this tincturing matter, which you find prepared by this body in this officina. It reduces the iron to copper with abundance of lucre. Put these colors away, and behold how the mercury of bodies is passed through many white bodies, and have still a fair white fulligo, and that very fixed, how finely is it clad with it, and maketh a fair and pure body of Luna, into which he clads himself so strongly that it cannot be taken from thence by burning, because it passed 7 times thorough the greatest subterranean heat, which destroyeth corrupting bodies, unless they be closely and compactly incorporated to the mercury of bodies. Nothing goeth beyond. See, that fire, neither of the upper, nether, or middle fire. Therefore behold how neatly nature worketh and riseth, calcining the whole body of Luna, which Calx is nothing else but the body of soul. Its tincture and tinging quality it taketh from the perfection and depth which is in the fire, and can afford it. That color must keep so long till it descendeth again. There is nothing which can master the fire. The descending may soon be perceived by this ascending, and the difference of it is this. At the ascending it gets the tincture first, before it gets the body, but here it looseth it sooner. And this is the reason why descending ores are more perfect than the ascending ones. Chapter 8 of Respiring Metal, or of Quick Ore. Because with and by minor works an obstruction is made upon nature, which is the cause that several metals are gotten, and distinctions put on them, that damage and losses might be the better avoided in the working of them. For as each received a particular name and property in or at the work, so in the digging of them several manuals are invented for the finding of them, and hereunto it was made of the rod. To distinguish metals by colors is a curious skill, as red gold glass, mine green black ore, however their working is not so exactly known that way. That I may lose nothing in or at their melting, I use these means. First, I must certainly know the property of the ore, before it be beaten out, whilst it is yet underground in its breathing. For ores and metals breath only underground, though they breath in some sort above. The same breathing is very weak, not going far from the body, and the rod also sticks only upon the upper metals, which is the greatest advantage we have. For causeth metals to breath into a flame, and the fire crates and pit diggers cause only a volatility and closing compactness, where a threefold damage ensueth. First, there flay away not only much of the metal, but that also which causeth turns to be volatile, and in the several meltings of it always something goeth amiss. Secondly, the remainder of it groweth unmalleable, which hardly can be helped. Thirdly, elevated minerals are burnt to a compactness, which, if not done, would prove very advantageous in the afterwork, and chiefly they would be very useful in officina, being naturally prepared thereunto, which is the reason why many in their afterworkings labor in vain, taking other improper minerals thereunto. For that fossil vitriolum at Goslar, where neither silver nor lead groweth in that mineral, where it is prepared highly, copper may be made of it without any other addition. That vitriol affordeth an oil also, which perfectly cureth the gout. If all these good qualities should be burnt away with the silver, were it not great damage? Therefore I take such a metal which attracteth breath, and when the unbreathing or exhalation is stronger, then is it a living metal, because a lively quality is in it. For breathing things are alive, and breathing is compared unto life. Such metal like as breath groweth as a child from 10 years to 10 years, even so this metal groweth till it come to its perfect state and body. Afterward it getteth another name, and consequently there must needs be observed a great difference in their working, and are asunder as much as a live thing differs from a dead one, which ought to be taken into consideration, because this distinctness being observed affords a neat and pure work. Hither belong all mixed ores, which at separating are parted asunder, and not before, as the usual custom is, as in Hungary there is. At everywhere gold ore, that is, in it there is gold, which in its color and ponderosity is pure, hath lost nothing, and is still in its working qualities, and if it had not been interrupted and digged up unseasonably, then that silver would have been turned. C2. To pure gold. That silver may easily be brought to a solar perfection, and in itself is it better to be used for payment, and is a better use for cementation. In like manner, the copper at Mansfeld is good for it, and proved much better in the work than other copper, for it wanted but a little. It had been burnt quite into silver. The best quality of such copper is that they are of a deep color. They have not lost that, as usually electrums do. But this is to be noted, such ores are of that quality, that the bigger part of the body hideth the lesser part in melting. It is not seen, nor felt, except at the washing and parting. There it is seen, whilst it is yet among the earth. It is a breathing ore, and is of such a compound, as you heard. You may confide in it without a proof, though the cake of it be of silver color or of a copper color. This is it apparent, how nature augmenteth a metal in body, protruding it upward from below, and that which is nethermost is thrusted toward that which is uppermost, in a marvelous subtle way. For dead bodies bring still more to it, making it heavier in the mercury, then joineth the nourishment also, which are the prepared minerals, affording their tincture. Like good food which breeds good blood, hence flores mineralium have their existence. If you cannot learn their offspring in that way, there is no other nor better way for it. For this is the true tincture, and not that moldy or gross alubum or rubium so-called, where such highly mingled ores or transparent veins break. They may be cried up for an electrum, but improperly called so, for the colors glitter so purely therein one among another, like in a chrysolite or transparent amber. Chapter 9 of expiring metal, or of dead metal. Metals have their set time as well as all other creatures. They decay and die when their appointed time comes. For when nature hath brought the metal in body unto soul, then by reason it wanteth nourishment, and is starving, then it comes down, gets a stronger exhaling, and the attractive breathing turns to an expiration, and serial breathing brings it to the fire's breath. If the expiration groweth stronger in a metal than its aspiration is, then it descendeth by degrees and decayeth, and then is called a dead ore or metal. For still one external body, or other departeth from it. At last in one place or other it maketh a total aggression with its breath, life, and seed. This breathing is known by the particular rod of each. This also asketh a particular place and work, because great gain is afforded both by this and by the living one. Consider well a metal which descendeth from its perfection into another body. It is like when a man loseth his lively color, and at last his body, that is its ponderosity, and then the gold turns. Not to a goldish silver, but to an electrum, that is, to soul, which hath lost its tincture. This is a great piece of proof, to discern such silver gold from true silver. In its gravity it is found heavier than other silver, retaining the body, and losing only its color, or tincture. It is a greater skill to restore a tincture to a dead and decayed color, and to make it fix. At separating it keeps the quality of sol. The like condition is red silver in, which hath lost its color, making incorporation and union with copper, so that it quite dieth in his body. To get the silver out of the copper and restore its peculiar color is a great skill which melters are ignorant of. C3. Belongeth merely to the chymic art and its laboratories. How many such electrum are bought for silver and copper? The buyers thereof have great gain in it. Of the same and the like condition are other metals of. Is it not so? All iron in Hungary is brittle. What is the reason? Because copper is in it. If that be gotten out in that artificial manner as it ought, that iron proves so hard that no steel is comparable to it, out of that iron are made Turkish swords, sables mails which no weapon or bullet can enter or break. These mails also are not very heavy. Note, the unctuous at the descending of mercury must have room. From slippery things easily somewhat may be gotten sooner than from hard things. Slippery things leave always somewhat behind. The same they do with their tinging bodies, putting them off still so, that in the ascending in their volatile they assume the body, and elevate it. Note, if you have any material in hand, and in your afterwork you would know whether you must keep to the lubricum or volatile, these two must be thy help. Then your stuff must be prepared either the slippery or volatile way. If you will have a body either ascend or descend, take notice of the flux in the metal. Slippery ones are more open than the hard ones. When tinctures begin to depart, which are a strengthener too, then the stuff groweth most fluid, comes closer together than in the quick metal. Chapter 10. Of pure or fine metal. When a metal, be it in the ascension or descension, is in its 7 systems or constitution, then it resteth or endureth till it comes into another body. If you meet with such ore, it yields the purest metal that may be had in the world. Our melters call this superfine. But our superfining, which hitherto was in use, is an impure work in regard of this. For in the clarifying, if it misseth but the least grain, then is it not yet right. Such metals as may easily be conceived, is pure good and malleable, loseth nothing in any work whatsoever. Though all metals may be made superfine, yet none can be made finer than gold is, which no element is able to touch, to take anything from it, or to turn it to a glimmer, spolium, or cast silver, of glittering quality. Silver at Marychurch in Lorraine is more fine than others. Superfine is called that, when a metal is pure and rid of its excrements or dross, which may easily be taken off, and hindereth it not in its fining. In silver mine works there is often found such natural proofs of pure and fine ore, that it might speedily be digged and broken, though it must be melted again by reason of its spolium, or by reason of strange colors and flowers it hath robbed, yet it easily may be performed, which serveth afterward for an instruction, how mineral colors must be obtained, as azure chrysocolla. Though they stand in the mineral glass, such colors love to be in such pure ore, but are not so soon inoculated, unless it be in the sude or coction, in which the metal is very pure, and yields more naturally the mercury of the body, be it in the ascension or descension, assumeth then another body. Hence is it apparent how the same ought to be proceeded within the artificial afterwork, out of one body into another, how the body in which it is, and from which it must be had, ought to be prepared, namely, must be made pure and superfine. It appeareth in the Italian gold, especially in that of Wallachia, in which it is most pure, how that mercury of metals puts off his body, and the mercury of the body come from the mercury of the metal, puts the gold together into a close body and regular, and it is seen in the gilding how firmly and closely sticketh, wanteth but a small matter of an augmenting quality. Its spolium is only obstructive thereunto. It is of. C4. A transmuting and elevating quality, if the other body be awakened also. For a body which is between a waking and sleeping effecteth nothing, it must be awakened wholly, if at the on-boiling of a metal, as of that Italian gold, but the least impurity, that is, a heterogeneal part, it could not be brought to a compactness, which is seen at gilding. Therefore, you must give an exact attention to learn to understand what the prima materia of metalline bodies is, and how their elevation is either obstructed or augmented, how homogeneal things are brought to a body. It is apparent in the mercury metals, how close and compact it stands together in the flux, which flux cannot be taken from it. Purity is the reason or cause of that compactness, being there is no other metal mixed with it. As soon as any metal on body joineth with it, then is it disjoined, be it what metal or body it will. Hence it doth appear how metals are brought to rest from their labor, namely, if they be first pure. For into pure matter may be brought what is intended for it, which appeareth in the mercury of metals. Its purity is the cause why it doth not appear to the eye, but only in its flux or hardness. The mercury of metals is the flux of the mercuric bodies, that is, when water comes to it, or the mercury of metally bodies is come into the water instead of the air, which otherwise is in the water. Take it into consideration. What manner of skill is required to get wind or air out of the water and to bring another mercury into that place, if you get the air, which is in the earth, out of that earth, and in its lieu you get in the mercury of metalline bodies. Then you have a mercury coagulato. Endeavor now how you may coagulate it, but not in the ordinary, common, and vulgarly known way. Bring still another mercury of bodies instead of the marine water into that water, then you have a fair pearl. Take the same mercury of bodies, reduce it to an earth which must be pure. Instead of the air, then you have a pure jewel, as pure as may be had from that. Earth is in its color, you may put one to it, which you please. It is a thing feasible. These and the like pieces are afforded by purity, all which the work of nature is a leader unto. Men that cast so many foul aspersions upon philosophers are unworthy and not to be regarded, nor credited. What they can foam against their rare and glorious inventions about the three principles, from whence all these things have their original. Make trials of it, you will affirm to be true what I said. Chapter 11. Of impure metal. There is found store of metal in ores, but few of them are pure. And few there are that break or grow one by the other. Therefore these must be separated and spoken of apart. The great work and expenses which their cleaning requireth from their grossness let melters speak of. Separating hath been invented, at which some good things of the ores do stay, the rest flay away, and their finding is useful, especially when ores or metals are in their ascension, though it be chargeable. But to find electriums, and bring them to good by separating, differs from the former finding, and requireth a singular way of melting. Cunning and subtle artists may pretend to get silver out of iron. I believe they may, if there be any in it, as they do in Sweetland. Ophesmond always contains silver, which is only off-driven, and calcined away the iron, and thus they cheat people. Can they do the like with the iron which breaks in styria? No such matter. Therefore take heed of such cheaters, and take notice that nature loveth to keep her own ways orderly, and keeps together 2 and sometimes 3 sorts of ores in their ascension and descension, whereby she intimateth a way unto the afterwork. But men in their fancy think upon other means, though to no purpose. View all the mines which are in Europe, you will find other ores, but impure ones, that is, a mixture of them, for their nature maketh them, as much as I ever could learn. If you can show me the contrary, I will assent unto thee. And this is the second argument, that metals are in their ascension and descension unto perfectness. If each had its peculiar work and instrument, then men needed not to take so much pains in melting to separate them. For it is a difficult work to join weeds and stones, because these are heterogeneal and are of differing matters. But the other joining soon together require special working to be separated. Therefore view exactly the body's 2 manner of ways, which is no small instruction. First, in what manner you separate the ashes from the fumes or food. This ministers already a 2-fold separating of metal, the earth from the tincture. There you have a 2-fold separating, and so forth. Secondly, take notice of the flux, to drive the cold fire with the warm, and the warm with the cold. Then you will be able to separate the bodies from mercuries. When you have already separated the metals without loss and damage, use thyself exactly to it, and be careful in observing their names, not regarding the miners' expressions and terms. For the names they give to ores are false. For those which build and dig after clefts and passages have their names of their bodily matters after the sorts of the minerals, and are distinct therein. But you must call them after the sorts of the 7 bodies, and learn to prepare them. This work is of greater utility. Men are at great expenses to get corrosive waters, to get asunder these metals. They do it also by way of melting and casting, but such waters add great poison to the work. It is a better way to do it with lixiviums or sharp waters, which are not so poisonous. Learn their preparation. There is another kind of impure ore, of which I made mention here and there, which contain mine slacks, you may read of in the chapter of the cinders. But there is a difference betwixt the cinder and the slack. For slack are more corny, yet that also turns at last to cinders. These slacks are the cause of the cold fires, as cinders cause the warm fire, or the uridines metallorum. These cold slacks are hardly gotten off from the metal, because they come from the cold flux fire of Mercury's altis. For as the cinder comes from bodies, so are these slacks of Mercury. It is seen, when you will have slacks of other matters, then usually they belong thereunto. Then the Mercury of bodies is roused, which by the work is nothing else but a closure and stream. For if you can conveniently get away the slacks, then you may perform and accomplish something else with the fire of Mercury. And it is neither usual nor artificial to deal much in cold fire. Some miners call it misspell, notice eris, that Latin name they set upon. It is true, it is very hard knit together, it is difficult to dig it, and to make its ore to good. And antimony also is hardly gotten from other metals, except from Sol, without damage, however. With advantage it may be done judiciously, only you must be expert in antimony's qualities. For they belong together and are joined as tin and lead, bismuth or magnesia among or betwixt iron and copper. This is a good direction, and is sufficient for such who know what belongs to melting. Chapter 12. Of perfect metal. Who could tell what gold and silver were, if they were not known in their perfection? For when they are perfect, it appeareth, when they have their color, their weight, their malleableness, their flux and hardness, and thus the perfect metal nature hath produced compactly and purely. Such perfect, pure, and compact gold is found in Hungary in the white marble, which presently may be broken, as also silver, copper. The difference betwixt the perfect and pure is, because metals are not pure before they are perfect, and so there may be a perfect ore, which is not pure, which defect is found in many of our metals, which come to their perfection as soon as in any other foreign parts, yet in their perfect purity they are defective sometimes. This is to be noted by this metal. A body must first be perfect or brought to its perfection, before it can be fixed, and it is of great concernment to know rightly what fixedness meaneth. A body which hath its due tincture, weight, and gradation, yet it hath mixed other obstructive impurities, here comes the work. And nature begins to copulate these two. Tincture and gradation brings the metal into a purifying. This purifying is fixation, for pure is as much as fix. And note that the ground of the first is the body, which is secret. Into that I must bring the tincture and gradation as well as I can, and take the tincture from soul, which is a thing feasible. Then is it an electrum, which is a water. For in water it abideth, then I take its ponderosity from it, and bring it into an oleum or into a sulphur, the body remaineth still. For in the ascension mercury lieth, the foundation of the body, as an embryon, to it comes ponderosity, which maketh it formal, then comes lubricum, after that comes the volatile or the tincture, and perfecteth all the rest it hath need of to its perfection. Why doth reason play the fool in despising the ways of nature, not observing her course? For behold how wonderfully she bringeth redness into copper, turning it into brass, but is not fixed, because it was not her intent. It is a mere color which all other ores easily embrace, but is not fixed, which color is easily driven away with wood and coal fire. Therefore is it a thing of great concernment to learn rightly to know the bodies. For at dissolutions the property of a pure metal is known, what its tincture, body, salt, and ponderosity is, especially if exactly be considered the anatomy of all bodies after the chymic way. How curiously and properly are they anatomized. We call the immature spirit of mercury. The perfect tincture we call an aqua or sulphur. The ponderosity is called the salt or body. For the afterwork confirmeth the same, that fixation doth not only hold in the fire and all corrosive waters, especially that of Saturn, which is a precious one, more than other aquaforts, but better in the malleableness without the quart. It holdeth also in the cement, because it comes out of it. Therefore it is to be admired why men talk so strangely of it, when they know nothing of it, from whence it is, or what the cause of it is. But it is so, one hearkeneth to the tale of the other, and know no more than they have from hearsaying, for they know not what to say, nor how to help what the work aileth. If our fortune is disordered, and if any fixed and lasting medicine is to be made, then that metal is best, even as a vegetable just come to its maturity. This process must be observed, else all labor is in vain. For how can you destroy the body of a thing that hath no body, much less can you save the tincture of it? Before it comes into the body, a tincture may be gotten from it, but not all the colors of that tincture. Here exactness must be used, because it is of greatest skill to do so. One thing more I must needs speak of: those that aim merely with a great and deep longing at riches should view God's mysteries everywhere. If they compare the scripture rightly, will find an instruction that a spiritually is held forth in an earthly thing. If a metal be brought out of the earth and out of its officina, like a man that is set into another life, it abideth and liveth without food, is not dead, but is alive. Though it doth not live, yet it resteth, and may soon be awakened. Thus we hope also that in the other eternal life, where there is Sabbathum and Sabbathbo, things will be done in a more glorious way. God maketh use of us here for his praise, to make use of metals in that kinda. It will not be for our misuse and disgrace, but rather put greater honor upon us, more than ever we put upon metals. Chapter 13. Of imperfect metal. The imperfect metal is the wildest among all the rest, because it contains all impurities with a confused mixture. Usually there is set in a work of many pieces, which no man yet knoweth what they are, in which you find matters joined, which are prepared and unprepared of many bodies. Now, if you will reduce that matter and cleanse its metal, then the unprepared matter must first be washed away, and regard not the matter so much as the metal, which is yet tender and young in it. You must not conceive it, but another fire belongeth to it. This perfection consists in 9 several pieces, which must be well considered. Each must be handled as it ought. If so be, the metal shall not suffer any wrong and damage. First, consider well whether the ore be in ascension or descension, then you may help its color and whole body. For that metal, which is in its ascension, must be aided in spolium, but the metal, which is in its descension, must be helped with spolium, else it flay away, because it is not perfected in its due place and officina, and that metal is a form accordingly. Thus make your proof, and be in your afterwork the more encouraged. Secondly, you must take notice of the nourishment of food, which, as I may say, is not fully digested, further the same in its concoction. Else the excrements cannot well be gotten off, which would be the cause of unmalleableness. Thirdly, you must take notice of the flux. That which is fluid must be fixed. For if both fluxes should be opened, they would hardly be congealed again. For to dissolve a running mercury of bodies which per se are running would prove a mere dust and atome. Fourthly, remember the hardness or fixation of it, in what degree of ascension or descension it is, that you may lead thereunto an equal fire of its body. For cinders requireth one sort of fire, and fuliginous requireth another kind of fire, and calcination must have a due fire. Then your proceedings will be right, if you know the proper conditions of such bodies, else you wrong them, by making it gentle, and flieth off at a second casting. Fifthly, make a true distinction betwixt the two imperfections. From thence this metal hath its name. The one is in the body, the other is of the instrument. First, take in hand the instrument and endeavor to help the body in its preparation and stay its flux, or running into another, and you drive the schwaden or the cuticle of the seed. Then goeth the cuticle of the seed and the furch or schwaden. Sixthly, consider that fire which nature hath, that you do not encroach or entrench too far upon the bodies. Direct and order all your work upon the uridines or soap, join it with your fire to the instrument of the body. Seventhly, you ought to be instructed well of the tincture of the electriums, that you put not off Sol instead of Luna, because you are not experienced enough in the keeping tincture or color, which you are to awaken in the ascension, or when in the ascension you are to strengthen and to keep them. Painters have a term in their profession which they call elevating and shadowing. The same you must apply here to bodies when they are in their perfection, therefore anatomize the bodies. Eighthly, we see limners to mingle their colors with water and oil, and so carry them on. You must learn a due preparation of the water, to inscribe the color, which is a metal and water, whereby you corrode with not destroying the colors which you intend to have. If you make use of any other water besides this, then all your labor is in vain. Cool with oil, then it remaineth pure, and thus you have much strength in the folium. Lastly, take notice that the metal be straightened so, that it look for no more food. All such things belonging thereunto you find enough by this instrument, or not off from it, or else you may bring it easily thereunto. It will be but imperfect, therefore put your help to it. You will be but imperfect, therefore put your help to it. You have nature's half work for advantage, with great pity hath often been beheld. How such noble and precious instruments have been consumed in fire, which could have been for several good uses, the workmen in their carelessness not regarding them. All other metals belong unto this, for very seldom is found a whole perfect metal, which should not want one help or other. He that is acquainted with these will perform these works with great advantage and more utility. For there must be examined perfectness, if anything shall be purged, so that another pure or fixing thing be brought in, be it the color or ponderosity. Chapter 14, of the soap metal, or metallum iridinum. If 4 upper elements could not make a metal to be manifest and apparent to us, who would have undertaken to work any metal? The great heat and cold, which is under the ground, is the cause of the body of metal, according to the predominancy of that heat and cold which is in the body. The deeper the heat or cold is in that body, the fairer is its tincture. This is a true saying, but what this heat or cold is above, and what is attributed to the planet above, understanding men must know it. At first, when the furch goeth forth, and goeth along through the earth with the seed in its firmamental officina, then it comes forth sometimes, as far as its breathing may reach, before it be infringed and allayed, it still carrieth some of the purest metal. And the superior elements afford their virtue for their joining. For where the elements are in a conjunction, there they make a body, and force something from the furch. Then it riseth and falleth as it falls. So it lays still. This is a reason why the corns are so strangely fashioned. They are either round or oval, and so come to the metal accordingly, and is found. Sometimes it falleth into the water, where it was caught and overtaken, but most of all it loveth to be in the uridines or soap. Hence got that name. Soaps are mineral springs, where the metal loveth to lie. These spring from below, and these are found sometimes wholly gilded over, and they cast upward taps of such color. In this country, such springs are near rivers at the foot of mountains, but in the Almen they are on the top of the soap as it were upside down. On these sticketh the furch which passeth by it, or the air which forceth it from it. The whole business lay in the metalline waters as they are dissolved in their salts, thus they easily embrace the furch, or the metal of that furch and seed which it casteth forth, and that goeth for the best. Tin, which is on the top, being of an iron shot, which iron is of several different degrees, but here in this place it is not energetical, as being obstructed by two parties. First, the water is an obstruction unto it, for ore must give way to water, it is carried away. Such soap ore is seldom found by the Urdines, or in the soap. Secondly, this scobe's powder or dust is not in its right officina, because it is not in the subterranean air and element where the singular officina of metals is. And in this manner of condition are almost all the soap metals in Europe, but in other countries where there are none, or very few of these other metals. If there be found any of them in the dam of the highest or uppermost metal, then is it another matter, needs not to be related here, because it serveth not. D, or our work. Such metals are the best, because they lie deepest at the metal, and if you entrench too nigh into them with the fire, then they fly away with the furch. By reason of their transcendent superfineness, therefore, when this ponderous furch and seed is grown very hot in both heats of his work, especially in the dissension, then is it mightily strengthened. In the consuming it groweth more homogeneal to the upper mercuries of the earth and its instrument, therefore it doth associate thereunto, and obtaineth a going again. And this is the ground of ascending and going upward, besides or without of the officina as much as is known. Chapter 15, of inhalation, or in breathing. It is a curious work to build after clefts and passages, for it seemeth a thing to be credited, that in them the breathings have more their going in and out than through the whole earth besides, but it is not advisable to take such fetches about, because there is a nearer way unto it, namely unto the metals. As if one would go to the well, and goeth all the streams down through and by all the springs, whereas there is a nearer way to go the footpath, the same condition it hath with the halations and breathings, because the fumes and vapors lie therein, and are obstructive rather to the breathing than helpful. Therefore look not so much upon clefts and passages, but rather upon the halations and breathings, which keep their stroke throughout the earth, because the same doth not hinder its course, as men may deem. For we must know that the oars do breath only underground, and these breathings are orderly distinguished. This is a remarkable thing, that oars breath from below where they are, and this is the difference betwixt the halation, vapor, fume, or breath, which goeth oblique, the right way, lateral way, or afar off. Therefore here is to be spoken of that inhalation, when it goeth in its own strength, what it sheweth and signifieth. The fume is sent unto the metal from the superior solar rays. From thence she may have what she will, and what she hath need of for her sustention, that bringeth the nourishment, and driveth all downward to the metal and the lower planets, but no farther than upon the earth. But though the damn earth percutum terrae, where the ore or metal receiveth the inhalation, which ariseth from the work, maketh use of it, for it is manifest that the elements cannot reach deep into the ground. Seeing the halations are invisible, whose being cannot be seen in them, man's breath can sooner be discerned and seen than the halation may, which may be known by a rotten, when a metal worketh, then it breatheth, which breath it draweth again, and so forth. Then the sun must come in to help, for the systeme is at the inhalation, which must be known artificially. There is the purest earth, from whence man is taken, as some ancient writers do conceive, which earth contains many hidden virtues in the afterwork of metals. This inhalation serveth chiefly for that purpose, as you heard, to draw, swallow, and take down the food into the body. For you must not think that she lets it lie in the body after she hath brought it in, but is a vis retentiva, or the retentive power to keep that fast, which it drunk in. And to that end she prepareth in that whole journey from that place where she receiveth or borroweth of the sun, which driveth down all ponderous things, as we see by all such juices and saps which are driven downward. In this drawing down it hath this quality, what saps and juices it taketh. The same sink down deeper more, and sublimeth them the more highly into its flores. This I call flores, when it cannot sublime any further, and brings it at last to a garment or body of a metal. He that knoweth these flowers rightly, he hath learned something of nature, and he that knoweth of what they are. D2, made, he is come yet further. But such flowers are made naturally of mean stuff, which worketh by a threefold fire, among which the inhalation's fire is not the meanest, but the chiefest, because it is the next unto perfection. But this breathing is more of fiery aerial heat than it hath of metal fire, because it flameth without any kindling, otherwise it would combure the nutriment in the officina she concealeth rather. Keepeth things together, and strengtheneth them. It expels humidities and vapors, and consequently it causeth those evil vapors, fumes, and breath, which poison the whole earth below, and are the cause of many dangerous diseases, as it hath been known. Chapter 16, of exhalations or outbreathings. Seeing, stirring, and moving must be continually at the metal in work as long as the metal attracteth, and especially the in moving or taking into. Hence the next inhalation of the living ore must be stronger. Therefore nature affords so, that because the halations can come no further in the metal, because metal is the end of the work underground, that then the exhalations must draw on, and must turn into the metal. The return of that metal's breathing from below into a true natural breathing of metal groweth so strong, that it kindleth, yet without a light flame, but gloweth without a flame or light, and purgeth that which is to be purged in the work, not only in the work in the officina, but in the whole matter. Till she burneth and protrudeth the pure atoms of the earth, which the sun gloriously dissolve again into juices. For the atoms are the flowers of the terrene salt, she cannot endure them. Neither are they useful in the earth, but must be dissolved again in the upper air. But this exhalation, though be always about the metal, yet it is apparent in its rotten, or rubedo. What the ore doth, then the breathing seized on the rotten or rubedo, and kindleth them, then is the metal in its decay or decrease, and is a dead metal, and most of the fire goeth forth, which kindleth this red, and the cold stayeth by the nether metal, which groweth predominant. Hence we see what uridines are able to do when they are predominant metals. Then the cold gets the upper hand, and disgrasseth the ore, bringing it as low as lead. But if heat get the upper hand, then the metal groweth higher and higher, and more lively. This is the difference betwixt the heat of fires, which is called uridines. The vehicle of that heat is the instrument or matter which affordeth the place of it. For uridines are the cause of something, but fire destroyeth it, and the uridines may be without the fire, and above the fire. The most ancient philosophers call it caelces and infernales fires, for it is apparent in gold that fire cannot prevail against it, but only against the flux of it, and cannot consume it. And the mercury cannot hurt neither, only he bringeth hardness unto it, which is good, but to what purpose? For he is not turned to any silver. Both these breathings, upper and nether, in and out breathing comes all to one, and is not only its quality to shew and make known the metal and ore, but passeth through the earth also, to keep them from turning into stones, to stay and keep them porous one upon another, and to make them pure. For it purgeth the earth, as the silver breathing above doth the air, and as the same breathing above bringeth and causeth wind, mist, rain, hoar, frost, snow, even so the subterranean breathing causeth vapors, fumes, breath, saps, minerals, soaps, and sea, and bringeth forth gold out of their seed. He that understandeth these nether, upper, and other meteors, he may make all manner of quick afterworks, for art treadeth into the footsteps of nature. D3. Chapter 17. Of coruscation, or of adhalation, or to breathing, or glittering. Miners, seeing this breathing ascend by night like a flame, they count that only a breathing, and none else, which per se is not a true breathing, but only a coruscation. For it burneth away the excrements, not wholly, only such things that are not and poisonous, purgeth the air from the same stink. For where should the cuticle of the seed get out, if it should not be carried forth? Partly by this flame of fire, and partly by the water. For this stink weakeneth the ore mightily, especially it spoils its color, whereas it may easily be burned or washed away, before it groweth to such a stink, be it in fossils or liquors. This breathing or glittering strengtheneth the senders, it toucheth them not in a way of heat, but in a way of fire, and is not an upboiling, but a burning unto. Seeing the stuff which this coruscation seized on, is found often in a place where no metals are, therefore is it very deceitful, however commonly, and for the most part a metalline breath. For note, the metal never affords or casteth any flame, neither doth it consume in burning, but flay away and vanisheth. You cannot know which way it is gone. Therefore these exuviae spermatus, or husks of the seed, is a greater infection and plainer evidence that there is an ore at hand, because it maketh many glorious things apparent, which the fire seized on, it must not quite be melted from. Its outgoing is a signe that it doth no good to the metals, neither can it stay with it, unless it stick close. Here you may observe again, that fire doth not good to metals, but a warmth which doth not come from fire, as a natural heat is in man without fire. For where are the coals which nature useth for ores? Yet is it hot. Where is there any better blast to make things congeal? A cold without a frost is another matter, as it appeareth in pearls. I call it uridines, as a warmth without an heat, yea, this heat and frost causeth a food unto fire, it cannot endure it anywhere about it. Therefore, if you bring a metal into its heat and cold, then you have already a ground for the afterwork. You have little learning or skill, if you do not know so much. Chapter 18. Of folium and spolium, or of the shimmer and glimmer. The second or other thing which apparently shews and distinguisheth metals is the color. The condition of color is this, that they are not so discernible by reason of their darkness, in which they naturally are. They are elevated and brought to a folium, or are exalted through a folium. As an obscure and untransparent folium doth the same in a lucidum and translucidium corpus, the same must a transparent folium do in a thick body, as metals are in opicum corpus, shining like the moon with a borrowed light into the body, and the folium giveth it forth out of that body. Such a folium or glitter may be made artificially, but nature sheweth that it may be had from a volatile. Though it be true that that volatile may not be had, unless in its seed and body, yet it is soon extant with the body. For he that knoweth not the condition of the folium, he can neither in the flux nor congelation bring any ore or metal into its true tincture. The condition of this folium is that. D4. It is as thin as any leaf in the world can be. Of these leaves is composed a metalline body. Counterfeit chemists busy themselves very much with their stratums, superstratums, but here is it naturally thinner than beaten gold, and this is called opaca perspicuitia, an inbrought leaf, not gilded in, or silvered. Here lay a curious skill for tinging with this leaf, if brought into the glimmer. One knowledge is the cause of another, and as it is seen in a glowing and glittering splendor, that there is no exuvia spermatus, or hull of the seated hand, neither may it be known in any folium or spolium, by its speculums or nightlights, to prepare that leaf and spolium, which soon doth loosen and free itself. And this is the chiefest thing, for it goeth off with the worst poison, and comes on also, and must settle and rest. Chapter 19. Of fuliginous vapors and ashes, touching the white soot of metals, which is a precious garment to silver, if only brought into mercury's wonderful to behold. That the corruption of metals and of the first bodies should afford the highest and the uppermost turn to be the lowermost. Where these soots are found, surely there is metal at hand also, but fair and more natural is hardly seen than there is in Styria, where they make good steel of it. In Wallachia it breaketh or is found near silver, and this is the surest thing in the metalline work, as well in the natural, as in the afterwork, which seemeth most incredible unto the people. And again, that which is most uncertain proveth to be most certain. The reason of it is, because they know and understand it not better. Miners have in their clefts and passages things hanging and lying, in which great matters might be had and found, but require great toil, and is a dangerous work by reason of their poison. Though the halation and breathing goeth along, yet it carrieth many things with it, which hardly may be gotten from it, neither doth it quit the pain and expenses. Miners call the matter after their way indiscreetly and inconsiderately, as the greedy alchemists suppose that when men speak of the mercury of bodies, to be the mercury of metals, or the salts of bodies, to be a salt like other common salt. Ashes of Saturn are seen here sweetly, before they come or go any higher, and before they do turn unto silver. For soon do they embrace antimony, the same the congealed water or coagulated Saturn hath likewise, and is a pure proof to all metals, and groweth deep. Then there is a pure bismuth, which is gross, contains the congealed water of Saturn, which is found also with great gain about metals, when they are reduced to their first matter. Then it ascendeth into a glass metalline work, and the ash work ceaseth. Chemists in old times, and now also made themselves very busy with their salt, to make all bodies potable thereby, having reduced them first into salts. But here is an album out of ashes, which ashes afford salts, which is but in vain. For ashes are garments intimating and pointing at the thing which is clad, and the ore clothed itself with it. When it is coming near the day, the condition of potability is otherwise. They must be brought into potableness, and is done in a clean contrary way than they go to work with. But these are served well enough, that hoe for nothing but for gold. Nature giveth to such these garments. It giveth the slip before men are aware of, the body, therefore look well into bodies. Chapter 20. Of scobes and metalline water, of the schlick and lye, lixivium. Nature in her work must still have an increase and decrease. Some things are coming, and others are going. And as above ground at the melting, and at the hammer metals do lose somewhat, so it is underground. But how these subterranean decreases are discerned, which like crumbs of bread should be preserved, nature being provident keeps them together also, bringing them unto the daylight, that they might be brought to good. And that metal is known also to be under that ground by the scobes or alkali, which at excrement, namely the rocks, stones, flints, which sucked in nature dry in her work. These are the offals. If empty of metals, and if some good ore be in it, then that may well be called schlick or sliding, because it slippeth away from the work, it stealeth away where such sliding is. Take notice of it. For it breaks off from the matter in the officina, wherein metals are in their work and perform their office, and that schlick or sliding is a sure sign that metals are in that place. So the lixivium also, or metalline water, is a sure forerunner of metals, and it dissolveth still in the work, and looseth somewhat from the metals, in which there is a schneed and virtue. For as I have said, when I made mention of minerals, where there are facilia mineralia, there is sure a mine work, and where such minerals are, they soon dissolve into a water or lixivium. And this is the difference betwixt the water and the lixivium. Water affords only the mineral, and the metals allow the flowers thereunto. Out of these comes a lixivium. The effect of this water and lixivium is well known, for they carry in a hidden way flowers or tinctures of ores. The cement or lixivium at Schwellnitz in Hungary corrodeth iron into a schlick or sliding, and if that iron sliding is taken again out of the dray and is cast, then is it good mercury. There are more such lixiviums, but men regard them not. That water also is a sign of a very pure mineral, for let us consider the water at Goslar. Doth it not yield pure white and red vitriol? And in several other places there is found good copper, silver, and lead. Out of these waters may be had again minerals, as you please, or intend to have them, without any great painstaking. For if a mineral is thoroughly dried out, then it hath no more the strength to run forth, but groweth tough, and is dried up sinking into the ground. There are waters in Hungary savouring of sulphur and alum, which afford store of gold and copper. A luminous water in Misnia affords silver and copper. The waters in Bohemia, which taste of salpeter or iron, afford several sorts of metal, except gold. The mines in Styria have their special metalline waters and lixiviums, besides other excellent mine works, insomuch that the whole mines are of mere steel, copper, gold, silver, quicksilver, and other things men's hearts may wish for. The salt waters at Frankenhaus, do they not signify that there are curious mine works there, which if the inhabitants took more notice of, and were more known, what gains could they not make of them? The more these waters are running, the better they serve for many uses. If they are standing, it is a sign that there are evil and bad minerals at hand, and that there are side, maters, and minerals that were gone and left behind in abundance, of sediments and fumes. Take heed of these. Chapter 21. Of scoria and exuvium, of the seed and hull of the seed. The utmost and last decrease and diminution of metals is cinder, which is very good and harmless. I mean that cinder which metals put off by their uridines or soaps. For the exuvium or husk, which the coruscation or by breathing leaveth behind, and is like unto a cinder, is another sort of cinder, like unto that which comes from the forges of smiths and melters, for besides that they weigh their bodies, they cleanse them also, though the lye doth purge the minerals and colors, yet themselves also do purge, as is seen by the cinders which every metal leaveth behind in the fire, which however are not like unto this. By this cinder it is seen also that there are metals at hand, for the cinders of minerals which the coruscation causeth are palpable, known, and visible. Understanding miners know the same. There is a metal and cinder among the slacks, but not known, which is the reason why slacks are so brittle, else they would be malleable, or else they could be cast compact. Some have undertaken that work, but they could not get off these cinders. Touching the schwaden or husks, these do fairly intimate the departing of the seed, and of the work of all bodies. For when the hull ceaseth to work and hath no more food, neither of the minerals, nor of the bodies, and now the folium is gone into spolium, then it is at separating, and breaketh the band of the leaf and seed, which is called the swaden or husk. It is an extreme poison. It destroyeth all that liveth, especially breathing things, for it is its intent to return thither again. Therefore to what place soever it cometh, finding things that move and stir, the same it destroyeth. In itself also, and at last it returneth to the officina of the seed, helps to glue on and imbibe, and turns to be a band again. Where such poison is, be sure that there was silver and metal there, but never in that place where it went forth and is turned into another thing, for after the decay of each body and of its leaf, and after the self-plucking a singular husk, the last it maketh is the fiercest, for there it lay like a speculum upon the water, and easily turneth into nourishments, which is the reason why it turneth so soon to the metals, and so the nourishments are infected contrary to their quality, that it wandereth so up and down is the reason, because it contains some of the seed and of the life, and is the untowardness. For the seed must have something in which it may lie, which if it be not one of the bodies of the seven metals, then is it such a poison or husk. This is the skin wherein it contains itself, so long till the coruscation forceth it away, which then is death unto it. Chapter 22. Of the shining rod, or of the fire rod. He that intends to meddle with rods must not follow after his own fancy, nor bring novelties unto mind works out of his suppositions. For nature endureth not to be curbed in her order, but men must be regulated according to nature. Concerning the rod, good notice must be taken of the breathing, And this lucens virgula, or fire rod, is ordered upon the operative and attractive breathing, for if it were strong, though it doth not kindle, yet it doth its office, through and by a heat appropriated to its quality. A great heat in a furnace puts out a small heat, light, or fire. The same effect hath this breathing upon this rod, which being kindled and stuck in, is put out. No upper air or wind can hurt it, for our upper fire cannot live or burn underground. For if a light or candle be hit against a stone or earth, it is put out, because it cannot fall in. It attracteth the nutriment, which maketh this rod burn and sucks it dry. This is remarkable in the matter of this rod, that it hath an unctuosity which doth not burn as the seed's husk is, whose poison put out light underground in an extraordinary manner. And the breathing above ground doth the same in a peculiar manner. Few miners know this fire, and is the only means whereby the inhalation is known. This firework, thus extracted, is of special use in mines, and then in the afterwork is of several use for metals, of the which more in its due place. To describe fire by fire is no mean skill, and the subterranean fire can in no other way be mastered. Ancient philosophers have written much of it, how superior elements make their juncture with the nether, intimating also that by the means of the middle. Elements must be learned the energy of the superior and subterranean. For they are spirits which join the souls above with the grosser bodies below, else nothing could have any success with in the earth, and for their operation there must be a medium. A gluten, to tie and bind fire with fire, is a strange maxim, but is a true one. Hence cometh a reserve of fire, which never burneth. All three must be together. For the upper is the light fire, and the middle is the flame fire, and the nether is the burning fire. This we shall know at the great day in the other life, where God will separate the burning from the flame. When it flameth, then will the burning consume hell, and hell will soon be burned away. Neither will there be any clearness, but darkness, because God bestoweth the light upon his chosen ones, which is neither a flame nor a burning. Here these must stand together. Be acquainted with its friendliness and friendship, make it thy advantage, which is abstrusely hid, and goeth invisibly, that be hit against a stone or earth, it is put out, because it cannot fall in. It attracteth the nutriment, which maketh this rod burn and sucks it dry. This is remarkable in the matter of this rod, that it hath an unctuosity which doth not burn as the seed's husk is, whose poison put out light underground in an extraordinary manner. And the breathing above ground doth the same in a peculiar manner. Few miners know this fire, and is the only means whereby the inhalation is known. This firework, thus extracted, is of special use in mines, and then in the afterwork is of several use for metals, of the which more in its due place. To describe fire by fire is no mean skill, and the subterranean fire can in no other way be mastered. Ancient philosophers have written much of it, how superior elements make their juncture with the nether, intimating also that by the means of the middle. Elements must be learned the energy of the superior and subterranean. For they are spirits which join the souls above with the grosser bodies below, else nothing could have any success with in the earth, and for their operation there must be a medium. A gluten, to tie and bind fire with fire, is a strange maxim, but is a true one. Hence cometh a reserve of fire, which never burneth. All three must be together. For the upper is the light fire, and the middle is the flame fire, and the nether is the burning fire. This we shall know at the great day in the other life, where God will separate the burning from the flame. When it flameth, then will the burning consume hell, and hell will soon be burned away. Neither will there be any clearness, but darkness, because God bestoweth the light upon his chosen ones, which is neither a flame nor a burning. Here these must stand together. Be acquainted with its friendliness and friendship, make it thy advantage, which is abstrusely hid, and goeth invisibly. Chapter 23, of the glowing rod. Because the stirring of the rod is fallen to abuse among many people, however, it is a fundamental way to know and to bring forth the metals, if duly and naturally used. It is an undeniable truth, as I made mention of before, that metals do breath, and the same breathing is invisible. The best means to learn it is the rod. This is the reason why I call this rod the glowing rod, because it revealeth and sheweth the exhalation of metals, which exhalation is of a fiery heat. Though it casteth neither flame nor sparks, yet it is of such an heat that it gloweth in its manner, and brings the rod into a glowing, which is an infallible sign that there is a living metal at hand. This rod, if it should be more glowing without a flame, there must be used special matter, which receiveth that fire, else it cannot be done with any utility. Concerning the rod, it is a stick or staff, of the length of half an ell, of hard wood, as of oak. unto it is fastened the matter. Even as a torch or link is made of pitch or wax, this matter must be an unctuous matter, either of an animal, vegetable, or somewhat else, which is upon or above ground. It must not be too strong. Otherwise it sets the breathing on fire. No talk, wax, pitch, or resin is fit to be used, nor any mineral. Otherwise that breath, mineral, or metal would set its rod on fire, and consume it. It must be a calx of earth, which catcheth that heat suddenly, and smothers in a heat, as Calx doth above ground, being moistened, it falls thus off from the rod. This lime, burnt above by breathings, is good for several uses. But this breathing doth not seize on the unctuosity or mine wax, else how could the nourishment of minerals prosper? Miners call it a spath, a true calx of the earth. It is not corroded and seized on underground, because it hath too much of humidity. Some call it a mine mermel or subterranean mermel, but it is no such matter, because he doth not endure the weather above ground, thoroughly dried out, and by breathing is kindled at last. The huge mountains in Norway, the Ors in Swedland, seize on it and corrode it. They are full of spath or calx. In their glowing they grow hollow. If they were in a flame, that land had been consumed long ago. For as soon as the earth water comes forth from the spath, and the exsicating earth cometh forth also, then the hidden fire falls into their places. Chapter 24 of the Leaping Rod. When metal is in its purification, that it neither riseth nor moveth, then it hath its breathing the same as it is of a singular condition, must be discovered and led forth by a singular rod, which rod is of 2 sticks held together with both hands. Where there is such a breathing and lay close on that rod, no man is able to hold these sticks together if that breathe on them. And if it were a single stick, it would break in 2. The inner side where this rod is laid together must be anointed with marcasite. That breathing draweth it downward, even as the magnet is of an attractive quality, to draw iron. So draweth the breathing of this ore, the marcasite, because the condition and property of the marcasite is to strengthen the breathing of the purification. There is not a better way of refining, as to use to each metal its peculiar marcasite. There is a 2-fold marcasite, one above of the uridines, or upper mental heat, and the other of the nether. Of this marcasite the schlick or small dust is put to the point of the rod. The metal's breathing causeth the rod to leap asunder. At melting of ores and metals there must be added a double slack, an upper and a nether, that the metal may break the better. The like must be observed here at this purifying and refining. The marcasites, because, especially those above, not those underground, carry soap metal and are pure, help the purifying very much. Pure ferment put to down, fermenteth the same quickly. The same condition is in ores. A small addition will further their refining. There is a general complaint that marcasite requireth a great deal of labor before it can be brought to any good. What is the reason? The true manual is unknown. A manual, what it is. I call that a manual when nature can be assisted with advantage and skill to add to any metal or ore calcined which you intend to refine. That is fit to be added. You will quickly see the effect. I could speak of the several marcasites of the several ores and metals, but it is needless for the afterworks. I would most willingly have perverse men be acquainted with these secrets. They have it often in their hands, but they do not know what they have. For what is the marcasite of iron? Is it not the magnet? And what is it of gold? Is it the lapis lazuli? And so forth of the rest. The marcasite of iron is the magnet or lodestone. Go down into the mine, take this rule along with thee, then you will come out of it more wise than you went down, and be thankful for it. The marcasite of gold is the lapis lazuli. Chapter 25 of Phyrsilla, or of the striking rod. As man's natural breath goeth in and out, so is the halation also, and it carrieth all the rest. Man's breath, when he drinketh wine, smells not little of it, or after any other half-scented food. This carrieth this breath in and out all other scenting breaths out of man's body. Even so do I compare this halation also, with a natural quick breath, which carrieth all the rest that come in the furchin seed. So there is no other striking rod for it, but what is of a year's growth, which otherwise is called a somerlath. This the miner cut off after the usual way, and so in the name of God they go. If it strikes in, then is it good. If not, then his unlucky hand and misfortune is blamed, which is fallen upon him, and thinks that his handiworks are not blessed. Thus out of a false conceit men suppose their own aptness and disposition either hinder or further them therein, not considering God's gift and blessing. And the most of them do not know, after what they had at what these rods do strike, they wear it under their girdle or on their hatband, keep it in devotion, as their superstition leadeth them unto, to get their bread according to their necessity. God hath bestowed enough on them, if they knew how to manage their things judiciously. There is one thing to be noted also, that the several airs or breathings have their several operations, especially upon aerial things. For astronomers, appropriate some trees and fruits to the air. The upper air hath the upper part of the trees and their fruits. The nether air possesseth the roots, milketh and attracteth the juice they yield, because it is their allotted part, as well as the upper part is allotted. The upper air, where it affecteth the juice, leaves, fruits, as it is seen, that the blessing cometh from above at first, which is palpably seen in proper twigs. They make the twig and the fruit twistingly firm, and this sap sinketh in due time, which is drawn up by degrees by a hot air from below, which is their food, their work matter, and all aerial things. Therefore, if you take such a rod, especially of a hazel or of a cray tree, whose sap is full, and beareth a pleasant and sweet fruit, it draweth the same downward, that the rod must sink and stick. It will suck out the juice when the rod stands right on its passage. This holdeth from above into this station, where the rod stands still, that place they call the oars station, standing as straight as a line. This rod draweth the halation naturally after the sap so strongly, that the rod doth bow to the halation and to that oar, unless it were so strongly pinned that it could not bow. It doth not draw obliquely, and striketh neither at the upper nor the lower, but at the middle part, which is called the wind, and is good neither for the one nor for the other, neither doth the breath, thrusting together the grains, making their outer rind according as it is either good or bad, for it hurteth or furthereth the upper and lower breathing. This distinction must be well observed. The streams and oars run that way also. Hereunto are used the tops of almond trees, and of such fruit trees as do consist of a mere kernel and a hard shell, for such shells, and the barks of such trees, and all that they have, are much aerial and fiery, which serve best for the metalline work, and the best kindling coals are made of them, and are very light. E2. Chapter 26 of Virgula Trepidans, or the heaving or trembling rod. The breathings driving the fumes together above and below, you must conceive that it requireth great skill to discern other breathings from this. The breathings of the upper element are jovial, and the nether breathings are jovial also. The same is apparent in their work. The wind also is Jupiter. He fumeth these together, and that breathing can hardly be discerned by the rod. This skill is of high strain. This heaving rod doth shew the way. It must be made of a metalling lamina, as of steel, which must be thrusted below the dam earth. At the end of that earth, these breathings and halations come together, and the rod stirreth quaketh, which it doth not, unless at such a time. The rays of the inferior and superior bodies may not be stayed, but only at the work they do stand, for at the breathing they have their ascension and descension are not held in their life's going, unless by the matter of this rod there is a knot on that stick, and it is hollow like a cane. This matter of the rod is made of an electrum, drawn from the best thin lamens of Luna and Sol, put into a glassy helm, which hindereth not the breathing, because it will not be hindered as a vessel may, made above ground. Therefore look how you thrive, if you drive it in too deep. If you take not matter out of the inferior earth matter, as hath been mentioned before. The strength you perceived of the striking rod, if there be an aerial halation at hand, you see how that rod quaketh, for the inferior ascendeth and toucheth, and the superior descendeth and toucheth likewise, which rouseth as it were the furch, or life and seed of the metal. Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32, Chapter 33 of Aurum Metallicum, of the metalline gold, or of the metalline bed. Here is another fatness underground, where metals grow, neither is it the hull of the seed, nor the stone, as petroleum or naphtha, but is like unto an irido or slime soap. It differs much from soap. Soap doth not burn, because it contains a hidden sulphur, not a combustible one, but an incombustible one. This is the reason why it doth not burn in a flame. Neither doth it seize on another thing, but only on the pure metal. If that should continue with it, the metal could not come neither in ascension nor descension. It consumeth first of all on the metal, even as grease doth in the animals. This fatness is far from the ore. When it is predominant, it consumeth the metal quite, and evaporateth. Oil is of that virtue, put on the top of a drink, be it what it will. It keeps in strength and coolness. This fatness shuts up the ore's body, that no breathing can pass. Fatness hath a great affinity with iron, and is one of its next kinds, of the which great volumes could be written. In the county of Schwarzburg, at Wackersburg, there is store of such fatness, looks like quicksilver, and swimmeth red, and tinctureth red, like bull. This color it took hold on, and it may be extracted from it. Some call it a mercurial body, or a tin glass, lee glass, bismuth, or antimony. It seized on all those, and when this fatness doth not turn to a fatness of such metals, where the seed is predominant, then it turns to a volatility, and to a great robber. This fatness is a greasy earth, glittering like a salve, of a red and brown glowing, as if it were quicksilver or beaten talc or glass strode in two. In the rocks of Bohemia and Transylvania there is great store of it at Goslar and at Slackenwald, even as quicksilver or lead ores are. Many of them are found here and there. Chapter 34, of metalline streamers. When furch and seed must part from their work by reason of the sediments, be they what they will, and expire not naturally, then the ore is turned to stones, which miners call fluxes, though they know not from whence they come, nothing can be made out of them. They are fusible or fluid, when melted in fire, but nothing can be brought into them, because they are not porous, or nothing can get into, which maketh them more noble. It is strange in nature, if any good thing be driven out of the body, will not return thither. For if life be gone from man, the body receiveth it no more. But these are things possible to God alone. My intent is not here to write of miraculous things, but only of things natural. I waive the former. It is to be admired that the body of dead metals is so far off, whereas other bodies, which are dead, consume away to nothing. Metals also come into a corruption, but in a long time their death is like any glass, keeps its color, especially if it was of a marcasite, hence are learned the colors of marcasites for green, blue. White fluxes are found therein as metalline flowers have been, which are generated of three bodies. Chapter 27, of the falling rod, or of the nether rod, that there is a peculiar and vehement moving quality and power in the breathing and halation upward and downward, which may not be stayed by any opposition. The same is apparent in all the vegetables of the world. Rain and great thick mists may keep from us the solar shine, but nothing can stay this breathing, because it strikes directly through. But if it proveth weak in its fertility, it is the fault of the mild air. A shot out of a gun, if it is to go a great way through the air, is cooled. This is the reason why the solar beams have not that operation underground as they have above it, and hence also it is that the metalline matter is not so fertile, however they do what they can, descend to the metal, where they ruse a fire and preserve the same. Thus the sunbeams must affect all in a magnificent and glorious manner, not only above to preserve with its light the lights of all the stars, but by day also to impart unto the world and men the daylight. By these beams it casts into the earth a dispersed fire, which is advantageous to the preservation of subterranean things. They thrust together homogeneal things, and bring metals to a compactness. That they may be had pure above ground, they lie and lean on them. From hence hath the rod its original. E3. For at some certain time you see the sun draw water, as the vulgar speech is. So the beams have that quality. They comfort metals by stricking downward. There is used a stricking rod. Above it as twist is left a part of the stick of 3 thumbs length. At the off-cutting take are its pith, put superfine sole into the halation which goeth in, pull the rod in, where the ore is. The reason of it is, because the nether breathing of the air is there, and goeth against, draweth this breathing, carrieth it down, and the metal within the rod is pulled downward, as if it would join the same with the rest of that body. Thus the breathings and halations are copulated. The beam must conceive on the earth, in which it is to operate. It bringeth no rain to the earth, but the vapors of the earth which rise. The same make or cause the rain, snow, and hoar frost, bring the same to the earth, imbibing the same therewith. The same operation it hath on the subterranean vapors, caused by the breathing of the metal within. In their ascension it makes them heavy, so that they are able to fall unto Sol, helping the same in its fertile work. Having accomplished its fertility of the work, then such metalline rain falls also on the metal, maketh it ponderous, moveth its furch in the lubricum, and draweth the rod down also more vehemently than it doth to the stricking rod, which toucheth not the metal, but merely the breathing, which is not yet obliterated through or by the halation. This breathing might very well be called a fruitful rain, which thus comfortably refresheth them, is not a running rain, but only a breathing which by the deep glittering Sol is made noble. It is not sufficiently expressed when ignorant simple miners usually say, that the sun and her influences worketh gold, not telling the manner of it, as I made mention of, but now themselves may go yet to school, and learn the lesson better. Chapter 28 of the superior rod. As the planets have not their fixed and certain volution in the firmament, for the which they are called erratic stars, the lesser remain in their fixed stations. The metalline bodies are of the same quality, for they do not stick close unto bodies, but rise and fall. For that reason I compare them to the various motions of the stars above. Their body is rolling and voluble, led and tinged by the furch and seed, which is for the most part of the sun's condition. Planets with the sun are of a special agreement in motu and lumine, and their body may be said to be lubricum and volatile. This rod is appropriated unto planets which hang their bodies to the seeds as long as the great breathing of Sol holds still, and suffers himself to be obscured. And he must suffer in giving his luster to the earth by rain, mist, and snow, so long till he breaks the rhythm. So the bodies also are corruptible in this upper fire more than the lower in their work. Therefore, such a rod must be applied, which I call an upper rod, that the opposite breathing of the reflecting metal and beams which were received of the sun, and strengthened again, may be returned from the bottom to the cisteria, be it as high as it will. This turco or rod is a twisted tender branch of a hazel, which from that twist on the bulk is hollow 3 fingers length, for its pith must be out of it. And the mercury of metals must be put in, the weight of 3 barley corns or grains. This rod stirreth the halation from below upward. This is the condition of this rod, whereby is known that that metal is of an infirm body, wanting the influence of upper planets, being defective of the solar heat, and not of that below, and is the cause why Mercury's lubricum in the rod is stirred, making it rebound, intimating that it is unfit for his work, and that another body is fitter. The planets with their influence work more on imperfect metals than on perfect ones. For the sun doth not put a garment on Mercury of the body, but a certain constellation doth it, the rest joying in the work, and are found next to it, except Sol and Luna, these meddle not with this rod. Though these also are planets, and belong to a perfect breathing, and have their particular rod, as others have theirs, which press toward their several work, they are fitted for not aiming at the work's matter, which maketh its principle as the mercury of metals. There must be had a sufficient instruction for to know it. It is thus. A metal is known before it casts any crust, and how deep the ore lay, and how it may be wrought upon. If I would know whether there be a sufficiency in that ore, the same I learn by the leap of this rod. If it be a Saturnial ore, the rod leapeth the more than the condition of the body of Saturn is. For this rod doth not stir the body, but that which is the most in. That body, namely the mercury of the body, for it yields good store of it, and may put on easily another garment, and be a mercury of metals, and so forth. If in that place be tin and bismuth, the rod applied leapeth not so quick, but more slowly than it doth where Saturn is, where an ore is. There that rod moveth more slowly yet, but this must be observed, that there is no breathing about metals, unless they be underground, for when they are there, then are they in their works. Whether they be increasing or decreasing, they cannot be without breathing then. Thus much of these rods. Chapter 29 of resting vapors, or of their sediments. Mine works meet with many natural obstructions, as all other worldly things are subject unto. For all things sublunary are in subjection unto corruptibleness. The same happeneth also unto metals. They suffer by their cold and hot fires, that they quite evaporate and expire. As when their vapors and fumes grow ponderous, cannot vapor away upward, where such vapors are, miners cannot brook underground. In a cellar where new wine or new beer is on working, that vapor suffers no candle to burn, by reason of the ponderous KHO or fume, which cannot so soon enter the ground, unless these fumes be extenuated in their ponderosity. This false matter lay on close is like warm meal caries, which differs from onosticolium, for that is in the rocks naturally, and dissolves at last into a fire. This doth not so, and keeps still a dry powder, and is heavier than mine ashes, which are light, and dissolve into salts, which this meal doth not, but abideth a constant sediment, which is like an unwholesome stinking vapor, choking the ores, turning them to a rottenness, being obstructed in their driving above and below. These fumes are caused when there are hard rocks, to which fire must be applied, which causeth ill fumes, which being weakened in its rising, lie down in a place grown ponderous, and increase. For evil and poisonous things will soon gather to an heap. It is seen in gold being dissolved in water, let it stand a while, and the impure minerals separate from the essence of gold, and settle to the bottom. Excrements of metal are soon brought to that posture, for being brought to a glowing by a small heat, they cast such a malignant fume, which choke men immediately. Chapter 30 of Weather Salt, Halitus Melissus. The malignant breathing, as it is generally so called, is a pestilent salt, which endangereth not only the miners, but hurts the ores also. For it allayeth or maketh the brea things fall, which are in the ore, being thereby obstructed in their natural working. The manner of the settling of these breathings are worthy to be noted. It may be compared unto an eclipse, though the beams which ascended keepeth its course, yet the breathing stayeth it, and will not let it go about that place, being in that staying condition, its furch and seed parteth at last. Through its sides or walls it suffers fluid ores to come in. Thence is the original of such fluid ores, of which there are several sorts. But this is to be noted, that weather is called a weather, because it is not of such clear air as it is above ground with us. still carrieth something with it, which is grosser and hurtful unto men more than the air above with us. For men are not commanded to dwell and live underground, but if anyone's employment lay that way, he must be contented to do so. Commit his condition to God Almighty, because he must endure and suck in ill fumes and get mind diseases. This subterranean air growing ponderous by reason of the fume and waterstone which stop and corrupt the cross passage, then is it called a weather salt. This is apparent when a burning candle is brought in. These ponderous fumes do quench it like water. At last they choke the men also. Therefore, when that is seen and felt, let miners come out again, for they can do no good there. Chapter 31 of Cos Metallicus, or stone salt. The air being of one piece of pure earth at last turneth to a stone. There are several sorts of stones, as there are several bodies in the earth, though all of them are but an earth. The longer the matter lay, the harder and better it will be. Such stones cannot be stirred or heaved, unless by fire, which seized on the earth and consumes it, and turns it to a terrene firmament, as scales are in fishes, and bones in beasts. These also the Lord will have in his good time with fire. This moved the ancients to consume their carcasses with fire, though flesh soon comes to rottenness underground. Yet the bones do not consume so soon. The fire consumes them, being turned to earth flesh. This salt is hurtful unto metals, taking from them their working. Without it they cannot continue in their life, but must expire and die, because nothing can penetrate it. The difference betwixt the stone salt and the stone meal is this: the salt heaveth itself, when the stone groweth to a hardness, which formerly hath been a precious stone, and the air could penetrate it. But now it begins to turn into a hornstone. When this meal comes to the height of its age, it turneth to a dust. Here is it requisite to relate the difference betwixt the nether and upper stone, which partly is obstructive, and partly a furtherance to the minework. They may increase underground, but in the afterwork no stone is good, because they have no nutriment, and therefore must perish, and be famished for want of food. Chapter 32 of the subterranean pools. There is a most heavy case which befalls clefts, passages, and structures, called water pools underground. For it is a truth undeniable that clefts and passages underground have their waters, both the day water and the night water. If once opened, then are they made passable, which proves the utter ruin of mine works. Therefore my counsel is not to make passages navigable to come to the ores. It is just as if one would dig a man's heart out of his body, and he would begin to dig at the pulse, and so along all the way to the heart, would it not be in horrid butchery. There is a nearer path to the well, what needs to make far fetches about. There is a twofold water underground, the day water and the ground water. The day water is not hurtful unto the structures, but rather helpful, soaking away many things, and takes away many times from the stages the groundwater. Let the groundwater be kept out as much as possible may be, for it doth hurt if it cannot pass away. Neither let it spring from below out of its cataracts. Keep out the fire also, for both are hurtful to metals and to all things in the world, if they play the masters. Chapter 33, Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Creta chalk or stone meal. We see in this our air that no fume or wind ascendeth in vain, it dissolve again into one thing or other. Thither resort many meteors, the like meteors with the earth underground. For the fume which ascendeth from the fire halation of the ore or of the metal, and holds the stone meal, Creta, wherever it falls or lighteth, grindeth more, and increaseth abundantly, having a dangerous salt, whereby it hurts those places where metals be, especially when they are in their ascension, hindering their color. It is apparent in the slate at Mansfeld, where it betwixt the spokes of the oars, and can hardly be gotten from thence. It robbeth and consumeth folium and collium. The stone meal maketh a rough with stone marble, turning it to a kind of marble called the pole stone or gobet, a double stone, and is dark and very firm. It striketh fire, being for the most part a fire. Hither belong the talk, but intending to make mention of them in another place, I waive them here. However, they also are such a meal, and differ from others herein, because it inclineth more to a cold fire, wherein it melteth like snow, as the others do, and dissolves sooner into water again into meal, and this turns sooner to meal than to water, if it be of lessy matter than half of the stone marrow. Then it affords a fair ice or crystal, called vitrum alexandrinum, or maize ice, which cannot be mastered in hot fires, but it melteth in cold fires, is very hurtful unto metals, insomuch that by reason of it mine works fall to ruin, as it happened at Stolberg. Chapter 36 of Spiro, or of the blast. The spiro or blast in an instrument which bringeth right the weather or obstructed air, otherwise all would turn to stone where it is, and would be at a stand there. If the lower fire should enter instead of the air, and excesseth though it doth not kindle, if a piece be beaten off it, then it appeareth so. and this piece which flay thus aside giveth to understand, how it maketh the stone, and how nature frameth the ore and metal. But jewels and precious stones are from another offspring out of sweet waters. In this instrument there dwell together fire and air, which take their power and matter from the malignant weather, where they consume all ponderous matters through fire, and lightning the remaining matter it hath. Make that spiral or blast into a ball of copper, of an head's bigness, render it bright and light, let no air get into it, leave a small hole, where a needle may enter. Attracting the water which purposely must be made and set for it, there must be had a pan of coals at hand which must be kindled, and the ball laid into it, turning the little hole toward the coal fire. And it will blow the fire forcibly, which being done, it groweth hot, and maketh the water boil in the ball, which flameth and carrieth it forth with a great fierceness, blowing on the coals strongly. And thus it maintaineth the fire by breathing strongly in the manner of a pair of bellows, driven from without. Hereby several good things are effected, and the condition of this ball is that it sheweth what may be done above ground with the like, no use can be made of it behind that place, because nature herself hath found a blast for her fire. Chapter 37 of Pulsa, or of the breakstuff, or brittle matter. This salt is engendered usually by malignant fume, which the mine fire should have, and when the stones be very hard. Then there must be made a fire of wood, where the fume draweth to the stone fire, and groweth thick. And if the fumes of succinum and of other things are joined, it turneth then to such poison, that the ore must be melted. Else it perisheth, for that fume lay on the ore fuliginous cobalt, which corrode and consumed the ore. There a ball must be applied, which is round and hollow. Having a hole at a bigness at which a quill may enter, it must be so close that no air may either enter or get out. This ball must be filled with gunpowder, cover the same with cotton, wool boiled in salpeter. Then dip it in melted pitch, which is mixed with some sulphur. Kindle that ball, let it go down a box, or fling it on a stone or chamber. When the ball breaks asunder, it expels that fume, not only by that soak, but with the blow or report the gunpowder makes. Such a ball may be applied also to water, and be sunk in an instrument under water, in which noisome fishes are feared. The crack will kill the fishes that are there. There is a past, which giveth no report, but only burneth and destroyeth, and heaveth the salt. But have a care what pass you make use of, and have a respect to the upper scaffolds, whether they be old or new, that they be not embezzled. And your pass must be mixed, so that it may do no hurt. F. Chapter 38 of Clathrum, or of the blank fire. This fire needs nothing for its food, shineth in darkness, is a special fire for mine works, quitteth the charges, applied, more than the expenses due, bestowed upon talc or brometh work. For oil in some places may be had cheap enough, cast no smoke, destroyeth fumes. It is put into a glass ball, which is put into a basket, to keep it safe from water and sand, which affords a light to the workman. Miners ought to know how to enter their ground for the height or metalline speculum, which is a singular manual for the metalline breathings, and after halations join and come together, require special instruments whereby they may be known, for where these do join, and the diurnal breathing is predominant, then it exhaleth by day, shineth out of the earth. Miners call this a metalline breathing, true it is so, but they leave out something, for it is but half breathing, if the after breathing is predominant. Then it appeareth by that speculum and light, wherein it maketh itself known. She is in work with something, and there at hand such a metal. Metals do shine, though it doth not appear so to our eyes, like as rotten wood doth. By day they are not quiet, as long they are working, but there must be a reflection of their work, which is this light. It casteth no beams, as the daylight or rotten wood doth, but by night it receiveth one from such a dark or duskish shadow light. Fair and curious breathings are seen therein, and that light of darkness is a light you may see by it. He that is distant from it 5 or 6 yards seeth it not, nor canst thou neither. For it is such a light as is in the eyes of cats, dogs, and wolves, which can spy thee, though thou canst not. For there is a light at night as well as by day, which is apparent in these bodies, which receive their light from nocturnal light. For if that power were in themselves, they would ejaculate beams, which they do not, and experience evidenceth it, that there is a subterranean ignis dissidus, or scattered fire. This light is twofold. The first lighteth, being thus prepared in a ball of some fishes or worms, of juices of herbs, or saps of wood, being distilled, and the distilled water being put into it. Take a pure crystalline glass, it casts a curious light underground. If mercurial water be put into it, it exudateth the waters made of worms and of woods very highly in this darkness, which is called the light. It may be done and used also by day, but much better in subterranean darkness, in which the fire lay hid, and must be exuded and awakened by such material and instrumental light. The second light is speculum, which receiveth that light, and giveth an intimation of such hot or cold fires, which every clown or miner understands. For as it shineth in speculum, so kindleth this fire, and as the ore. In this body they are discerned well enough, from whence the diseases have their several names, but are not searched. The difference betwixt the ball and the speculum is the same with that which is above ground. I can view all members of my body, but not my face. I can behold the light, but what the sun of this light is. Which ministereth the luster unto it, the same I cannot behold or discern. Chapter 39 of the gluten, or mind glue. The best help and remedy which may be applied to subterranean pools are wells, for where these break forth. F2. They carry that water away. A better and nearer is not the gluten, to dam up or keep out the day water, that they do not run any farther. This damming hath great utility. It maketh the water not only slimy and tough, but it driveth it backward, that it be served for some other issue, and be rid of it in that place, where it is not, and most obstructive. If the day water be thus stopped by a gluten that cannot run and gather at the sink, then that groundwater may soon be drawn away at the sink. The deeper the sinks are cleansed, the more these groundwaters or springs are diverted, and at last are turned also to day waters, or may be dammed up and made run another way, where they may not be obstructive to the scaffolds, and where divings of mills are not had at the same places. The gluten may be used. Then the scaffolds and structures in the passages, clefts, and mines may be seen. The dams in the gluten are the best helps hereunto. Chapter 40, of Truda, or of a past for to corrode the stone through, or through eating. There is almost nothing which is a greater hindrance unto mine works than water is, and where the gluten is not sufficient to keep it out, and in places where it is set in, and must be drawn away with lower buildings. As with stone, or beams and pipes, it is in huge and dangerous work to make these thorough breathings good and hold. It costeth many men's lives, and great expenses must be made. Therefore ways and means must be thought upon to make ways through with burning, to make such a paste which corrodeth the rock, and grinds the stone like eating, and thin, that the water may get through, and run away, that the miners may not lose their lives in that water, as usually befalls them at such works. This fire corrodes great stones in running waters or rivers. It is a corroding fire, a gluten being made, which is lined or covered with combustibles, poured or cast down through a channel or pipe. Guarded from water, that gluten may be effectual, though it be under water many fathoms deep, it still corrodeth further, gathering strength by that, it eateth upon and burneth, and presseth still lower. It doth not smoke, being a running corrosive fire. There are some saps and gums, which if boiled to a hard glass, and mingled with unslaked lime, kindle and burn strongly, that they corrode the rock, making a hole into and big and as deep as you will have it. So that the water must sink away, there must be set a pipe of wood or of other materials, as deep as the water rose, and must be set and sunk to the very bottom, and of this gluten. Past or stuff must be put into, let the whole of the pipe be closed with pitch, to keep out the water, make small bullets of this past, kindle them, it eateth down even out at the stone, or beam's end. The bigness of the hole must be according to the pipe's mouth, below, which must be equally wide with that above, when the pipe is cleared, and way made for the water to run out at the hole. Then all that water pool underground will sink away, and clear the chambers below. This is a curious skill for to break through rocks if well contrived and well ordered with exact manuals. F3. Chapter 41 of the Traha are heaving materials used instead of a dray or sleed. It is known that breathing and halation and the weather uphold all both artificial and natural things. It is apparent in great edifices that the things exposed to weather cannot hold, if neither water nor wind be tied. The great reparations in such structures signify so much. There is a place in Zips or Sepusium called the Trosjechan, where firm steel ascendeth by day, and in that place there is no mine of steel, no instrument can get any scale from it. But lying in the weather one winter and summer, it gets a scale of 2 fingers thick. Thus it is apparent that the weather heaveth also a stole, or the great beam or metalline body. Why should it not lift and heave a stone? This appeareth further at the falling down of great snowballs from mountains about Salzburg, and in Styria, where great pieces of rocks fall down with such snowballs as big as in houses, which heat and cold hath thus corroded and loosened. Hannibal, making the Alps passable for his army, poured warm vinegar on the rocks, whereby he made them so brittle that they soon could be wrought through. Oil doth the like, if well prepared. Acidums made of vegetables of wine, beer, fruits, are precious for such purposes. Cistern waters may be turned into sedums, if cooked with honey, being made warm first. This driveth the fire back, which is in stones, for there are commonly horn stones, and fire stones, which are made brittle. There is made of petroleum also, so that you need no fat and oil, nor any other. No, not naphtha neither, drawn from Ophion mark or calcine flints, such water as sedums being poured upon, and other frighting waters, whereby the hardest stones are terrified and made brittle. It stands upon natural reason, that such stones must be dealt withal in this manner. For behold the gluten and aquaphor of what efficacy these are. Doth it not corrode the pumice stone like beeswax, and the top stone like a marble of divers colors? Consider well the white marble and the sliding sand in which the pumice is, you will find what manner of lixiviums may be boiled from them. Chapter 42 of the Frost and Mine Works. The greatest troubles that miners are put unto is to pull and draw up all the filths and stones that are not out of the mine works, that a way be made to come deeper in. Above ground they call it an heap of rubbish. It costeth no great matter to cleanse, dissolve, and void these rubbishes with corrosive waters. It costeth little if rightly managed and handled. To dissolve first the lightest things, these being made riddance of, the rest may easily be voided. That earth underground must not be looked upon, as that is above with us, adorned with grass. For underground there is least of the earth. There is a mixture of all manner of things, as salts, dews, minerals. Stones, the least part is earth, and yet that part is the noblest, for out of it are made all manner of metalline bodies. There are sharper things, all of which must not be used at once, and must be affected with these. When that which is above cannot be applied to that which is beneath, dews also are easy in their uses, for to corrode and make brittle. Sulphur alone performeth the work which is a poison unto dews and saps. Miners and such that are employed about such works must have knowledge of such things and exercise. F4. Themselves herein by way of practice, for all particulars belonging to these manuals cannot be set down upon white and black. Experimental knowledge must be joined hereunto, not only depending from things written. Chapter 43 of the Flaming Fire. Whereas there is occasion for great and small fires in mine works which must be learned and applied according to the several sorts of metals, and not after the manner of their several meltings and finings, and the condition of such necessary fires must be known also. To set down these in their particulars would require great pains, and the writing thereof would rise to a great volume. It is the duty of understanding melters and finers to order and regulate themselves in their fires, according as each metalline condition requireth, to further and not to hinder their work. And so I commit these to their further and serious thoughts, and to take these things into a fuller consideration. Chapter 44, of ignis torrens, or of the roasting fire, things inclining to ashes and soot and excrements of metals. And the exuviums or holes of bodies melters suppose may be taken and gotten off safely in a roasting or calcining fire. They make a great fire of wood under them to roast or calcine the metal, that as they suppose they retain nothing. Thing thereof, or of such offals you heard of now, they yield their exuvium, and copper yields cinders and slacks. If frightened, then it rubbeth and consumeth iron, therefore kneeling is more commendable. As they do at Mansfield, a great heap of ore is laid together, which they kindle, let it stand in a gentle glowing heat, and burn away that which should come off in that glowing. Metals in Swedland are healed thus at the heat of the sun in summer. There it runs finely together, and purgeth itself so neatly insomuch that it would be refined, if it stayed its time in that heat. This kneeling I do better approve of than of the calcining in a fire flame. There's a twofold glowing fire, and metals require a twofold glowing or kneeling. One sort of it is used at Mansfield. They kindle with bundles of straw the heaps of slats, let them glow of their own accord, and they do it like an heap of coals, and the ore is kneeled, which is put in for that purpose. Secondly, kneeling is good also for bodies of stones, reducing them into calxes, but those that made metalline calxes in an enclosing heat or glowing fire. They got only the calxes of the body's exuviums. Therefore neither themselves nor others have any cause to marvel if they do no good in that way. Chapter 45 of the corroding fire. This fire ought to be set among the coal fires, being of a consuming nature, and their corrosiveness in the cold fire. And it hath the same qualities which the burning fire hath. It shineth and burneth. Its burning is corroding, in that it is better than the other, because it doth not burn it to ashes, but brings the bodies to dust or sand, which would be toilsome if by filings it should be brought to state. The next neighbor to this fire is the glowing fire, of the which I will give only a hint. Chapter 46 of ignis candens, or of the glowing fire. This fire is purposely ordered upon metalline bodies, it consumeth them, being their naturally inclined thereunto. This fire is of great concernment, making their bodies very malleable, their exuviums stay on the float, and is the best quality they have, that they purr off in that glowing the thing which will be gone, and the good thereof remains. Things nowadays are slighted, the world supposes to have skill enough. It wants no further knowledge, quod capitatat sensus. Everyone thinks his wit best, though some have scarce begun to know any of these things, which is the reason why men are still kept to their rudeness. Men may suppose I mean by this corrosive water an aquafort. It is no such matter. How many runs of precious aquafort is used in vain at Goslar, or the hearts which would serve for better use, and the expenses laid out for wood might have been saved. Chapter 47 of Ignis Incubans, or of the Lampfire. This fire serveth when metals are wrought openly, and not looted in, then the metal doth not fly away in a dust. Nor doth its best run away, for you heard that a flaming fire is hurtful, for to work metals withal. Lamp dishes are commonly of glass, set in an earthen pan, filled with ashes or sand, kept in a sweating. In that sweat many suppose the metal receiveth its body, or the one changes to the other. I leave this transmutation its worth, and cannot approve of it. Touching this warmth, I cannot disprove nor find fault with it, and all metals indeed should be dealt withal in this manner. These two fires of ores and the lamp fire, if they were made use of in medicinal ways, would do better than the calcining or flaming fire can do where these are of no use. And the long fire must orderly be kept in an equal heat, if any good shall be done. Some kept the lamp fire in a stove furnace, where all things were spoiled in the working. It was either too hot or too cold. It was of no equal heat, which the work in the end did shew, because it was not well governed. Chapter 48 of the Cold Fire. This is a strange fire, little can be said of it. To those which cannot conceive of it was not taken notice of, or whether they did despair of it. I know not. This is it which elsewhere is called coagulating. It cannot consume the other fire. It can melt the work, but consume it is impossible. It works in the air as well as in the fire, where it sheweth its efficacy and is the sole proof of its fusibleness. Metal and mercury is of a cold fusion. All other fusions are hot, if you believe it not. Feel it. The fixation of the warm flux is called coagulation. There the one opposeth the other, the one congealeth. The other keeps in a liquidness. This difference must be known by those which are employed about melting of metals and their fluxes. Whether it is of concernment to govern this fire well, or hot stones are to be weighed. And things that are excessively cold are a death to a tempered body. What animals do live either in too cold or too hot a fire? And to speak precisely of life, it is impossible to do that, as to speak really of God. Therefore gaze not upon definitions, what human reason is able to conceive of. Philosophy is strangely conditioned, and it appeareth by this fire also a thing which is very cold may contain a life however. When it is in its highest degree of ascension, then it comes down again. It turns to silver, then to copper, if the nether hot fire doth it not. Then surely the cold fire must do for it dissolve again into its mercury, which is the flux of the cold fire. If it layeth hold on, then it must run to all bodies. In its running, it puts off not only the nethermost, but the uppermost body also. Take this into further consideration. Chapter 49 of the warm fire. Of this I have spoken already. It can be made and governed several ways. Coals, wood, pitch, oil, and other combustible things are fit for it. There I would only speak of a heat, which is good for the flux of metals, whereby they are purged, as you heard above, needless to be repeated here. Thus much of this first part, where I informed about the nether work, or forework, governed and observed by nature, whereby she holds forth unto us metals and minerals in their forms. He that conceiveth the right of this work and considereth it, worketh with advantage and utility, and is a great help to proceed successfully in alchemy, which imitates and treadeth into her steps. I wish hearty success to all such which bear an affection and love thereunto. Praise, honor, and glory be unto the Supreme Master of Minds, by whose word and will all things are made, ordained, and brought to their forms. Amen. End of the first part. The second part of the last testament of Basilius Valentinus, Friar of the Order of St. Benedictus, wherein are repeated briefly some principal heads of the first part, what course nature observeth underground, and how metals are generated and produced to light, as gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead, quicksilver, and minerals. In like manner of precious stones and of tinctures of metals, how they are discerned and what relation they have to the Holy Scriptures. London, printed Anno Domini 1656. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Mines and Cliffs, and what manner of middle works and second in ores are. In the first place, there lay a necessity upon every miner to know how to search and dive into meadowline passages, how they strike along, and they must be well acquainted with all their occasions and conditions. And if at any place he intends to fall to work, he must know how to use the magnet of the compass, where east, south, west, and north lay, and learn the ways of this and that ore, and where their issue is, and be well informed of the long and short strokes of metalline passages, and where they draw together to a metalline beam. The forms of metalline ore are several. Some Cartox slats, an ore which contains silver and lead. Others are very brittle, having little of slate and talc. And G. These are discerned by their firmness. There are other stones in which appear copper. In the flowers of Zwitter, there are others also which have flat floats and slate stone, in which is wrought copper ore. Hence it may be gathered that by reason of these several forms are produced several fruits, and in mines toward the south better ores are found. Then there are some toward the west called after Orus, between which there is always ordered or placed a center of perfection. Book 2. Chapter 2 of General Operations of Several Metals. Almighty God, for his eternal honor and glory, hath held forth to mankind innumerable wondrous works, which he, as the sole mediator and Creator, hath set forth in natural things. The same he hath shewed also in his omnipotency underground, in metals and minerals. Of them we may learn, as the 12 Sibyls prophesied of the bright true, and only Son of righteousness and truth, in which do rest after the 12 ports and gates of heaven, and after the 12 months, movable and unmovable, visible and invisible bodies. The 7 archangels standing before the throne of God. After these, the 7 planets, Sun, Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Saturn, and the rest of the stars, and the 7 metalline ores and their properties, as gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead, mercury, the vitriol, antimony, sulphur, bismuth, cobalt, or brittle ore, alum salt, and other mineral growths. That the true center may be comprehended and conceived of, God hath made the first separation according to his word. The Spirit of the Lord moved upon the water. The whole elemental body of the earth hath been water, and the Spirit of the Lord Zebaoth hath divided it, and fashioned the earth from the muddiness of the water. And therein all metalline fruits that ever were created and generated underground, all these were first water, and may be reduced again unto water. All the creatures, be they animals, vegetables, minerals, all these are produced from the first water, the several kinds of beasts, fishes, and sea monsters, after the Lord's Spirit. And after the first eternal breathing essence, which brought forth and shaped things tinged and untinged, soft and hard, small and great creatures, after the 12 stones in the breastplate of Aaron. He created man after his own image. The Holy Spirit was infused into Adam, who had a fullness of eternal wisdom, and that according to the order of Melchizedek. Almighty God, who is the first and last, the first principle, end of all things, hath set his gifts into times and hours, days and years, which according to his eternal decree have their revolutions. He hath blessed in his most holy means Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Aaron, Melchizedek, and others he hath infinitely blessed. According to his good will and pleasure from eternity, putteth several periods unto them. And in his unsearchable decree and will he hath laid the foundations also for minerals and metals, a help for the supporting men in their necessities in this miserable life. Thus hath he meliorated and exalted the earth in her goodness. Men have reason to return hearty thanks unto the Creator for it. God in his gracious providence, next unto the knowledge of himself and of his holy word, can bestow no better gift to man than to endue him with the true knowledge of metals and minerals. Jews thought themselves wise men therein, but as little some. Miners know minerals and metals, as little knew the Jews their Messias and God's word in its true sense. Therefore from that blessed and promised country the knowledge of precious stones, minerals and metals, are come to us, as by an inheritance, as being the first, and are become the first, and they the last. But at the end, heaven's gate will be opened unto them again. Internal and external gifts and means will be bestowed on. G2. Them and the true use of metals will be none of the meanest. Where there are fertile stones, be they rocks, flints, pebbles, marbles, in their central points is found what they are in their operations. The several gums and rasums, the one excelling the other in beauty, transparency, hardness, or liquidness, are known and discerned by their fragrance and taste. Miners ought to endeavor incessantly, and in simplicity, how the nearest way may be chosen to find out the mineral passages and veins into which God and nature hath laid direct courses. Book 2, Chapter 3, of the stones, rocks, and flints of gold, its operation, condition, and striking courses. Gold is wrought in its proper rocks and marbles, and in the purest matrix of the firmest earth, of a most perfect salt, sulphur and mercury, purged from all feces and impure spirits, with the conjunction of a natural highly clarified heaven of white, yellow, and red sulphurous earth, after the fiery nature of soul, in a deep fixation, insomuch that none of all other metals hath an higher, compacter, and more ponderous body of a goldish matter, in which there is no humidity. All the elements are equally in it bound up, which in their unity have wrought such a fixed body. Tinged the same throughout with an everlasting citron color, with the deepest tie and uniting of its pure earth, sulphur and mercury, and with its vitriol essence it doth all, what the sun among the stars doth operate. Naturally all is gold, what cleaveth thereunto in and at all sides, and it is found in the best and closest stones and passages, and the power of soul worketh merely upon that or air, and in its quality is comparable unto soul. This noble goldstone and ore is sometimes mixed, and on its outside there sticketh some obscure and dark matter, having annexed to it some slats and other spermatic matter, which detracts from the goodness of its own nature. And though the Creator hath endued it with great virtues, yet doth it humble itself, and suffers itself to be found in despicable mineral stones, where it loseth much of its tincture, as is apparent by the touchstone, where the mixture of copper, silver, tin, and others is seen. All these mixed impurities can be separated from it with artificial manuals, and with little ado it may be brought into a perfect state. Gold ores naturally are wrought thus, that the gold stands in it close, compact, firm, and good, which is found sometimes in the cross passages. Its fixedness is found in the deepness underground, where it hath its greatest power, and it is found also sometimes in a speckled jasper full of eyes and mixed with flints in its passages, where many times vitriol flint is found abundantly, which vitriol is the best among all other sorts of vitriols. The Hungarian vitriol hath the precedence before all the rest, which is sufficiently known in their proofs and examens, as may be demonstrated to the eye. In its passages are found sometimes fluxes of several colors, which are interlined with gold, and must be forced with fire. To that purpose, it is requisite that it be dealt withal with such fire, as you heard in the first part. Commonly zwitters and zernstones are such, which must be stamped and beaten and drawn to a narrowness. And fine gold is wrought also in standing passages, and on level ground, the ores in such passages are yellowish, rocky, and of an iron-shot sand in cliffs is it ongrown compactly. And generally is it found near flint works. Sometimes it is found in a flint, or in a liver-colored jasper, sometimes in white pebbles. That gold which is in it is of a white color, like silver, or in white copper ore. Where it sticketh hoary and rugged, it is found also in brittle limestones. Where it stands curled with black specks unsprinkled, is granulated. 3 Guyanese dollars. Like drops found in the subtlest firm stones, spotted with iron moles or spots, and are protruded in fair yellow flowers, and are a black exhalation thrust out. It is found also in streaked flat works in pure passages, mixed with a blue horn stone and slat. In flinty, glittering passages it is found hoary and compact wrought. There are found also flat marble floats, wherein in all your cliffs is wrought inherent gold, mixed with green grit and iron spots. Sometimes it is found also in square iron shots, or porous marble marcasites, but for the most part in grits. Sometimes gold ore is found also compact and firm in black passages. Some gold ore and gold passages are found also to be of minerals and of vitriol, and miners in Hungary especially can discourse of it, because gold ore is found in that manner in those parts. Book 2, Chapter 4 of Silver Ore, of its mine, operation, condition, and striking passages. Silver ore is wrought in its own stone, of a perfect nature and most noble earth, and of a fixed clear sulphur, salt, and mercury, which with a mixture doth join in a fix and firm uniting, and appeareth of a degree lower than the gold is, and is the best metal next to gold, and in the fining of it, it loseth very little, and is separated per se, or with other metals joined in the fire. Its natural fitted stone causeth the silver ore, following its heavenly influence, and the nocturnal influences of the moon. In northern parts, the most silver passages are found, for as Luna borroweth her light from Sol, even so the silver passages and silver stones have at their right side gold passages. And with that noble Queen Lunaria is compared a root, whereby the gold passages acquire strength, and get the more power in that mixture, and their ores from their roots. Ancient philosophers wrote strangely of her virtues, to be a fertile yokefellow of soul, which may be applied to the upper and nether metal in work, because nothing is so fixed, next gold. Then silver is in its perfection, and is the reason why silver passages are accompanied with white fluxes and mineral veins, next whereunto are such passages, in which are generated red mineral sulphur, and red-yellow juices of the noble gold. Silver metal and ore is wrought many times in a red gold choas, and cometh forth better than the other, a proof whereof may be had, if well ordered. White gold ore naturally thus tinged of white copper glass, which cause such ores and passages by reason of the food of their perfect minerals. And with the glass ore, black fumes are exhaled and feed upon bismuth, lead, and tin ore, wherein minerals that strike near upon the lunar passages are greedily refreshed. Thus groweth the firmest and completest silver ore of its pure, proper, and unmixed stone, ameliorating the bad places and instruments which silver ore hath many remarkable virtues next unto gold, from the heavenly influences, changing several sorts of silver stones, descending from the originals of their highest finished unity. They carry and produce also not only mixed chambers and mine schists, but also several hard and sturdy mixed ores and whole flint works, and other copper flowers, yellow and black ore, and are found different in their nature, form, and tincture, so that the one is more hard, sturdy, flatty, broader, narrower, whiter, bluer in its color, thus qualified and natural in its end, middle, and beginning. This is the reason why these silver fruits and ores are found differing in their colors and forms, the one being more compact, fair, and of a better glass than the other. Sometimes there is found in such a vein or passage firm and compact gold, silver, and copper, so it is found sometimes at Calx. They are found and seen also in a certain vein and passage in mixed limestones, lead, iron, and copper ore in one union. G4 and juncture. And in one mine is found copper ore, in another is found silver ore, and in another mine there is found an iron stone. Why should not such remarkable distinctions be taken notice of, which nature from God's imagination hath held forth so gloriously unto miners, and left these before them to be discerned by them? Some silver passages are found also in their natural zackstones, which either are in the hanging or lying ones. Silver passages show themselves also with blue gritty flowers, in hollow fluxes, in sprinkled marbles, and carry flint works of several colors, and these passages and cliffs are full of peculiar silver colors. Of yellow and green, of a color of goldings, the more they are mingled with such colors, the more they have wrought. There are some silver passages and veins which carry three distinct colors after the manner of a rainbow, where the one color worketh in nature either more closely or more mildly than the other, in a curious order, and the one may be discerned before the other in their passing strokes and shootings, together with their chamber colors and floats as they fell severally and apart in each mine ore. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Copper Ore, of its stone, operation, and striking passages. Copper ore is wrought in its own and proper stone, of good pure salt and over hot burning sulphur, through an heavenly impression to all its parts, tinged red throughout, not quite freed from a superfluous humidity, in an affinity with iron, because copper and iron are nigh kin one to another, because their dwellings and houses are set one by another, and is the reason why the one may easily be transmuted into the other. This metal and ore is much wrought in flat float works, which are green flinty. Many times it appeareth in a red-brown form, and is seen also like limestone in black and yellow flint works. Like unto coals in green flinty passages, in a twofold manner, either current or in a manner of a ore. Sometimes it is red and brown, mixed with a green flux. Some are of a leisure color, some of a copper glass, flinty and iron shot, or of a white food. The copper ore in its passage is sometimes rich of gold and of silver, as it is accompanied with curious zack stones, and enclosed with passable stones, if so be that other metals and minerals do not entrench upon them, which corrode and consume them. And copper ore is a flat work also, mixed with foliated earth, and the mercurial copper is hardly brought out of it at or in ordinary melting affords store of iron and ripe copper food, which rub very much the copper in a roasting and make it unmalleable. The richest copper ores are found in Hungary, Bohemia, Silesia, Thuringia, Russia, and Voigtlandia. The like is found also about Transylvania, where it breaketh everywhere in a manner of float, mixed with sand ore, and where it breaketh vehemently in the flat work. They call that flat of cliffs. They are poor in silver, and such must be roasted or calcined. In some places it breaks in a fair blue and brown color, or looks ruddy, of a copper glass, and like unto green ochre. And sometimes it is white goldish, which is called white copper ore. It groweth white at an effectual mixture, because at its uniting it assumeth or taketh in much of silver and of lead. It breaks also of a yellowish and lazure-like color, green tincted upon floats and moving passages, in lime and spongeous stones. It breaks also of a blue color like blue ochre, is copper, glassy, and flinty, in great and huge rocky and marble passages, being mixed with a white marble. They are rich in silver, in green flint stones, which are clear and brittle. It breaketh dry and green in cliffs, open caves, and passages, like green frogs, and sprinkled one in another, in a strange manner. Distinct, or parted with strange pleasant colors, which graduated works are losers in half their worth. In the rocks are strange cliffs of marble, and of white veins. Yellow flint is ensprinkled and mixed with copper passages which yield much silver, have few flowers, are of a ponderous form, break very flinty, of a red glass. Of a green color mixed with yellow flowers, these flints are joined with white gold marble, of a green color, besides the rocky passage. There is found also copper ore, which is rich of silver, flinty, and not white goldish, is of a white shining glass, mighty in dry hollow flat mines, some whereof are mixed with iron, or sorts of bismuth or firestones. At the one hanging of some passages is wrought the chrysochola copper ore, on the other hanging of the mine is wrought pure flint, all according to the quality and condition of the ore. And it is to be observed, seeing that copper ores are usually mixed with sulphur, easily unite with the other metal, and join with their stones. Therefore, green, flinty copper ore, which carry in the dry lead. Flatty passages, a black molben, are mineralish, and are not rich in silver, nor rich in species, encompassed with immature iron and perfect copper ore, and some are free of it, if far separated asunder. From dry mineral flats, are richer in gold and silver according as the stones take. In a good-natured ore, they usually entrench upon gold and lead rocks, or antimonial ore, as also upon iron and silver stones. There are found also flinty passages that have their mineral juices of vitriol and sulphur, some whereof partake of alum and alumen plumosum. These commonly have the best and most copper passages, which are least mingled with other metals, as lime and tartar stones, in which black floats and flats do break, are enclosed with green, and are of mild quality. At Eisleben and Mansfeld miners put their several proper names to very exactly, according unto their nature. Miners in Misnia know least how to distinguish these. The upper part of clay earth they call putredo, in which the true earth is, and when they come to the stones they call it the day work, because they cover all the rest, and turn quite to stone. The third place they come unto they call night work, because it is easily lifted and heaved one after another, and is bare. Then they come to the cave or hole work, which must be hollowed and set. Here are the stones which must be broken. Then they come unto the flat, and below that flat they come unto the sand ore, though sometimes it be on down at the lockwork, or hole work above the flat. Then they turn unto the dead earth again. Slat and richest copper ore at the silver breathing lay also on the rocky, horny, combustible ores, which have their gold and silver passages of your special kind, among which there are found several forms, how each of them is discernible. In Hungary and Carinthia the passages yield copper ores, which copper is very malleable, and is at a dearer rate than any is in the whole Europe, as their minerals also. And especially the vitriol there is held to be the best, as also their antimony is counted the best. That vitriol hath the best and best virtues, which is known to true naturalists, and experience hath proved the same to be true. I speak something now, which if reason and understanding were answerable, many expenses, hard work, and good time could be saved, and it comes only from hence, because gold breaks so near to it. And at the same ores is found, where that earth is impregnated with goldish seed, and make use of the same food in many subtle unitings. Minerals in their generating qualities are better, supported among perfect metals, where they are higher and more effectual, and are best used for both such perfect metals. In case nature be rightly imitated, the ancient philosophers have had experience of, and made trials of it. There is a remarkable difference found among minerals, which have their descent from gold and silver ores, and partly from copper ores. They are minerals and metals, each have their particular nature and beings, among which some ores look green in bleach of the day and grow near other metals, but their stones are more like unto lead stones. Some whereof are grosser, softer and harder than others, and some are more obscure, dark, muddy, and some more green, and so forth. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Iron Ore, its mine, operations, stocks, floats, and passages. Iron stone and iron ore is wrought in its mine stone, according to the heavenly influence of Mars, for he, Transmagnus, the great lord of war, and an instrument whereby others are forced and compelled of an earthly. Impure sulphur of putrefied salt and gross mercury, which three principal pieces in their juncture mix much of earthliness, therefore is it a difficult labor to mollify iron with or in the fire, carrying much of impurity by reason of its sulphur, and above other metals it hath a deep red quick spirit, which, if it be taken from Mars, then is the iron gone also, leaveth again a putrid earthiness. Iron is not easily mixed or joined with other minerals, or united in the casting. Iron hath a threefold partition, and several parts in its earthly ore, namely, a magnet, a quick metal and ore, which hath its quality from quick mercury, and must hold communion and affinity with iron, must be quickened and renewed with iron filings, in which he lay like an hedgehog, and is induced of Sol in nature with glorious gifts and adamantine virtues. At one place inside it attracteth, and at the other side it reflecteth which virtues may be augmented and increased in it. A true type of just judgment sheweth after the sun the true hour in the body of the compass, by water and land. Secondly, steel, the hardest and purest, most malleable iron of its proper light-draining place, wherein it lay close, tied, and knit together in all its parts most compact-wise, which in all ironworks is usually put to the edge point. Thirdly, there comes the common iron ore, ordered together by its earthly sulphur, which three ministered good thoughts to the first expert naturalists, that master of mineworks Tubal-Cain, who made his three principles in things, and made his dimensions in the mines in three distinct parts, in which such metalline ore he found at first iron stone wrought in several ways, namely, upon standing passages and floats, fallings and proper pieces ringed, under the four elements and colors of the rainbow. Then he considered exactly its flowers, according to the condition of each stonework, how and out of what the iron stone may most conveniently be melted, and what manner of instruments may be used thereunto, where it may best and most firmly be wrought, for its ore affords a threefold ferocity and wildness which are useful, as namely glass heads, which are like a sharp bloodstone, breaking in the manner of a skull, are scaly, and brown pistil, some whereof are white thorns, like the wood upon which Abraham purposed to offer his son Isaac. Secondly, the brown stone, out of which is made glass in iron color. Thirdly, granulate iron filings in the floatwork, which is so hard that it can scarcely be forced to be gotten off, or be brought to right. And when the iron stone is come to its perfectness, then it breaketh off by piecemeal through the stone and rock, that there are found whole mines of iron stone, such as the iron ore in Styria. The best iron stone is black or red-brown, sometimes it inclineth to a yellowishness, some is of a cherry brown in the floats and stalks, some are black and small spicy, some yellowish, which glittereth among the rest, like a copper stone of a brown-black marble, and of a fair glass, some looks like separated floatwork throughout the whole mine, some is oozy and hoary in clayish fields. Which only is called the drivings is as the sandstone, most hurtful unto gold, because it affordeth most of the slacks, and very little of iron. Some is in the grey clay, which affords most malleable iron, but of a brownish color. There breaks also good iron stone in Tartarus and limy mines, and the most running is on the standing passages in crysty sandy dark stones. The great cliff stones break some in their flats. It usually breaks in the fore and after mine works, where some of it lies off-washed among the roasts like a brown arch, and the day there is no ore so common as the iron stone, because it assumeth and taketh in other ores, and stretcheth it thoroughly. Thus often it changeth its color and nature, after it be infuses glass heads, emmesites, brown stone, ophsmond, bolus, together with the red ochre and iron shell, all those assume the nature of iron, and the iron stone receiveth the highest metals, gold, silver, copper, tin, lead, whereby it groweth untoward. But gold and silver are not hurtful unto it, they make it malleable. That which is mixed with copper, or with other poor metal, easily falls asunder, and brittle of the same condition is iron flint, producing out of many passages an huge flint, partly porous, like unto a black flint, which besides the iron stone yieldeth another grosser or subtler iron. By this exchanging Tubal-Cain, the great and first mine master did perceive that the stones have their activity, he looking about, and finding that the limestones which contain iron ore are of such mixtures, which may be burned to lime or Calx to raise walls with them, and how other sorts of tough stones, as also Calx stones, are fit for to be burnt, and found them to be helpful for his melting. Thus the iron stone is associable unto other stones, be they metalline or mineral. At Musbach there is copper-shot iron, which hath lead joining thereunto. Founders must be expert to deal with such ores in their melting, and magistrates do wisely that train up their subjects in such ways, for the good of the public. Thus is the iron the first and last mine work, a chief metal which many creatures cannot want it, being most necessary use, whereby things within and above earth can be forced. No man is able to remember all the it may be employed unto, for everyday things fall out, which there is need of the use of iron. Iron easily wretch a malleableness in a transmuting way, of which the ancient philosophers have spoken. Our iron drawn from the magnet performeth many useful works in affinity with copper, which it is near kin unto, as also the gold and lead, for thereby are made the most glorious alkali, which appear helpful in many things unto other creatures, as poets write of, and attribute many strange qualities by way of parable unto iron. And if in writing all the virtues thereof should be comprehended, it would rise to a great volume. Its stones have in many countries decreased. All other metal and stones are upon their decay. Only gold, silver, copper, and lead keep their multiplying condition all the world over. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Lead Ore, Its Mind, Condition, and Striking Passages. The lead ore is wrought under that heavenly impression of the black and cold Saturn by an undigested watery sulfur, impure metal, and salt. First, generally there is wrought a brittle, glittering lead color in that ore, which is called glass, breaking in many rocks, contains gold and silver, yield gross and lasting mine works. Some lead stones are very broad because glassy ores are mixed with flints or marcasites. Partly they are glassy, red goldish, white goldish, silvery, copper glassy, and of copper. Some lead ore turn to a blue color, mixed with a white transparency, like unto a shot bolus. Some is like unto the stone salt and alum. Some are of a dark green, like unto green floats, which lie gritty in a yellow or glass-colored clay. Some are of a brown-black. Some are yellow-red, like minium. Some is pure and compact. Some is sprinkled and moving. Some is mixed with iron. Some with silver and lead. Some are mixed with marbles and flowers. Some break also upon standing and level moving passages. And some black lead lay along through the whole mine, glassy and limestones. And some is very rich of silver in huge marble passages. There is a twofold marble. The silver passages have an earthly mixed gross marble, white, red goldish, red glassy, and ponderous. But the lead passages have a subtle light, and glassy brittle marble, which looks like the glass upon gold mine works, is of a curious white glittering quality. Lead ore is wrought several ways, and the color of it changeth after the manner of the ores, especially in the sorts of glassy ores. For if Saturn lay below, or is in subjection unto others, then the glassy hath no power to bring Saturn unto Saturn, an imperfect mineral, which either is too hard, or else untoward. And the notice of Venus is a mispucle, or a mixture of lead and silver, which is not very hard, but if soft, then it is water-lead glass. Of these which are found in gold juices and tin ore is a kind of iron glassy or iron mole, but is heavier and more brittle than iron glass, by reason of its terrestrial or earthliness, which keeps in the metal, and is neither too soft nor too hard, and is glassy, white goldish, red goldish, and falls into the best metalling ores. True lead glasses and ores afford half or the third part of lead, mixed with some other metal, and if one of the other metals be found in the glassy, which keeps the predominance, then lead passages are simply good. And lead is united with gold, and these are mixed stones, for the stones of mine ores are more wonderful in their singular accidents. Thus is here the lead also in its fall, and bleak, after the heavenly impression which the highest have so endued, that subject to other metals, and is the supreme finer in the essential fruits of others. It easily mingled naturally with other metals, and the qualities of other ores, together with the leaves, bulk, and roots into other stones of its kind. And Saturn in his degree and power is the highest and singular division of all his works, in which he sheweth himself in a clarified, transparent soul, runneth into antiquity with its sweetness, which should merely embrace gold. This is done so, not without a cause, for in its ponderosity it yieldeth the lightest remedy to all melancholy and heavy blood. As heavenly astrals are several, and clouds under them are of all sorts of colors, so the lead is purer and more malleable than others, as that in England and at Villach it is seen in the lead stones also. For lead ores, which are mixed with other stones, especially with such as contain silver, iron, copper, yield much light stones and lead work, which are picked out for melting, and the rather if they are rich of gold. Such wonderful metals there are in Hungary, less pains are taken about them in their fining. Mineral flints with their unripe joinings in the weak joinings of lead ore unite the Saturnal use, if without any mixture affords to potters a green azure, if all be not melted into lead. But if you get a little mixed flint, there the glassy is half upon iron, and what are most pliable afford melting glass for fining such sturdy wild ore, which will not melt. Artists prepare such Saturnal glass, mingling with it a small quantity of metalline flour, which will look as fair as if it were a natural one. There may be extracted from lead an effectual medicine for man's health. If slate ores are found with another mixture, they are generated most fixed and firm copper, vitriol, and calamy also, as they are at Goslar and Harlinia. The best lead is in England and at Villach. Man cannot well be without any of his members. Metals, according to God's ordinance, are of the same quality. Man knew to make good use of them, for nature hath. It should provide richly for him in that way. If men work ignorantly, what utility can they have of them? One metalline soul is made a chain, which linketh together junctures of gold and silver. These are endued with a celestial spirit, which is distilled into a water through a transparent head. Nature congealeth underground, and the passage is such water unto ice, for a signe. that there is at hand a vein of lead and silver or of pure lead, and if there is a mixture of other metal about it, it is the better. The best lead passages are such waters, blue, scaly, talc slate stones, and fluid-streaked marbles at length, or elidine sprinkled ones, and not wrapped or wound about, with moving passages, almost not unlike unto silver ores. Some lead ores are of a white, scaly, talc slate, full of wing garners, in which lead ore doth appear, which is rich of silver. Book 2, Chapter 8 of tin, its ore, operation, mist, stocks, floats, fallings, and striking passages. Tin ore is wrought in a sandstone, having its influence from Jupiter above, wrought of a dark brown, purple-colored, grayish, black shiny mercurial salt, and some sulphur mixed with it, interlined with an unkind gross sulphureous fume. All these incorporate together, making up the body of tin. This unkind fume is the cause of the brittleness of tin, and maketh all other metals that are melted with it unkind and brittle. This tin or quit groweth or breaketh in a threefold manner, viz., it sheddeth, it is full of fumes, and it groweth in pieces. It hath threefold wildness also, as shule, flint, and iron mold, which causeth lead work. Their colors are black, slate brown, and yellow. These sand and quitter ores are invisible, or enclosed in mighty broad standing passages, which appear to the day with quitters. Some contain also rich flint work. Some of these flints must be calcined. Some are mixed with store of talc and cat silver, which is a food to quitter, and loveth to stay there. Some there are which groweth in a glimmer or cat silver, and is iron molded. Others also do strike in a firestone or flint, so that fire must be applied thereunto. Others are in a soft stone, and as it were swimmereth along. Some are richer than others, that which groweth pure, and in black small stones, and heapeth together that natural work that giveth the greatest tin. And because Jupiter is the potent lord of it, therefore it hath a mighty throne and seat, that is, a mighty huge mine ore, out of which tin is made by heaps, and is of that nature and property that it presseth outward, and blossoms to the day, thrusteth off soapwork, whence come the washwork of tin soap. For quitter doth not grow in the sand of earth. Besides in its body, it is removed further from the seat of its throne to the footstool, maketh for itself a twofold dominion. In one it bordereth and reacheth the slates and other stones that lie about it, insomuch that his dominion increaseth, in which is not a little, but much on the blue stones, fallings, floats, passages, pools, and cliffs, which incline one upon another, and do join. Many times a mighty tin stone is wrought, which sinketh down among its own cinder and slate, and at its sinking purgeth itself. And there come other fumes like clouds, which at all sides shoot into, and then breaketh again as good as ever it did before. And it is of that good condition, that it despiseth no lodging, nor passeth by any, be it poor and as despicable the stone is in that place, be it red, brown, fresh, or stale, broad or small, it will press to and mingle itself with it, and will not be forced out of it, making itself great, little, gross, mealed, tame, subtle, and pliable, even as the rest will have it. And all this in a natural way. It loveth to border upon silver and iron. H2. Stone that tin and iron be united in a mighty fixed copper ore, all which are found at their several mines. The ore is in this place better and malleable, if found from flint passages, and are less mingled with iron, and especially of copper stones, which in calcining cannot be separated, proves lead work without any fair calx. Some of it is so mild and soft that when they are calcined, still lose something, for flints and sulphurous matters, which are volatile and cannot endure the heat, corrode somewhat of the metal in tin, which appeareth by the white thick fume at the calcining, calcined thus hard, by reason of bake iron, else they yield as much again, for they lose extremely in the fire. It is strange to some why they shrink together to a quantity, being they get a greater quantity of good quitter at first brought out of the mine. Book 2, Chapter 9 of Mercurial Ore and its passages. Mercurial ore is wrought in its proper mine stones by the quality of its salt earth and its nimble volatile earth, in a moist, greasy, slimy, waterish oleity which is mixed with a most subtle red, sulphureous digested earth, with a most weak slow binding, like an unripe pleasing fruit of all particular metals. Mercury sheweth its virtue in many things admirably, and worketh effectually upon minerals and metalline sulphur, and upon such which border upon antimonial stones or ores. It loveth to be in such places where the tin ore lie higher than silver passages. It requireth many iterating effectual operations unto other ores, and is multiplied upon other strange stones, and is drawn through the geysers of minerals and metals. which are an affinity one to another, an aurora of mineral earths, and of their subtlest, compact, and best binding enclosed, speaking to all other white-tinged metals. I, soul, of an essential being, am lord of all in power, might, and perfection. I overcome all, and overcome and bring them into subjection, and none of them can master me, but I do conquer them all. They are subject to me, and to my being, for my kingdom is established with infinite and invincible power and dignity. By me all metals, minerals, animals, and vegetables are strengthened and rectified, for I give to every one that knoweth me in my green, blue, and red nature all what I have, and all what he desireth. I cause to drop down after the 4 cardinal streams of Pison, Gibbon, the noblest substance mercury, in the form of a most pure, transparent, crystalline water, and the most noble substance of sulphur. Of Hiddekel and Frath, the clearest, fairest astral salt from a vitriolated air, which through all minds flew upward very fruitfully, and penetrates all mineral stones. I alone graduate and exalt the silver. Unto Lune I give light and luster and righteousness. Of my virtue do speak all magi, naturalists and scribes all the world over, from the east to the west. I am the Lord over the heavenly clarified garments and colors. I adorn the firmament, the weather. I clothe the rainbow after God's will. I exalt all jewels, all such growths and creatures, and what I cannot inwardly walk through. And reach unto in my course. I leave it to be perfected with my friend and lover the Lune. She receiveth the best part of me, and of the subtlest and abundance. The Indians, Hungary, Corinthia resisteth the same. For all what is alive, and is to receive a life, rejoiceth in me, and next to me in none else. For to him honor and glory belongs solely. After him I find no higher Lord and Commander. Yet for my part I do not rest, neither do I desire any rest. Do my office readily into which my Creator hath placed me, and let my pliableness be found gloriously, like a waxen cones, which have by reason of hardness fire enough, if need. I am hid from unwise men, and am ready to be discerned by men of understanding. I am predominant abundantly in a well-known mineral, as also in Mars and Venus, which are of low degrees. In them I lie hid also. All these have a double spirit, well known unto Lune, pleasant to her, and next unto her. Hence God suffered Moses to erect a brazen serpent in the desert after my color, in hearkening unto the people at the Mount Sinai. My best and fairest color appeareth in transparent gises, as vitriol, which after my condition in due time penetrateth ores, whereby they grew rich in lust, and are trained up in a pleasant form, congealed into a greenness, like sealing wax, green like goose dung, blue like sapphire, and so forth. Sometimes of the color of a water flint. My red and white color is the best, which are heartily wished for. I love to be kindled in vitriol, and further it after dissension in this green food unto a deep red spirit, after whose laxative purging cometh that expected aqua saturni. The true aside well, from whence I myself and all other metals, animals, and vegetables have my offspring and life. For metals and minerals rise only from thence, have their beginning and original from that quickening water, which ordinary miners do not know of, is known only to philosophers. It minerals and metals several ways, in form of caps which did skep, pure white compact, sound like purified sugar, in a blue slate work. An extraordinary pleasant mineral for all colors. Salt ores are at a further distance, which, by my attractive changing, are found in floats, blocks, and passages, which in many places bring the water into the daylight, so that it often is found a pure and dry salt above ground, of glassy light flames, of a great frost like unto flocks of snow. There shew the brittle, glassy stone, wrought in great pieces. In the same order are all other jewels according to mine, enlightened, heavenly stone, distributed among their operations, worths, and virtues, and clarified in a most fixed transparency, and endued with an everlasting spirit, distinct and several. Produce many strange miscreants. This is the reason it is so pleasant unto metals. Goldsmiths amalgame it, and work with it. It is used also for metalling colors, and is prepared to oil and water for man's health, and is sublimed for to correct the worst of poisons, and is a true robber. Taketh away whatever costs have been bestowed on him, but if he can be catched in his nature, then is he in subjection and obedience unto quick and dead. He is very effectual in medicina, especially for outward sores. He is not to naught, and good to good, and is not everybody's friend, although he is willing to do what you put him upon. His metalline stones are of the same nature with pure white flint earth, inclined to a water blue and fresh intermingled white marbles, in a glassy, grayish, and porous glimmer or cat silver, which lie beneath betwixt the flakes, in a float way, which are mingled in their metalline passages with mingled marcasites, and with the subtlest small, streaked white talk, and are thorough grown with two sorts, standing in float-striking passages, in which is wrought a curious red shining quicksilver ore, not unlike unto red fine sulphur, and sometimes floweth purely out of the clefts and caves of the passages, stands in a stick or puddle together like water, which its natural quick substance sufficiently evidenceth. Book 2, Chapter 10 of Wismith, Antimony, Sulphur, Salpeter, and Talk. Wismith is wrought in its own mine stone, not quite freed from a protruding silver or tin stone of an imperfect pure quicksilver with tin salt, and fluid silver sulphur of a brittle immiscible earth, partly of a H3, crude fluid sulphur, partly of a mixed, much thoroughly dried out sulphur, according as it hath gotten a matrix after it was conceived. Then it turneth a bastard of a brittle nature, coordinateth with mercury, and is wrought naturally in a twofold form. The one is fluid, and betaline is melted with wood, being mixed with clay, yieldeth much of white arsenic. The other is small streaked, or spice, remaineth an unripe substance, yields a fixed sulphur instead of arsenic. Both these are silver wismith. Antimony comes from perfect mercury, wrought of a subtle salt and a waterish fluid sulphur, though it shineth black naturally, and its outside is of an antimonial form. Yet graduateth and purifieth the noble nature of gold, and doth much good unto man, being artificially prepared in its several ways. Notwithstanding its color, it keeps in high and mighty praise and virtue for meeting with a master, which can clarify it, and gets its natural gold out of it, and extracts a blood-red oil from it, that serveth against many chronical diseases. It must be reduced to a transparent glass. This black evaporated unripe metalline presents to us God's majestic glory, who is not a regard of persons, bestowing upon poor despised men rarities of virtues and knowledge. The red mined sulphur, which is found in Tyrol, Tuit, Wits, and Engadin, and groweth in a black-blue starstone, hath singulars innumerable good virtues, wherein lieth his mighty purifying quality, lieth on with its color and the red goldish silver ore or cinnabar ore, and looks almost like unto it, whose redness shineth forth most pleasantly. Salt hath its special virtues to penetrate and to preserve from putrefaction, contains a noble spirit, and it were very necessary that men would not be so careless and neglectful in their seasoning with salt, suffering matters to stink and corrupt, considering too slightly, and taking but small notice of the noble gift put into good mineral works, yet lying on their hoary old walls. Talk is an ingrown sulphur, shineth incombustibly like gold and silver, closeth and boweth, is transparent like glass, is called sulphur ludum, keepeth in the fire incombustible, like alumen plumosum, lieth in rocks and stoneworks, serveth for graduating of metals. Every metal, mineral, and salt in particular is good to be used. Each is distinguished in its particular name. Even as those that make glasses put their several names upon them, and put their several forms upon them, making them into drinking glasses, flagons, bodies, bolt heads, helmets, receivers, pelicans, jar glasses, wine glasses, funnels, all these he frameth after his own fancy, either into small, great, long, or round forms, even as he pleaseth. Book 2, Chapter 11, a comparison between God's Word and the minerals. Like as the heavenly glorious God in a spiritual way, in his most dearest Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, at his redeeming of mankind for the good of man, appeared a Son of righteousness, which glory the prophet Esaias hath prophesied of in the Lord's Spirit many years ago, how 2 cherubims and seraphims having 6 wings moved and sung before the Lord. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Zebaoth, of whose glory all the world is full, which prophet hath seen the most omnipotent Lord of lords, knowing him a God in a triple essence, and that out of that noble chaos of Jesus Christ should flow the fountain of life of mercy and righteousness, which the Lord God made apparent on the tree of the Holy Cross, where out of the side of his dearest Son did run blood and water, to which the Lord in the revelation of St. John addeth fire, smoke, and H4. Fumes this union according to the divine word is grown at the beginning in all creatures, and whatever God the Holy Trinity hath ever created consisteth in a Trinity, even as the deity is in an eternal Trinity, as the deity is indivisible in the humanity, Alpha and Omega, in the water and blood for an eternal remembrance, that is. The first and the last letter, as in the heavenly, even so in the earthly, the perfect alphabet must not be cut asunder. All must stand from the beginning to the end. And Christ Jesus purgeth his dear friends still unto eternal life through water and blood, saying to their hearts, all thy sins are forgiven thee. Thy faith doth save thee. No man is saved unless he be first born again, that is, through water and blood, which thoroughly purgeth not only men and the sons of men, but also the whole limbus upon earth. For it is not the metalline blood and water, neither is it mercury and sulphur that doth it, neither in the body underground is any goldish silver wrought to any blood-red ore. The blood out of Christ's side shed for the good of man is that great evidence for thus all mineral stones that are in the plain element of earth. And the spirit of all ores and marbles and stones come from the divine essence, as also the heavenly spirits for the throne of God. With the heavenly angels and spirits are furnished for the praise of God. Thus the earth also is created in her stones, ores, veins, passages, for the honor of God and the welfare of man, which institutes God's wisdom, filled with infinite and incessant forthbringing of fruits. Whence should be the decay of metals? Surely even as the eyes of the holy apostles and disciples were held, that they could not know the Lord in his clarified spiritual body and essence, no more can men see these things in metals. Why doth St. John in his Revelation speak of smoke and of fume? Surely he did not mean the fire, smoke, and fume of bakers' ovens or kitchen chimneys, but there was revealed unto him the heavenly fire, the mist, vapor, and fume, which is exhaled from the moisture of earth, and lifted to the clouds. So in the subterranean works the fire and spoil, or outside of the ore are sublimed. And the cold of the frost, which ruseth the effectual powers, vapors, and spirits, maketh them come to a perfect unity in metalline bodies. Now if there were not a fire and vaporous fume in the earth, how could they produce their fruits, which are the minerals and metals underground? As the fiery element is covered with the airy, and the air even with clouds, and the earth is filled by them, and together with the fire was enclosed as one element with the other two. In like manner, at the first creation, the subterranean passages and veins were laden with ores, as trees were with fruit, which the Lord God in paradise implanted into them. This effectual fire, vapor, and fume is likened unto mercury, sulphur, salt, and seawater, wherein earth lay enclosed and hidden, even as the dearest throne of God is encompassed by other thrones of heavenly habitations. As the four evangelists are witnesses of the New Testament and covenant, so they are a type and sure testimony of the four elements, that the earth is created after the heaven. Thus are we taught in the Lord's Prayer. As it is in heaven, so in the earth, in which and beneath and under it is everywhere. This is an action still King David did confess, that he could not hide himself from the Almighty anywhere. Seeing the holy and blessed God hath laid the creatures of the earth with the four elemental qualities, therefore rational miners open their eyes, and learn judicially to know the passages and cliffs of ores, metals and minerals, and they will get a lasting name with great praise, and will be like the noble gold, which in a glory and beauty appeareth when it comes from the court, and can be then reduced into an oil, which preserveth man in a lasting health beyond any balsam, and has become a vegetable, which is noble. It is feasible that of gold may be prepared a singular medicine for the good of mankind, because man is created of God from limus terrae, and the whole earth is limus. Such another medicine all the doctors are not able to produce, which is of a curious sweet fragrancy, standing distinct in two lights, and must needs be in rerum natura, because it was brought on God his altar for an offering. But man's are prepared, and suffered it to be extinguished. None knoweth what it is, neither we literated doctors know the preparation of it, who in their confections, syrups, herbs, and potions will do no good, and are in despair, then they might willingly run to metals, which formerly they made conscience to make use of them in their ointments and placers. Of this I make mention in a reverend remembrance for true rational miners. Out of gold and silver are joined not only gold and silver monies and other plates for man's use, but they serve for man's use in many other things. And after the first metal's virtue, there comes others also more and more very effectual, even to the last of metals. Such virtues there are in minerals also, as in vitriol, antimony, alum, salt, and the like. All these are a nourishment unto metals, even as manna was to the Israelites in the desert. As they are easily withdrawn and taken from metals, so it happened to them also. Heathens and Christians receive that manna, together with minds and kingdoms. They are set and shot at the heap of rubbish, where they still worship the calf. Of this I have spoken more in the book where I treated of Facilia, how precious stones and jewels are wrought, and how God hath bestowed blessings upon those that work the mines. Jewels are wrought out of the substance of the most perfect, transparent, and noblest earthiness, with a mixture of the noblest mercury, sulphur, and salt, without any fume. Or moist matter, are of a dry coagulation, and commonly are engendered in a round form in dwellings, lodgings, stocks, and passages, fixedly bound together. Some are of a transparent luster, others are more dark, and they have their several colors. Not many ores are found in which these noble generated bodies are brought to any perfect essence, neither are there strikings along in a way of passage. Here and there they have their centers. unto which are joined tender and tenacious accrescencies, where they are good to tim lapidated, falling into the hardest, purest stones concavities, growing in several cubitals, as we see the animal stones do now. The more precious the jewels are, the fewer there are of them, and the grosser their mixture is, the more store there is found of them. Which is apparent in garnets, who hath hitherto searched into the quick spirits of such noble creatures, the Lord hath created for man's benefit. The Lord hath created for man's benefit pygmies or homunculi, which in former times lived in hollow ores of mines. These could not want skill in such ways, having traversed and traveled up and down these slippery corners and ways. The places and habitation of such jewels lying somewhat nearer unto heaven in the eastern countries, bordering on paradise, so there must needs be abounding in gold and jewels, and in such precious vegetables which our thoughts hardly may reach unto. God requireth no more of man whom he entrusteth with these things, but to be faithful and just, as is an argument for us to think that for the same cause pious kings and princes and the old wise patriarchs were given from above to bear love, to search into mine works, and did it with an uprightness and judgment. Let honest, godly Christian miners choose the better part, and learn to know the pearl, the Spirit of the Lord proceeding out of God's own mouth, and let them consider well their eternal fixation, to return their love again to him that hath loved them first, bringing all things to their subjection. He imparteth all unto them abundantly in grace and mercy, and by the innocence and merit of his only Son. Bestoweth on them temporal and eternal blessings, and puts more glorious ornaments on them, and better than ever gold, silver, jewels, and pearls were adorned withal. Book 2, Chapter 13 of the Essence of Gold, which is abundantly found not only in the metal, but mineral also, whose energy is shewed most rarely, and a short closing of the first and second part of Minerals and Metals annexed. This chapter is a breviary of all mineral colors and forms, how they after in heavenly operation are daily clad in the metalline prime matrix, and set forth in their several works, whereas there shineth forth unto us the eternal light of the lustrous sun, the deity of the day of joys, and the eternal most fixed and fair Sol, as also of a most yellow pure red, and fixed citron color of heaven's eternal lightning, and the most glorious paradise of all the stars, a natural created light for all creatures, besides the beautiful colors, as diamonds, smaragds, carbuncles, sapphires, rubies, crystals, chalcedonian, jaspis, beryl, chrysolith, onyx, carmel, turquoise, lazur stone, margarets, corals, and lemia, turpentine stones, and garnets of deeper colors. Each in its heavenly colors order is transparent, and naturally is created, and preserved in its own office. Hence it may be argued that all these together with gold fruits serve for man's good, both for his body and spirit, for nothing is hid from my transparent power, my splendor and luster overshadow with all these, and are held to their growing unto maturity. Let no creatures marvel at these several distinctions, from whence they all should come, for all have their principle from me, and from my spirit, which is hidden in me, which none can dive into, save the Creator of all things, from whom it proceeded as out of his divine mouth. Thus I close up my speech, and my words startle at so great a mystery, and attest in truth for as well, that I am not only the gold and present soul, but give also strength and power to all the inferior terrene spirits. For Aristus and Onizam is in subjection unto me, for I am Alpha and Omega, God be praised forever. Thus I conclude the second part of my mineral book, wherein I have shewed faithfully as much as I know, and could comprehend. Let others do their endeavors also, let them produce their knowledge also, that the light of the noble nature may still be supplied in her latitude, and may not go out, whereby cause would be given to the enemy and envious men to be outrageous against such truths. Let God still and incessantly be interned with prayers and thanksgiving. For these ends have written these my 2 treatises, and annexed the manuals at the beginning, which otherwise needed not to be done, that by earnest prayer and thanksgiving, and continued earnest worshipping of God, every one might carefully exercise himself therein, and be convinced in his reason how gloriously Almighty God hath created, ordained, and held forth nature, to perform her operations underground, and to produce unto the daylight for their nativities and fruits, that we may reap thereby not only our sustenance, but may acknowledge God's infinite mercy and goodness, for which none can return sufficient thanks. However, let every one do his duty, and as much as he is able to, perform with his heart and tongue, pray to God in sincerity for his grace, blessing, and wisdom, to conceive by his Spirit of truth and righteousness of his great and wonderful creature, that the honor of God may be exalted above the heaven, and be proclaimed with infinite praise throughout all the world. End of Book 2. The third part of Basilius Valentinus, the last testament treating of the universal work in the whole world, with a perfect declaration of the 12 keys, wherein is significantly expressed the name of the great matter. There is an elucidation also of all his former writings, published for the good of the posterity and such that are lovers of wisdom, originally printed London, Anno Domini 66. The third part is a declaration of the 12 keys. Here followeth the third part of my intended writings, wherein is truly showed the original and prime matter of our philosophic stone, which is a perfect instruction to the practical part, which sheweth the direct way to the inexhaustible fountain of health, and of the abundance of riches to provide mass necessaries. And this is a declaration of my former writings, which is left for a love token to all those that lovers of philosophy. My friend, you must note that by this intended work touching the minerals, I had reason to prefix the 2 parts minerals and metals and their ores, holding it a necessity to hold forth a light unto the ignorant, how that one fit from above frameth all such ores, metals, and minerals, taking their original underground for to generate hereby. For earth is always ready and covetous to arrest and to retain that spirit which proceedeth from heaven's powers, which it presenteth in process of time in a formality and perfection. The manner of it hath been spoken of sufficiently in my former writings, which is the reason why I give only hints of them in this place. I too note that all things proceed from a heavenly influence, elemental operation, earthly substance. From this mixture arise the 4 elements, water, air, earth, which engendereth the help of fire, hid therein in a warm digestion, producing a soul, spirit, and body. These are the 3 prime principles, which in a coagulation come to a mercury, sulphur, and salt. These 3 being in conjunction, according to the nature of the seed, produce a perfect body, be it in the kingdom, either of minerals, animals, or vegetables. All things in the world that are visible and palpable are divided into these 3 kingdoms. The animal, which contains such that have a lively breath, composed of flesh and blood, as men, beasts, worms, fishes, fowls. The vegetables, which contains trees, herbs, seeds, roots, fruits, and all such things that are of a growing quality. The mineral contains all manner of ores, metals, minerals, markophytes, caxes, zincs, lobots, all sorts of flints, pebbles, bismuth stones, precious ones, and others. Animals have their special seed, a spermatic substance which after copulation generate flesh and blood, which seed is their prima materia from a heavenly influence created of God of the 4 elements, wrought by nature, which formerly were quoted in my writings. Vegetables also have their proper seed, which God bestowed on them, according to their several qualities informed by a heavenly and subtle influence, and received there. Elemental fruitful growing from the earth, with an order thereby to generate and augment. Minerals and metals also have their original seed from God, by the heavens' influence in a liquid aerial substance by a mineral spirit. Sulphurous soul and earthly salt in one body joined. Of these I have spoken in my former writings. Note further, if any of these metallia and mineral kinds shall be brought to a farther propagation and augmentation, it must first be reduced to its first seed and prima materia. If you will transmute metals, augment them, bring them into a tincture or philosophic stone, you must first understand how you may destroy by a spagyric art. The metalline and mineral form and separated into a mercury, sulphur, and salt. These 3 must be purely separated and brought to their first principles. This separation is done in and by a mercurial spirit, sulphurous soul, and a white salt. These 3 in a due ordering of a true manual must be joined again, that they may be brought to the highest and most perfect purity, in which conjunction must exactly be observed the quantity. After this conjunction, the whole substance is utterly a liquid substance and philosophic water, in which the elements, first the heavenly, then the elemental, and lastly the earthly qualities are shut up and lie hid therein. For the mercurial spirit is cold and moist, the sulphurous soul is warm and dry, and this liquor is the true prima materia and first seed of metals and minerals, which by Vulcan's art is brought to a plus quam perfection, into a transcendent fixed medicine, out of which is generated the true philosophic stone, and must be produced in that way. Therefore observe and take notice that all metals and minerals have only one root, from which generally the recent is, he that knoweth that rightly needs not to destroy metals, to extract the spirit from one, the sulphur from a second, and the salt from a third. For there is a better place yet, in which these 3, spirit, Soul and body lie hid in one thing, well known, and may with great ease be gotten. It shall be nominated afterward in several items. He that learneth to know exactly this golden seed, or this magnet, and searcheth thoroughly into its properties, he hath then the true root of life, and may attain unto that his heart longeth for. In my former writings, as also in the 12 keys from the first to the last, I ordered thus my style in writing, wherein I held forth unto posterity the practice, how the great stone of philosophers, or the best purified gold, may be made out of sulphur and salt, with the help of the spirit of mercury, which must be drawn from crude. Unmelted minera, according to the tenor of my first key, set down in a parabolical manner. Why I lay the work of the philosophic stone upon gold metal, this is the reason, that the simple laborant to whom is unknown the other body, or subjectum, which contains all the three principles, though it be a thing well known, yet is it a stranger to their brains, may learn thereby more wit and knowledge. Many of the ancient philosophers, which lived long before me, have in the same manner with me obtained the true universal stone of mysteries and health, as their books, which are extant, give evidence thereof. The first time I took great pains and made great expenses, and consumed much time about this purified gold, all alleged in the first key, this heavenly stone I prepared in the cloister I lived in, and happily obtained it. The highest in heaven bestowed his further grace and blessing upon me, that I took into further consideration the tinging, animated spirits placed and planted into their several bodies. Let no man be ashamed to learn, to add more to his learning, and to dive further into that which was hid from him, notwithstanding his knowing ways. Nature reserveth many things in her secrecy, which men's dull understanding and shortness of life cannot reach unto. Whereas God in his great goodness hath bestowed this great gift upon me, for an improvement of that talent, I have imparted the same to my fellow Christians in the said 12 keys. Those that are endued with deeper wits and knowledge, and in their hearty and careful endeavors stir themselves further to dive in the art, will meet in the same place with a more easy and more known matter, which almost was named and set down of an effectual quality, one of which in like manner as the ancients before me, in their exact speculations and practice have in the end better known the one. The drift, which hath been practiced several times by me also, in a shorter time and less painstaking, and I have obtained health and riches. In this unknown and despicable matter and mineral substance is found a sulphur and tincture more effectual, and more worthy than the best gold can afford, which is fluid and open, and its mercurial spirit also, and its mystical salt is free and open, whose virtues may with less pains in a visible manner be drawn from it. He that hath considered exactly my 12 keys, frequently perusing the same, must needs conceive, and that therein is held forth the whole preparation of our stone, from the beginning to the end, without any defect, yet so as it only should be prepared of gold fitted for it. But gold, which is much better, and requireth to be taken into deep consideration, which being unknown and strange to novices, for some reasons I forbear, to give them any direction thereunto, with a resolution to write and to point at such matters as themselves are inclined to seek for their good in them. At the beginning of my 12 keys, according to the manner of philosophers, in a parabolical way I made relation of property and work of our stone and balsam, how it was made by artists, which as by an inheritance is come unto me also, wherein I spoke as much as was meet of the government of the fire, chargeable appearance, and of the chiefest planetical colors, and the final end thereof. After the accomplishment of these, peruse well the 12 keys, for each contains a particular work. The first key informeth you, that if you seek for the seed in a metalline body, as in the gold, then before all things it must most exactly be purged from all its impure drossy, and that nothing must be mixed with our fountain but such, which is of a pure spermatic quality. This purifying is performed with antimony, which stands in a near relation and affinity unto gold, which is the reason why, why antimonial sulphur purgeth the soul of gold, graduating the same to a very high degree. On the other side, this gold can meliorate in a short time the soul of antimony, and can bring it to a firm fixation, exalting antimony and gold to an equal dignity and virtue, and can be brought not only unto a white metal of lune, but also to a transcendent medicine for man's health, of which you shall have a further direction hereafter, when I shall treat in particular of antimony. Although antimony hath promised unto Saturn a sociable brotherhood, because antimony's qualification doth rest in some sort on the quality of Saturn, in an equal concordance. Yet after the fixation of the erected sulphur of antimony, his next friend Saturn cannot get any prey from him, because the king received him into his golden palace, and make him partaker of his triumphing kingdom. This is the reason why he can endure now heat and frost, and overcomes it, and standeth with the king a conqueror in great and transcendent glory. The purifying of the gold is performed thus. Laminate the gold thinly, after a due manner, cast it thrice through antimony. Afterward, the regulus which is set at the thorough sifting must be melted before the blast in a strong fire, and driven off with Saturn. Then you will find the purest, fairest, most lustrous gold, pleasant to behold, as much as the luster of Sol is. This gold is now fitted to surrender its innermost, being first brought from its fixedness into a destructive form, and passeth through the salt sea of its corruptibleness, is drowned therein, escaped again, and appeared visibly. The second key. My friend, note and take that into a serious consideration, because the chiefest point lieth herein. A balsam be made, let nothing come into it, which should be there. That the noble seed of the gold fall not into destructive and irrecoverable opposition after its destruction, and take an exact and careful view of such things, which my second key informeth thee of. Namely, what matter you ought to take to the king's balneum, whereby the king is destroyed, and its external form broken, and its defiled soul may come forth. To this purpose will serve the dragon and the eagle, which is nitre and Sal Ammoniac, with which, after their union, are made into a aquafort, as you shall be further informed of in my manuals, where I shall treat in particular of gold, of other metals and minerals, into which balneum the king is thrown, being first in the quoted place you shall hear, brought into an amalgam of mercury and of sulphur, which presently seized on him, corrodeth all his members, and is dissolved, and is presently mortified of the salt water into a most splendid transparent oil. You must note that this dissolution is not sufficient, and the king is not minded as yet to let go his soul out of his fixed body, which you can see when you separate the water from the dissolved body of the king, where you shall find fixed powder of gold, out of which you will hardly get his soul that is therein. Therefore follow my counsel and bear the yoke which I bore before ye, and learn to know exactly in painstaking further thus, as I shall inform you. Having dissolved your gold wholly in the said water, and brought it to a pleasant yellow oil, then let it stand well luted for a day and night in a very gentle balneum mariae, the feces which are settled. Must be separated from it, then take this pure dissolution, put it into a well-coated body or retort, apply a helmet to it with a receiver, in the best manner luted to it, set it into a sand capel. Drive the gold with the water over the helmet, iterate this a third time, then abstract the water in balneum mariae, you will find a fair gold powder. Keep this in a glass for an hour in fire. Let the remaining humidity be drawn from it. The third key. Then take of good spirit of sal nitre 1 part, and of the phlegmd spirit of ordinary salt 3 parts. Pour these spirits together, warmed a little, into a body on the former written gold powder. Lute a helmet and receiver to it. Drive the gold over as formerly in sand several times with an iterated distillation. The oftener the better. Let the gold come to be volatile more and more, and at last let all come over. By this repeated driving over, its fixed body is divided, all its members are torn asunder and opened, and leaveth willingly its soul to a special judge, of which my third key will give sufficient information. Note further that after this work those salt spirits must be abstracted from the gold, which was driven over very gently in balneum mariae. Let nothing of the tincture of the gold come over. They suffer not any diminution. Then take that gold, or rather these crystals of gold from which you have separated the water, put it in a reverberating pan, set it under a muffle. Let its first fire be gentle for an hour, let all its corrosiveness be taken away, then your powder will be of a fair scarlet color, as subtle as ever was seen. Put in a clean vial. Pour on it fresh spirit of ordinary salt, first brought to a sweetness. Let it stand in a gentle digestion. Let that spirit be deeply tinged and transparent, red like a ruby, cant it off. Pour on fresh extract again, iterate the work of canting off and pouring on, till no more tincture of it appeareth. Put all these extractions together. Separate them in balneo gently from the sulphur of Sol. Then that powder is subtle and tender, of great worth. This matter is such, which in a short process transmuteth Luna in its tincture to the highest perfection, according to the direction of my 12 keys. He that hath some knowledge herein may make this query, whether this extracted dry soul and sulphur of the king be just that soul, of which philosophers have this saying: the philosophic work for the preparation of the most precious stone require 3 things, viz. a wet volatile mercury or a mercurial spirit, a wet volatile sulphur soul, and a dry astral salt, which after its dissolution together with the 2 first must be apparent and known in a parish form, which way comes that about? because in this process nothing is spoken of any mercurial spirit and volatile soul, but the soul of the king appeared in a subtle form of powder. The answer hereunto I delay so long till the chorus learns better to understand the distinction in this book, and I will perform my promise, and set his anxious and entangled mind at liberty, which is so much troubled about this doubt, and will deal with him as a good father may deal with his son, in and with this scope wherein our mastery lay, have been fooled most of the spirits, leading them captive in their erroneous ways, being lead about in a desert of mislead ways, because in their supposed deep wits they had not conceived so much of the manner, how all things of the world are generated, and that every spirit must have a soul, and every soul a fit spirit, and that both spirit and soul are spirits and spiritual, which must have a body, in which they may have a dwelling. Gold and silver, but chiefly gold, is brought to the highest fixedness, by such degrees as nature did afford, insomuch as nature is found very hot and fiery, freed from all phlegmatic humidity, of which Luna is not so wholly freed, though she hath obtained a sulphur fixed degree, and stayeth for the king, to warm her cold body with his hot seed, which concerns the particulars, and belongs unto them, which in that place shall be plainly demonstrated. In gold there is no waterish humidity at all, unless it were reduced again into vitriol, which would be but an useless and unprofitable work, and would require huge expenses, in case the philosopher's stone should be a vitriol of gold, of which there must be had great store. Indeed, in that vitriol, there would be found a convenient spirit, which nature would desire, of a white quality, as also a soul and salt of glorious essence. But what countries, goods, lands have been dilapidated this way, I waive to discourse of only this warning I give to my disciples, nature having left a narrow way to keep, and to imitate that they also might take heed to fall into such extreme and inextricable poverties. The solar Mercury soul being never brought so far into destruction, neither did the ancient philosophers ever make use of that way, as being a thing clean, contrary unto nature. It contains indeed in humidity, but it is a mere elemental waterish humidity after its dissolution, and good for nothing. Water and other principles do not stand in the elements. But the elements rest in the principles and seeds of metals, of the which I have spoken formerly. Therefore let none be so overwitty as to make our stone only of dry and fully digested gold, because its phlegmatic humidity is entered into a dry fixedness and fixed coagulation, which is not found so in other metals, though they also are subject to a hard coagulation and pass through the fire, yet are not wholly digested, nor brought to a full maturity from the natural original root, which ought to be taken notice of, and be not offended at my former writings if they seem to run contrary against this. Though I have shewed that the spirit, soul, and body come all from one metal in essence, and must be prepared thus, among which I held the gold to be the best. However, I dealt herein as it seemed fit for a philosopher, the like the ancient philosophers have done before me. But I hope you took notice of my protestation, that I gave special cause thereby to your speculation, to take the better notice of nature and her principle, and to consider the original, because it was not meet for me to inform all men. How the doors are bolted within, and especially that time, when I never intended to write thus plainly of these things, which are hid even from the best of men, but when my heavenly prince commanded, at the changing of my mende, not to bear the offered talent, but to do the like to those whom God thinks worthy, to leave it to them. One rule more I must put to thy remembrance, of such points, which formerly I have set down, of which I spoke now, that you may the better blame me, as if I did refuse these things now, which I formerly wrote of. Peruse all such, which since the beginning of the world have written of metals, you will find, that they were all of one minde, and that I make use of their sayings, that the first and the last metal is a metal, because the first metal hath already obtained, and gotten the forthgoing seed of metals in a metal in quality, which doth nothing else. But what it goeth on incessantly in the metal in generation, as I spoke of in the first and second part of minerals and metals, and in this part also I have spoken in several places. Many have called gold lead, and lead they called gold, because it was found not only of the same ponderousness, but because 3 deep glittering stones have so gotten from this planet their transcendent perfection, and many other causes besides, which to relate here would fall too long and needless. And this is it which asketh wisdom to distinguish in this and in other things, and exactly to search into God's mysteries, and nature's lay before us. But man through Adam's fall being brought to a deep blindness, therefore men's understanding are so eclipsed, that they can hardly conceive of this, and of other mystical matters in nature. the obduration being so great among the covetous, that for the most part they search and dive into such mysteries out of mere covetousness, pride, and ambition, made the ancient philosophers upon command and inspiration of the highest aim at that, as to put a certain stay to their hands, and to write of such mysteries in such a manner, that unworthy men should not understand it, and but worthy men only in their illumination might perceive it. And writing often the obduration being so great among the covetous, that for the most part they search and dive into such mysteries out of mere covetousness, pride, and ambition, made the ancient philosophers upon command and inspiration of the highest aim at that, as to put a certain stay to their hands, and to write of such mysteries in such a manner, that unworthy men should not understand it, and but worthy men only in their illumination might perceive it, and writing often one thing, have mingled other among, understating still the one and the same. In several places they shewed that the philosopher's stone is, and comes from an animal, others from a vegetable seed. And a third sort said it comes from a mineral seed. Others write that stone is made of an animal, vegetable, and mineral seed together. All this is only understood of the mineral and metalline seed, and consisteth not in any plurality of seeds. Hence this art grew eclipsed, insomuch that scarce one among many thousands hardly attaineth unto the knowledge thereof, and for that reason is it held for an art. Because not every booby should bring into his beetle head. And why should it? If this art were as common as brewing of beer and baking of bread, then anyone may judge what good could be looked for. Would not all manner of vices be practiced publicly without any controlling? Therefore such men, which in their lofty minds are merely for pomp and pride, must be clipped in their wings, and these things ought not to be put into their mouths. Things are clear enough for these, on whom God intendeth the bestowing of them. I return now to the thing I intended, which is to teach a desirous scholar how to proceed further with the extracted soul of gold. Truly it is much to discover such mysteries. I warn everyone to make good use of them, and note that if you have the purple cloak of the king and the sulphur of soul, then be thankful unto God for it. Bear no evil mindy against thy neighbor. Unlock your golden seed according to the tenor of the key, turn it to water. For in our art there must be body, soul, and spirit, which run together in the innermost root, the one layeth hold on the other. Meliorate the same throughout in its whole quality, insomuch that there is a new created world and earth, which afterward is illuminated by the soul, and is exalted into a transcendent efficacy. Therefore it is requisite that you know how to infuse your golden seed into the new body, and to bring it to a fluid substance. Look about thee, and see where you may it. You find none, despair not, but be of good sort, think upon means, and ask counsel of God. Saturn will not let thee go without a resolve. He will put into a deep glittering Minerva for an offering, which in mine is grown of the first matter of all metals. If this after its preparation, which he will shew unto thee, into a strong sublimation. Mix with 3 parts of ortile meal, then riseth to the highest mount a noble mate, like little feathers, or a lumen plumosum, which due time dissolving to a strong and effectual water, which bringeth thy seed in a little putrefaction very suddenly into the first volatility, if so be there be added to it a quantity of water, that it may be dissolved therein. Their twig with the bulk doth unite, that they are able to and above the highest mountain, and stay inseparably either a soul and spirit, or a spirit and soul. If it is requisite that you be stored with water for the body and salt to dissolve the same also, and coagulate the same into a new clarified body, which will never part asunder, neither in love nor woe. Because they are of one nature, nativity, and original, and have been so from the beginning, for they all have their beginning and birth from the power of this volatile bird. But remember well that these mineral spirits are in other metals also, and are found effectual in the mineral, from whence with more ease and lessy charges they may be had. The business is only herein, that you learn to know what this mercurial spirit, mercurial soul, and astral salt is, that the one may not be taken instead of the other, which would cause a huge error. You will find that the nature of the gold and sulphur consisteth only in all metals, which are comprehended among the red, and have a felt dominion with other minerals, by reason of the fiery tinging spirit, but the magnetic power and its quality resteth in the white mercurial spirit, which binds the soul and dissolve a body. Therefore the astrum of Sol is found not only in gold, that with the addition of the spirit of Mercury. Luna and the solar salt only the philosopher's stone can be made, but may in like manner be prepared artificially out of copper and steel, 2 immature metals, both which as male and female have red tinging qualities, as well as gold itself, whether the same be taken out of one alone, or out of both being first entered into an union. Besides this mineral in our mother's tongue is a mineral called copper water, and of broken or digged verdigris quartz or copper, there can be made of vitriol, in all which is found gloriously a soul of the best gold, and come well to pass a very profitably many ways, no country clown can believe it. Therefore note here, what you ought to observe in thy thoughts and give not over, unless you become so far, that you know nature's mystical conjunction and her solution, then you will find what is requisite for you to know, and return thanks unto thy Creator, make use of for his glory, and be beneficial to the needy. This white spirit is the true mercury of philosophers, which hath been before me, and will be after me, with which the philosopher's stone, and the great mystery can be made, neither universally nor particularly, much less a particular transmutation. And this spirit is the key to the opening of all metals, and their locking in again. This spirit is sociable unto all metals, because they have their descent from his sanguinity, as you heard often. For he is that true primus mobile, sought of many thousands, and found of none, and yet all the world is greedy of it, is sought far off, and found near at hand he is, and moveth before the eyes of all men. For if this spirit be fed with a metal and sulphur and salt, of these three there will be one matter made, not much unlike to the philosopher's great stone, however duly must be proceeded in. And a true process from the beginning to the end must be observed, for the corporal salt must be dissolved into the spirit, dissolved, turned, and brought into its prima materia, as the spirit itself is. Then both these of one equal descent and birth by means of fire with coagulating of the spirit may be generated, added a third time to a firm fixation, and to a pure transparent white clarified body. Then after this accomplished, as is the soul, which is dissolved, must seek for her rest again, penetrate such a pure body, unite with the same, and rise as a dwelling therein, that these three be permanent and abiding constantly in one body eternally clarified. And that you may be informed how in this manner both your dissolved seeds, as the spirit of mercury, and the soul of the gold, be made again fixed and corporeal. Note that it is done only by the proper salt of Sol, which in this art is called a body. Now observe here that you take no heterogeneal thing instead of it. What manner of process is here used, read my fourth key, where the truth of it is held forth with singular examples and proves, but you are specially to observe. In case you do not understand that, this plain and true information, look upon the body of gold, not as if no other benefit could be reaped of it, but only his soul, not so. Impute no such weakness unto that body, but after you have drawn forth its sulphur, there set in it the salt of glory and of the triumphant Victrix, without which your spermatic seed cannot be brought unto any coagulation. And even this salt now, of which I made so long a discourse, how you ought to bring it out of its corporeal form through means of the spirit of mercury into its prima materia, is afterward turned again into a deeply clarified and exalted body. Therefore take your solar earth, out of which you drew your seed, or the true lion's blood, and reduce it by reverberating to a fixed powder and subtle impalpable ashes. Extract from thence a very subtle salt, as bright as ivory. Hereafter will teach you in the manuals how the body of Sol is anatomized by the particulars, and to bring it into sulphur, salt, and mercury. Then proceed unto the practic and conjunction, and have a care that you be provident therein, that at their conjunction you do not too much to the one and too little to the other. Take notice of the quantity, and observe exactly the division of the seeds. Seeds hereon to minister a certain measure, and mark my sixth key, then proceed in the begun process according to the order of the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th key. As formerly I had informed you about it, go on with it to the appearance of the king's honor and glory, to his highest purple garment and pure golden piece, who is called the triumphing Lord and Conqueror over all his subjects, from the east to the west, which if you have attained unto them, return thanks to God. Be fervent in praying, mindful of the poor. Be a student unto sobriety, temperance, abstinence, and above all unto taciturnity, for it is the greatest and most heinous sin to let unworthy men know of it. The augmentation of this heavenly stone, as also the fermentation, is needless to be spoken of in that place, as being described in my 2 last keys, and held forth to the full, not doubting if God grants so much blessing, and imparted to this stone, the sense of these 2 keys will be more conceived of, for no heterogeneous things must be. Brought to our metalline substance, neither at the beginning, middle, or end, but the mercurial spirit and the digested medicine spoken of in my 11th key. To be further as good as I promise, concerning other things quoted in my keys, know ye, that no philosopher tied wholly unto the metal of gold, of which I spoke largely hitherto, and disclosed the true fundamentals thereof. And as you heard afore, the whole mystery lay here, viz. In the tinging of red fiery spirits of metal in soul, and all what is tinged red, and is known to have a fierce sulphur, all such are kindred to the solar astrum, and when the mercurial spirit is joined with. Then the proceedings may go on universal lighter, and particularly that a tincture is obtained from them, whereby metals and vulgar mercury can be exalted, and be ordered according to the tenor of the process. Such souls and goldish sulphurs are found most effectual in Mars and Venus, as also in vitriol, and both Venus and in a mineral vitriol, as in a mineral itself. Understand this according to the distinct natures of vitriol. For the self, which according to my experience shewed itself most effectual, herein is that which is broken and digged in Hungary, of a very deep degree of tincture, not very unlike to a fair blue sapphire, having very little humidities and other additionals or strangers. The oftener it is dissolved and coagulated, the more is it exalted in its deep tinging color, and is beheld with great admiration. This high graduated vitriol is found crude in those places where gold, copper, iron is broken and digged, and is abundantly transported from thence into foreign parts, insomuch that sometimes there is great scantness of it in those parts and elsewhere. Though the vulgar people can afford no better name to it, calling it only a copper water, however, ancient philosophers, by reason of its unspeakable virtue and dignity, extolled it and called it vitriolum. For that reason, because its spiritual oil contains all the three principles of all the triumphing qualities. If you get such deep graduated and well-prepared mineral called vitriol, then pray to God for understanding and wisdom for your intention, and after you have calcined it, put it into a well-coated retort. Drive it gently at first, then increase the fire. There comes in the form of a white spirit of vitriol, in the manner of a horrid fume, or wind, and cometh to the receiver as long as it hath any such material in it. And note that in this wind are invisibly hid all the three principles, and come together out of that dwelling. Therefore it is not necessary to seek and search always in precious things, because by this means there is a nearer way open to nature's mysteries, and is held forth to all such, which are able to conceive of art and wisdom. Now if you separate and free this expelled spirit well and wisely, per the mode of distillation, from its earthly humidity, in the bottom of the glass you will find the treasure, the fundamentals of all the philosophers, and yet known to none. K3. None, which is a red oil, as ponderous in weight as ever any lead or gold may be, as thick as blood, of a burning fiery quality, which is that true fluid gold of philosophers, which nature drove together from the three principles, wherein is found a spirit, soul, and body, and is that philosophic gold, saving one, which is its dissolution during the fire, and not subject to any corruptibleness, else it flies away with body and soul, for neither water nor earth can do it any hurt, because it received its first birth and beginning from a heavenly water, which in due time is poured down upon the earth. In these together driven goldish waters lay hid that true bird and eagle, the king with his heavenly splendor, together with its clarified salt, which three you find shut up in this one thing and golden property, and from thence you will get all that which you have need of for your intention. Therefore set that golden body you have obtained, which in dignity and virtue is exalted beyond all other gold, into its due and lawful dissolution. In its due time, then the angel of the highest will appear unto thee, and tell thee that it is the resolver of all the mysteries in the world. Receive it with joy and keep it safe, for its quality is more heavenly than earthly, therefore doth it heartily incline to stir after that which is above, from whence it had its original. If you have separated this prophet from his matter which remained, then you need not to undertake any further process. You were taught parabolically in my wort keys. For even in his remaining formal substance you may find, and expect from thence, a pure immortal soul, together with the glory of the salt, both which are obtained by means of the Spirit, and must be had from thence, and no impure contrary thing must be added thereunto. And it is done in the same manner as I told you in my keys, with the sulphur and salt of the gold by this eternal water, in whose place the spiritual mercurial spirit might be used with better advantage. Waters can be reduced into a most effectual vitriol, in which metal and vitriol afterward all the three principles, as mercury, sulphur, and salt, are found under one heaven. And with little pains and short time, each can be taken out of it apart, as you shall hear, when I shall make further relation of the mineral vitriol which is digged in Hungary, of a high gradation. Now if you have wit and understanding, art inclined, and heartily desire to conceive of the true meaning of my keys and of my other writings, thereby to unlock the locks of metals for our store, then you should have taken notice and observed that in all these I have written not only of the metal of soul, of its sulphur and salt, but I have interlined and mingled also, and made uniformal other mixed metals, from whence may be had the mystical mastery. Therefore men ought to iterate often the reading of philosophic books, then a true sense and meaning may be drawn from them, which without divine illumination cannot be neither and see. But hoping that those who are fully and really resolved to incline their hearts unto wisdom will give more attention thereunto than the other mad worldlings, for whom these my writings were not intended, for I spoke as plainly as ever possibly I could, and this kindled light shall further be purified, so that true sincere novices may have a full light without an eclipse from their beginning to their ending. To which end I took these pains to disclose that which all the world was silent in, and concealed it to their last end, and buried it in silence to their very graves. The scope I aimed at in so doing was not to hunt after any vainglory, but rather that God's gracious provident goodness might be held forth unto posterity, that the future ages might become seeing, and some of the posterity's eyes might be kept open, and be helpful unto their needy fellow artists, and make them partakers of God's graces and gifts. Though my minde be bitterly perplexed when I think on what I have done, because I write so plainly, not knowing into whose hands after my departure these my writings, to Bosnia and Herzegovina convertible marks, may come, however, I hope, let them be what they will, that they will remember, and lay to heart my faithful warnings inserted in my former and these present writings, that they deal with this book, and use it so, that they may give good account for it to Almighty God. Touching further the vitriol, I should make mention of it in my manuals, where I treat and write generally of minerals, but it being such a singular mineral, whose fellow whole nature doth not produce. Besides, vitriol before all others is of great affinity unto metals, and is next kin unto them. For out of all metals there can be made a vitriol, or a crystal and vitriol is taken for one. Therefore I would not bereave it of its own praise, and put its commendation too far off, but rather prefer it, as there is just cause, before other minerals, and the first place, next to metals, should be given unto it, for setting. Aside all metals and minerals, this is sufficient to make the philosopher's stone of it, which no other in the world can do the like, though some particularly are help to further that work. And antimony alone is a sufficient master heranto, as in its due place more shall be spoken of. However, none is thus much dignified in its worthiness, that the said philosophic stone could be made of it as this vitriol is. Therefore ancient philosophers have concealed this mineral as much as ever they could, and would not reveal the same to their own children, that they should not divulge it in the world, but be kept secret. Though they published that such preparation is made out of one thing, and out of one body, which hath the nature of Sol and Luna, and contains also the mercury, wherein they said true enough. If ND the mercury, wherein they said true enough, if because it is so. But here I must admonish you, that you must turn this argument, and settle your thoughts wholly upon metalline vitriols, because I entrusted you. That out of Venus and Mars there can be made an excellent vitriol, wherein are found the three principles for the generation of our stone, but you must further note also that nevertheless these three metals, spiritus, anima, corpus, are buried, and observe only this difference, that the salt must be drawn forth from the mercurial body, as it happened unto the soul, with the spirit of mercury, whereas on the other side the salt of gold must not be drawn forth with the Saturn water, because it is too weak for the body of gold, but with the water, which hath been expressed in the description of particulars. This distinction must be exactly observed, being of great concernment, because the salt of vitriol is not so strongly guarded, and is not in so fixed a body as the gold is, but is still an open body, which saw no coagulation as yet, or passed it through any melting fire. Therefore that body never came as yet to any compactness. There is room left for its own spirit to enter into, can embrace, and unite with its like, and a snow-white extraction of salt may be had, whereas on the other side a sharper matter must penetrate gold, as you shall hear, when I shall speak more of it in its due place. Behold now, my friend, whatsoever thou art, what mind I bear towards thee, and how I am affected unto thee in my heart, the like I never durst look for from thee. Consider it well, how sincerely and faithfully I disclose unto thee all the locks and bonds, whereby the whole philosophic wisdom is shut up, which hitherto never entered any more thoughts. much less that ever it was practiced or discovered, and nothing caused me to do it, but only God's infinite mercy, my goodwill and love toward my neighbor, which my predecessors have not done so completely, and was put off unto me to do it. Having thus separated your 3 mineral bodies, and ordered them into certain divisions, and put away the dregs wherein they lie hid, then look to it that you neglect none of it by the diminishing of the quantity, which would prove a great fault to your work, and keep each in its own and due quantity, otherwise in your work you cannot come to a happy end. This is the thrife which so many have missed and have. For Bosnia and Herzegovina convertible marks, written great volumes about it, for all what cometh from our philosophic gold, and hath divided itself into 3 parts, the same must be brought into one, without any lossy and diminution, which is to enter into a new form again, and become a mediated substance, and nothing of it must be done away, but only the feces terrae in which the glorious salt had its dwelling. Therefore do that I told you of, and join the spirit with the body, bring the body also into a spirit, dissolve and exalt it into the highest spiritual power, so that dissolving the body turns to a spirit, and the spirit with the body uniteth and joineth into one substance, that after the exchanging of all manner of colors, there cometh a white body like snow, transcending all whiteness. This is the greatest mystery of this world, about which among the learned and supposed wits such disputings in the world have been, that apalp us thing. And a visible one could be reduced into its prima materia, and out of that may be made again a new clarified and better substance, by the bountiful nature leading the way thereunto. Thus you have made and brought into the world the Queen of Heaven, and the firstborn daughter of philosophers, which after her due perfection is called the white elixir, of which great volumes are extant. Having brought your work thus far, then you have deserved to be received into the tabula of philosophers, and you get more art, wisdom, and understanding than all sophisters, which prate much of these mystical things, and yet know not the least thing of it. Therefore it is just that you should be preferred before them, and let them sit below thee in shame and disgrace, and in their darkness of misunderstanding, so long till nature doth enlighten them also, that you may bring and lead that new philosophic creature by the means nature afforded, unto the highest perfection, after which your heart with all her endeavors doth strive. Then remember that neither man nor beast without a living soul can neither stir nor move. And as man here in this life through temporal death loseth his soul, offering the same again unto the Almighty God, from whom he had it first, into his mercy and merits of Jesus Christ. Hereafter the departure of the soul, the dwelling, as the body of it, is left quite dead, which is buried in the ground, where it rotteth, and must return unto dust and ashes, being a duly stipend, which the fall of our first parents in paradise have deserved, and from them, as by an inheritance is fallen upon us, after which putrefaction there are raised again on the great day new and clarified bodies, and the departed soul taketh her dwelling up again in that new body. After that there is no more parting of body, nor spirit, nor soul, but because the soul finding a clarify D-body, then with the same she maketh an everlasting union, which neither death nor death can destroy and disjoin any more, nor bring it into any core. Option. But from henceforth into all eternity we are and shall be like unto the best creatures of God, which before our mortality and departure of the spirit, of the soul, and the body could knee. Verb B, God help and grant unto us all a blessed resur. Amen. This high and mighty example having its foundation not in humane thoughts, wit, or pride, or in an ungrounded prating, but in the great Creator's true word, which he hath revealed unto us through his servant and holy prophet Moses, doth inform you what you ought to do further with your new begotten creature, that you may get a perfect birth without any defect. To the praise of the highest, the Father of lights and mercy, from whom we receive all perfect gifts which he graciously bestoweth on his children, for which we are not able to return sufficient thanks unto him. Now if you will proceed well in your work, then join the new body with his soul which you formerly drew from, that the compound in its virtue be complete, and there be apparent in the end a more than perfect perfection of it. Then is begotten the red King of all glory in a fiery substance, and highly clarified body, exalted above all powers upon earth. From thence ariseth the golden fountain. He that thinketh of it is renewed in all his members, and there is raised wholly a new life, for the which God be praised for evermore. The augmentation of this huge treasure together with the fermentation thereof, for the transmutation of metals, doubtless you have taken notice of exactly afore, where I wrote of gold how it must be handled. And what directions I have given you thereunto, the same you must observe, for here is all one process, from the middle to the end, the beginning only asketh alteration, by treason of the two distinct matters. For the which God be praised, whom we beseech to give us his grace and blessing, that we may make good use of this treasure, and after this life we may enter into the heavenly kingdom. The love to my neighbor hath moved me to write these things, which in my long experience I found to be true, following the steps of bountiful nature, which made me a soothsayer in natural things, and I am assured that if these my writings are made public after my death, and my other books sharing in the same fortune, that they must undergo many censures. For some will extremely condemn me, delivering me in a Satan, because I have written so plainly. Others there will be, which will quite overthrow my writings, crying out to be lies, superstition, and diabolical works, the like censure. Other illuminated men before me have undergone, which they feel to this day, for men are so incredulous in these points, that so mighty an operation should be found against all manner of infirmities. Besides the transmutation of metals in so despicable a matter, over which the iron man with his espoused wife Venus, together with the deep glittering soul, is, and must have the predominancy, and with incredible profit it should by art be brought to such perfection. The art being great, and the matter so contemptible, it procureth the more doubt and unbelief. These unbelieving men I let understand only this notable example, whereby the eyes of those that are going unto Emos shall be opened, and thereby shall I tell thee really for the highest truth, that you may dissolve our gold, naturally driven together, in a short way to bring it to its prima materia, and is done thus. Take the own mineral spirit, in which are mercury, sulphur, and salt, is shut up, containing that philosophic mystical gold. Pour that gotatim upon white Calx and Tartar. These two contrary qualified matters will be tissing. Let them stay together till their contention and strife be ended. And our gold hide itself invisible in the vegetable salt acre, or in the belly of Tartar. Lute a helmet to it, distill it at first gently in balneo, then increase your fire. Then Hermes, his volatile spirit, will fly away from our gold in that sublimation, and sit on the highest pinnacles of the temple, looking about which way to betake himself, but soonest catch it in the receiver, which must be pure and very dry. When you see his flight is but slow, then take the glass out of the sand, set it in ashes, increase your fire, then will she fly more nimbly. Keep that fire so long till all is come over. Her brother, the red dragon, hiding his redness under a white color and a whitish fume, will begin to follow after his flying brother. Then cease with the fire, the drops being all fallen from the helmet, take it off. That which you find in the receiver you are to keep as a treasure of mysteries. In this manner you have gotten wisdom, understanding, and skill, the fundamentals also, and desires of philosophers. By this short witty proof you learn and get that knowledge, how this water may be sought after, found, and insisted on, and is not to be esteemed a common water, but is the real infallible heavenly water, of which at the beginning I have written, and repeated the same the oftener, which in a spiritual manner from the heavens power is poured down upon earth, beginneth and accomplisheth the generation of all metals. For that reason the ancient philosophers called this water mercury, but I call it the spirit of mercury. Now if you proceed right in this work, and you know the food and what drink to give to this bird, viz., sulphur and salt of metal, then you may attain unto the end of the great work, which is almost like unto the philosophers' great work, and you may get profit infinitely, particularly many ways. You must note that this is not the true philosophic dissolution, but only one, which particularly performeth strange matters, and is a speculum, in which our mercury, our soul, and our luna is seen bleaching, which is present confuting of unbelieving Thomas, discover the blindness of ignorant men, the dissolution of three principles I have described unto you formerly, which is of a slower pace, requiring time and patience, and exact attention to make or bring three into one, which work is done in itself per se, without mixing of any heterogene matter. Only that which lieth hid in it must do it. For the fountain of salvation is the illumination of the soul, and the salt of the clarified body are all in that one thing existent from one, two, or three, which must be brought and reduced to one, which is the golden virtue of all metals, exalted above all powers, together with the eagle and with the body, which are nowhere together but only in this one thing found, and in that which is next kin unto it, which knowing philosophers always held in great esteem, but ignorant and blind men despise and disgrace the same. But those whose eyes are once opened love to stick unto truth, to hide the matter from wicked men, and study day and night how the ignorant might be kept from it. Thus I close this third part, and before I begin the fourth part concerning particularia, I must needs speak something of the philosopher's vitriol, sulphur, and magnet. My friend, you must note that this description I make now of the essence of vitriol resteth only upon trials made. The victorious triumph of the highest wisdom coming by inheritance from the most ancient philosophers unto me, and comes now unto thee, where in experiments it's found that there is a subterranean mineral salt, called vitriol, which for dyeing of clothes and many others acknowledge that I have written no untruth, but disclose the truth very plainly. And note that the ancient philosophers endeavored to describe the preparation of the wine under a notion of distilling of wine and the spirit thereof, which in their work are almost like one to another. 4. 1. They taught out of the best wine to make a spirit, without any strange phlegm, which to this day among vulgar artists must be, and is called the right and mystical spirit of wine. Whereas it may soon be proved that this supposed spirit of wine contains much invisible humidity or phlegm, in an insensible manner, which is nothing else. But it's vegetable mercury, for the fiery spirit of wine is the true fire and soul of the wine. Every sulfur contains secretly its original and principal mercury, vegetables in their kinde, the animals in their kinde, and the minerals also after their kinde. 2. They taught how this spirit of wine must be separated in 2 distinct parts, namely this spirit of wine be poured upon white Calx and Tartar and be drawn over in a gentle distillation. In this distillation is separated the secret and true spirit of wine in his vegetable mercury, as I faithfully informed you in my manuals. From the remaining earth they taught a salt be drawn, to be added to the rectified spirit, whereby it is fortified and strengthened in his substance, and at last the philosopher's stone should be generated. It is mightily against God's ordinance that a vegetable should produce an animal, or an animal produce a mineral. By way of parable, the practice part is held forth under the notion of this preparation. Now as they taught of the wine, so in this manner also through this to a joined water of gold, not the usual and common gold, and may be dissolved, divided, separated, and brought into its first principle. But you must note that this dissolution and separation was never described plainly by any of the ancient philosophers which lived before me and knew the magisterium. Why I do it, the love to my neighbor hath moved me thereunto, which I bear from the center of my heart to those which overcome this mystery without falsehood, mingling vices with a faithful heart, in a sincere knowledge and real piety. In the first place, be informed that our gold, so much spoken of hitherto, must never be sought for such gold by any of our disciples, which hath been melted and fully digested by nature. For herein such an error is committed, that men dilapidate all what they have and lose both the beginning and end of all their work. Although not only from gold, but from other metals this clemmodium and jewel may be had in the preparation of it, particularly much profit and advantage may be seen in that which concerneth man's health. As hath been formerly told, however, without the spirit of mercury, universal of the world to be gotten merely from the body of soul, is impossible, and will be impossible, unless the Creator of all things produce another ordinance, to change and alter his creature after his own will. But as that is impossible, so it is impossible also to deal against God's creature in that kinde, as to find out that wholesome physic, which to your longing desire you expect. You may believe it for a truth, as Christ himself is, that the philosopher's stone would not be so strange, rare, and unknown a thing. It would be common to kings and potentates. If God would permit to be made of gold alone, and the 3 jewels of infinite fixed virtues hid therein could be taken out of it. My intent is not in this present treatise to use any prolixity in writing. Those that are not quite blind and have their eyes open have enough already to attain unto some knowledge, and command both his mendicant hands not to pass by the weightiest, and esteem high things that are unworthy, and to fall with the blind into the pit made for them. Those that are real in their desire for to attain unto art and wisdom, and intend to propagate the same without sophistication, and desire in reality to glorify that honorable truth. You may show a real proof of it in this manner. Cannot well possibly be without it, for it carrieth and eateth through, by reason of its sharpness, which is distinct from other salts in respect of their quality. For the mineral of this salt is strange, of a very and fiery quality, as apparent in its spirit, and contains a 2-fold spirit, which is miraculum naturae, is not found the like in other salts, and this salt is a mirabilis among other salts. It is white and red, even as you will have it. It hath an extraordinary medicinal quality, performing things in an incredible manner. This salt contains a combustible sulphur, which is not in other salts. Therefore in metalline affairs touching their transmutation, it performeth more than others, because it helpeth not only to open some, but helpeth the generation of others, by reason of its innate heat. When vitriol is separated by means of fire, then its spirit at first comes in a strange form. After that there comes from its earth a spirit of another condition, staying in the earth. The salt being united with its expelled mercury and sulphur can sharpen them. The remainder that stayeth behind is a dead earth of no efficacy. Let this suffice for your learning, and consider what the Creator holds forth unto thee in nature by his now kindled terrori. For as you find in vitriol's body 3 distinct things, as spirit, oil, and salt, even so you may expect from its own spirit again, which without the mingling of its oil. is driven from its matter. Three distinct things, even as you did formerly from the body of vitriol, which deserves very well the name of speculum sapientiae, being held forth purposely to man to view himself. For held forth purposely to man to view himself. For when you can separate the spirit of vitriol as it ought, then that yields again unto you three principles, out of which only, without any other addition, since the beginning of the world the philosopher's stone hath been made. From that you have to expect again a spirit of a white form, an oil of white quality. After these two a crystalline salt, these three truly joined in their perfection, generate no less than the philosopher's great stone. For that white spirit is merely the philosopher's mercury, the red oil is the sulphur, and the salt is that true magnetic body, as I told you formerly. As from the spirit of vitriol is brought to light a red and white tincture, so from its oil there is made another tincture, and in the center they are much distinct, though they dwell in one body, possessing one lodestone. It matters not, for the will of the Creator was so, to hide that mystery from unworthy men. Observe and consider well. If so be you intend to be a true follower of philosophers, in this knowledge lieth hid an irrecoverable error. Worldly wits cannot conceive of it, only the spirit of vitriol. And the remaining oil should be of great distinction in the virtue. Touching their properties, the spirit being well dissolved, and brought into its three principles, gold and silver only can be made by it, and out of its oil only copper, which will be apparent in a proof made. The condition of the spirit of vitriol and its remaining oil is this, that where there is copper and iron, solar seed commonly is not far from it, and again where there is seed of gold at hand. Copper and iron is not far from it, by reason of its attractive magnetic quality and love, which they, as tinging spirits in a visible manner, continually bear one to another. Therefore Venus and Mars are penetrated and tinged with the superabounding tincture of gold, and in them there is found much more of the red tincture than in gold itself. As I made further relation of it in my other books, unto which there belongs also the mineral of vitriol, which goeth beyond these many degrees, because its spirit is mere gold, and riseth out of a crude indigested tincture, and very truth, as God himself is indeed not found otherwise. But this spirit, as you heard, must be divided into certain distinct parts, as into a spirit, soul, and body, the same as the philosophic water, which though visibly parted asunder, yet can never be separated radically, because of their unavoidable affinity they bear, and have one to the other, as it appeareth plainly, when afterward they united, the one in their mixture embraceth the other, even as a magnet draweth iron, but in a meliated essence better than they had before their dissolution. This is the life, beginning, middle, and end of the total philosophic wisdom, affording riches and health and a long life. It may better be said, and really proved, that this spirit is the essence of vitriol, because this spirit and oil do differ so much, and were never united radically, because the oil proceedeth after the spirit. Each can be received apart. This very spirit may rather and more fitly be called an essence, color, and substance of gold, and it is so, though he lieth hiding in vitriol as a spirit. This golden water, or spirit drawn from vitriol, contains in it a sulphur and magnet. Its sulphur is the anima in incombustible fire, the magnet is its own salt, which in the conjunction attracteth its sulphur and mercury, uniteth with the same, and are inseparable companions. First in gentle heat is dissolved the undigested mercurial spirit. This is further extracted. After a magnetic quality, the auris anima in that earth sticketh the salt, which is attracted also in a magnetic way by the mercurial spirit, till the one is a magnet unto the other, bearing a magnetic love one to another, as such things, where the last together with the medium is drawn forth by the first, and thereby generated, and thus take their beginning. In separation and dissolution, the spirit, or mercury, is the magnet, shewing its magnetic virtue toward the sulphur and soul, which he quasi-magnus attracteth. This spirit medium distillationist being absolved and freed, sheweth a magnetic power toward the salt, which he attracteth from the dead earth, after the spirit is separated from its dead earth. After the spirit is separated from it, the salt appeareth in its purity. If that process be further followed, and after a true order and measure the distillation be undertaken, and the spirit and salt be set free into the philosophic furnace, then it appears how the heavenly spirit striveth in a magnetic way out of its own salt. It dissolve the same within 40 days. L. Bringeth it to an uniform water with itself, even as the salt hath been before its coagulation. In that deflagration and dissolution appeareth the hugest blackness, and eclipse, and darkness of the earth that ever was seen. But in the exchange thereof a bright glittering whiteness appearing, then the case is altered, and the dissolved fluid, waterish salt, turns into a magnet, For in that dissolution it layeth hold on its own spirit, which is the spirit of Mercury, attracteth the same powerfully like a magnet, hiding it under a form of a dry clear body, bringing the same by way of uniting into a deep coagulation and firm fixedness by means of a continued fire, and the certain degrees thereof. The king with the white crown being thus generated, and by execution of all humidities being brought to a fixed state, then is it nothing else but earth and water. Though the other elements be hid therein insensibly, however, both these keep the predominance, though the spirit return to earth and can never be seen in a watery form. And the double newborn body abideth still in its magnetic quality. For as soon as his departed soul is restored after a white fixation, then like a magnet he attracteth the same again, uniteth with it. Then are they exalted to their highest tincture and rubido, with a bright transparentness and clarity. Thus in brief you have a short relation of vitriol, sulphur, and magnet. Pray to God for grace that you may conceive aright of it, put it then to good use, and be mindful of the poor and needy. At the closing I annex this briefly, to hold forth unto you a natural proof, that you presently fling and throw down the sophister, and take his scepter from him. Note that all metals, especially from Mars and Venus, which are very hard and almost fixed metals, of each a part can be made of vitriol. This is the reduction of a metal into a mineral. For minerals grow to metals, and metals were at first minerals, and so minerals are proxima materia of metals, but not prima materia. From these vitriol may be made other reductive, namely a spirit is drawn from them by the virtue of this spirit being driven over. Then there is again a reduction of a mineral into its spiritual essence. And each part in its reduction keepeth a metalline property, but the spirit is not the prima materia, who is now so gross and absurd that should not be able to conceive further and believe that by these reductions from one to the other there be a way to prima materia, and at last to the seed itself, both of metals and minerals, though there be no necessity to destroy metals, because their seed in the minerals is found openly fixed. O good God, what do these ignorant men think? Is not this a very cause in children's like labor? The one begets the other, and the one cometh from the other. Is there not bread back at the corn upon distinct works? But the world is blind, and will be so to the end of it. Thus much at this time, and commit thee to the protection of the highest. End of the third part. 2 Albanian Lex. The fourth part of Basilius Valentinus' last testament. Within be manuals wherein he treateth how metals and fitting minerals may particularly be brought to their highest preparation. London, printed Anno Domini, 1656. The fourth part of particulars from the 7 metals, how they may be prepared with profit. First of the sulphur of soul, whereby Luna is tinged into good gold. Take of pure gold, which is 3 times cast through antimony, and of well-purged mercury vive, being pressed through leather 6 parts, make of it an amalgam, to the quantity of this amalgam. Grind twice as much of common sulphur, let it evaporate in a broad pan in a gentle heat under a muffle, stirring it well with an iron hook, let the fire be moderate, if the matter do not melt together. This gold Calx must be brought to the color of a marigold flower. Then is it right? Then take 1 part of salpeter, 1 part of Sal Ammoniac, half a part of sanded pebbles. Draw water from it. Note this water must be drawn warily and exactly. To draw it after the common way will not do it. He that is used to alchemic preparations knows what he hath to do. And note you must have a strong stone retort which must be coated to hold the spirits closely. Its upper part must have a pipe, upward of half a span's length. Its wideness must bear 2 fingers' breadth. It must be set first in a distilling furnace, which must be opened above. That the upper pipe may stand out clearly, apply a large receiver, lute it well, let your first fire be gentle, then increase it that the retort look glowing hot. 4 Albanian Lex. Put a spoonful of this ground matter in at the pipe, close the pipe suddenly with a wet clout, the spirits come rushing into the receiver, these spirits being settled. Then carry in another spoonful. In this manner you proceed till you have distilled all. At last give time to the spirits to be settled, to turn into water. This water is a hellish dissolving strong one, which dissolve instantly prepared gold Calx and laminated gold into a thick solution, of which I made mention above in the third part. This is that water which is mentioned in my second key, which dissolve not only gold, but bringeth it to a volatility, carrying it over the helmet, whose anima may afterward be drawn from its tormented body. Note, the spirit of common salt affecteth the same, drawn in that manner, which I shall speak of afterward. Let 3 parts of the salt spirit be taken, and 1 part of spiritus nitri. It is stronger than Sal Ammoniac water, and is better because it is not so corrosive. Dissolve gold the sooner, carrieth it over the helmet. Maketh it volatile and fit to part with its soul. You have your choice to use which you think best, and may easier be prepared thus. Take 1 part of the prepared gold calx, and 3 parts of the water, which you make choice of, put it into a body, lute a helmet to it, set it in warm ashes, let it dissolve. That which is not dissolved, pour 3 times as much water upon, that all dissolve. Let it cool, separate the feces, put the solution into a body, lute a helmet to it, let it stand in a gentle heat day and night to balneo Maria. If more feces be settled, separate them. Digest them again in the balmy 9 days and nights, then abstract the water gently to a spicitude. Like unto an oil in the bottom, this abstracted water must be poured on the spicitude. This must be iterated often, that it grow not weary and weak. Remember you lute well at all times. To the old lady on the bottom pour fresh water, which was not yet used, digest day and night firmly closed, then set it in a sand capel. Distill the water from it to a thickness. Make the abstracted water warm, put it into a body, lute it. Warm, put it into a body, lute it, iterate this work, and make all the gold come over the helmet. Note, at the next drawing, always the fire must have 1 degree more. The gold being come over into the water, abstract the water gently from it in the balmy to the old lady, set the glass in a cold place, there will shoot transparent crystals. These are the vitriol of gold, pour the water on it, distill it again unto an old lady, set it by for shooting, the crystals will shoot, iterate it as long as any do shoot. Dissolve these crystals in distilled water, put to it of purged mercury 3 times as much, shake it about, many colors will appear, and amalgam falls to the ground, the water cleareth up. Evaporate the amalgam gently under a muffle, stirring it still, with a wire. At last you get a purple-colored powder, scarlet-like, it dissolving in vinegar into a blood redness. Extract its anima with prepared spirit of wine, mix with the spirit of common salt, extract together into a sweetness. This tincture of soul is like a transparent ruby, leaving a white body behind. Note, without information you cannot attain unto the spirit of salt. If it be not sweet, it hath no extractive power. To the attaining hereof, observe these following manuals. Take good spirit of sail, defilanty exactly, driven forth in that manner, as you shall hear anon. Take 1 part of it, add half a part to it of the best spirit of wine, which must not have any phlegm, but must be a mere sulphur of wine, and must be prepared in that manner. As I shall tell you anon. Lute a helmet to it, draw it over strongly, leave nothing behind. To the abstracted put more spirit of wine, draw it over somewhat stronger than you did the first time, weigh it. Put a 3rd time more to it, draw it over again, well luted, purify this for half a month, or so long as it be sweet, and it is done in balmy very gently. Thus the spirits of wine and salt is prepared. Loseth his corrosity, and is fit for extracting. Take the ruby red prepared gold powder, put of this prepared spirit of salt and wine, so much that it stand 2 fingers' breadth over it, set it in a gentle heat, the spirit will be red tinged. This red spirit must be canted off, pour new spirit on that, which remained on the bottom, set it luted into a gentle heat, let it be tinged deeply, then cant. It off this work must be iterated, that the body of soul remain on the bottom like Calx vive, which keep, for therein sticketh yet more of the salt of gold, which is effectual in ways of medicine, as shall be showed anon. Those tinged spirits put together, abstract them gently in balneo, there will be left a red subtle powder in the bottom, which is the true tincture animated, or sulphur of gold. Dulcify it with distilled rainwater, it will be very subtle, tender, and fair. Take this extracted sulphur of soul, as you were taught, and as much of sulphur of mercury as you shall hear anon when I treat of Mars. Grind them together, put it in a pure glass, pour on it so much of spirit of mercury, let it stand over it 2 fingers' breadth, that the matter in it may be dissolved. See to it that all dissolve into a ruby like gold water, jointly drive it over, then is it one, and were it first of 1 stem, keep it well, that nothing of it evaporate, put it to separated silver Calx, being precipitated with pure salt, and afterward well adulterated and dried, fix it together in a fiery fixation, that it sublime no more. Then take it forth and melt it in a wind oven, let it stream well, then you have united bride and bridegroom, and you brought them unto gold of a high degree. Be thankful to God for it as long as you live. I should give further direction, how this extracted soul of Saul should be further proceeded in, and to make it potable, which ministereth great strength and continued health unto man. But it belonging unto medicinals, I delay it to that place, where further mention shall be made of. At this present, I will speak only how the white solary body shall further be anatomized, and that by art its mercury current and its salt may be obtained. The process of it is thus. Take the white body of soul, from which you have drawn its anima, reverberate it gently for half an hour, let it become corporeal, then pour on it well rectified honey water, which is corrosive, extract its salt in a gentle heat, it is done in 10 days space. The salt being all extracted, abstract the water from it in balneo, adulterate the salt with repeated distillings. With common distilled water, clarify it with spirit of wine, then you have Sal Ori, of which you shall hear more in its due place, of the good qualities it hath by way of medicine upon man. On the remaining matter pour spirit of Tartar, of which in another place, because it belongeth unto medicinals. Digest these for a month's time, drive it through a glass, retort into cold water, then you have quick mercury of soul. Many strive to get it, but in vain. There is one mystery more in nature, that the white solary body, having once lost its anima, may be tinged again and brought to be pure gold, which mystery is revealed to. Very few, I shall give a hint of it, that you may not grumble at me to have concealed any point in the work. I hope you have considered and taken to heart what I have entrusted you withal about the universal stone of philosophers in my third part, namely, how it resteth merely upon the white spirit of vitriol, and how that all three principles are found only in this spirit, and how you are to proceed in, and to bring each into its certain state and order. Take the philosophic sulphur, which in order is the second principle, and is extracted with the spirit of mercury, pour it in the white body of the king, digest it for a month in a gentle balmy, then fix it in ashes, and at last in sand, that the brown powder may appear, then melt it with a fluxing powder made of Saturn, then will it be malleable and fair gold as it was formerly. In color and virtue nothing defective. But note, the salt must not be taken from the solar body, of which I made mention formerly, in a repetition of the 12 keys, where you may read of. There may be prepared yet in another manner a transparent vitriol, for gold in the following manner. Take good aqua regis made with Sal Ammoniac, 1 pound, dissolve 4 ounces of salmiac in aqua fortis, then you have a strong aqua regis, distill and rectify it often in the helmet. Let no feces stay behind, let all ascend clear and transparent. Then take thinly beaten gold rolls, cast them gently through antimony, put them into a body, pour on aqua regis, let it dissolve as much as it will. Or as you can dissolve in it, having dissolved all the gold, pour into it some oil of tartar, or salt of tartar dissolved in fountain water. It begins to tiss. Having done tissing, then pour in again the oil. Do it so long that all the dissolved gold be fallen to the bottom, and nothing more of it precipitate, and the aqua regis clear up. This being done, then cant off the aqua regis from the gold calx, adulterate it with common water 8, 10, or 12 times. The gold calx being well adulterated, cant off that water. And dry the gold calx in a dark place, where the sun doth not shine, do it not over a fire, for as soon as it feeleth the least heat it kindleth, and great damage is done. For it would fly away forcibly, that no man could stay it. This powder being ready also, then take strong vinegar, pour it upon, boil it continually over the fire in a good quantity of vinegar, still stirring it, that it may not stick unto the bottom. For XXIV, hours together, then the fulminating quality is taken from it. Be careful you do not endanger yourself. Cant off that vinegar, dulcify the powder, and dry it. This powder may be driven per alembic without any corrosive, blood red, transparent, and fair, which is strange, and uniteth willingly with the spirit of wine, and by means of coagulation may be brought to a solar body. Do not speak much of it to the vulgar. If you receive any benefit by and from my plain and open information, be thus minded to keep these mysteries secret still to thy dying day, and make no shew of it, else thou art naked and open to the devil's temptations in all thy ways. Therefore pray give attention to what I shall tell thee, for I impart unto thee this arcanum also, and entrust thee by conscience with it. Take good spirit of wine being brought to the highest degree, let fall into it some drops of spirit of tartar, then thy gold powder, put to it 3 times as much of the finest and subtlest common flowers of sulphur, grind these together, set it on a flat pan under a muffle, give to it a gentle fire. Let the gold powder be in a glowing heat, put thus glowing into the spirit of wine, cant off the spirit of wine, dry the powder against the heat, it will be porous. Being dried, then add to it again 3 parts of fluorosulphurous, let them evaporate under a muffle, knead the remaining powder in a strong heat, and put it in spirit of wine. Iterate this work 6 times. At last this gold powder will be soft and porous as firm butter, dry it gently, because it melteth easily. Then take a coated body, which in its under part hath a pipe, lute a helmet to it, apply a receiver, set it freely in a strong sand cable, let your first fire be gentle, then increase it. Let the body be almost in a glowing heat, then put in the softened, well-dried gold powder, being made warm, behind at the hollow pipe, put it in nimbly, there come instantly red drops into the receiver. Keep the fire in this degree so long till nothing more descendeth, and no more drops fall into the receiver. Note, in the receiver there must be of the best spirit of wine, into which the drops of gold are to fall. Then take the spirit of wine, into which the gold drops fall, put it in a pelican, seal it hermetis, circulate it for a month. It turneth then to a blood-red stone, which cleaveth in the fire like wax. Beat it small, grind among lunar calx, melt them together in a strong pot, being warm-cold, put it in aquafort, there precipitateth a black mass, melt it, then you find much good gold. As the gold powder and the spirit of wine together with the mercury as the added lunar calx did weigh, but one moiety of the lunar calx is not tinged, the other is as good as was to be used. If you hit this rightly, then be thankful to God. If not, do not blame me. I could not make it plainer unto thee. Please note that a moiety is a term used to refer to a half or one of two approximately equal parts of something. In a broader sense, it can refer to a portion, part, or share of something. Now, if you will make this vitriol, then take the powder formerly made, boiled in vinegar, pour on a good spirit of common salt, mingled with salpeter water and the spirit of salt of vitriol. This salpeter water is made, as oil of tartar is made with salpeter. Gold is dissolved in this water, which being done, then abstract the water to a thickness, set it. In a cellar, then there shooteth a pure vitriol of Sol. The water which stayeth with the vitriol must be canted off, distill it again to a spicitude, set it in the cellar, more of the vitriols will shoot. Iterate this work so long as any vitriol shooteth. If you are minded to make the philosopher's stone out of solar vitriol, as some fantastic men endeavor in that way, then be first acquainted, and ask counsel of thy purse, and prepare 10 or 12 pound of this vitriol, then you may perform the work well, and the Hungarian vitriol and others digged out of mines will permit thee to do it. You may extract from this vitriol also its sulphur and salt, with spirit of wine, which being all easy work, it is needless to describe it. Now followeth the particular of lune. And of the extraction of its sulphur and salt. Take of Calx vive and common salt anna, knead them together in a wind oven, then extract the salt pure from the Calx with warm water, coagulate it again. Put on an equal quantity of new Calx, knead it, extract the salt from it, iterate it 3 times, then is the salt prepared. Then take the prepared lunar calx, stratify the calx with prepared salt in a glass vial, pour strong water on it, make of equal quantities of vitriol and salpeter. Abstract the aquaforte, iterate it a 3rd time, at last drive it strongly, let the matter well melt in the glass, then take it forth. Your lune is transparent and bluish, like unto an aquamarine. Having brought lune thus far, then pour on strong distilled vinegar, let it in a warm place. The vinegar is tinged with a transparent blue, like a sapphire, and attracteth the tincture of lune. Being separated from the salt, which comes from lune goeth again into the vinegar, which must be done by adulteration, then you will find the sulphur of lune fair and clear. Take 1 part of the sulphur of lune, 1/2 part of the extracted sulphur of lune, 6 parts of the spirit of mercury, join all these in a body, lute it well, set it in a gentle heat. In digestion, that liquor will turn to a red-brown color. Having all driven over the helmet, and nothing stand in the bottom, then pour it on the matter remaining of the silver you drew the sulphur from, lute it well. Set it in ashes for to coagulate, and fix it XL. Days and nights, or when you see the body be quite dry, brown, and nothing of it doth any more rise or fume, then melt it quickly with a sudden strong fire before the blast, cast it forth. Then you transmute the whole substance of silver into the best, most malleable gold. Of this particular silver I have made mention in another place, namely in the repetition of my 12th key, where I wrote that the spirit of salt also can destroy lune, so that potable lune can be made of it, of which potable lune in the last part mentioned shall be made of. You must note that further must be proceeded with lune, and a more exact anatomy must be made upon lune, thus. When you perceive that the sulphur of lune is wholly extracted, and the vinegar takes no more tincture from her, nor the vinegar doth taste any more of salt, then dry the remaining calx of silver. Put it into a glass, pour on it pure honey water, as you did to the gold, yet it must be done without any feces, set it in a warmth for 4 or 5 days. Extract lune's salt, which you may perceive when the water groweth white. The salt being all extracted, then abstract the honey water, adulterate the corrosive matter by distilling, and clarify the salt with spirit of wine. The remaining matter must be adulterated and dried. Pour upon it spirit of tartar, digest it for 1/2 a month, then proceed as you did with the gold, then you have mercury of lune. The said salt of lune hath excellent virtues upon man's body, of which I shall speak in another place. The efficacy of its salt and sulphur may be learned by this following process. Take of the sky-colored sulphur, which you extracted from lune, and is rectified with spirit of wine, put it in a glass, pour on it twice as much as spirit of mercury, which is made of the white spirit of vitriol, as you have heard in the same place. In like manner, take of the extracted and clarified salt of silver, put to it 3 times as much spirit of mercury, lute well both glasses, set them in a gentle balmy for 8 days and nights. Look to it that the sulphur and salt loose nothing, but keep their quantity as they were driven out of the silver. Having stood thus 8 days and nights, then put them together into a glass, seal it hermetis, set it in gentle ashes, let all be dissolved, and let it be brought again into a clear and a white coagulation. At last fix them by the degrees of fire, then the matter will be as white as snow. Thus you have the white tincture, which, with the volatile dissolved anima of Sol, you may animate, fix, bring to the deepest redness, and at last ferment, and augment the same in infinitum, the spirit of mercury being added thereunto. And note that upon gold the process is to be ordered, with its sulphur and salt. If you understood how their primum mobile is to be known, then is it needless in this manner, and to this purpose to destroy metals. But you may prepare everything from, or of their first essence, and bring them to their full perfection. Of the particular of Mars together, with the extraction of its anima and salt. Take of red vitriol oil, or oil of sulphur 1 part, and 2 parts of ordinary well water, put those together, dissolve therein filings of steel. This dissolution must be filtered being warmed. Let it gently evaporate a 3rd part off, then set the glass in a cool place. There will shoot crystals as sweet as sugar, which is the true vitriol of Mars. Can off that water, let it evaporate more. Set it again in a cold place, more crystals will shoot, kneel them gently under a muffle, stirring it still with an iron wire till you get a fair purple-colored powder. On this powder pour distilled vinegar. Extract the anima of Mars in a gentle balmy, abstract again the vinegar, and adulterate the anima. This is the anima of Mars, which being added to the spirit of Mercury, and united with the anima of Sol, tinges lune into Sol, as you heard about the gold. Take as much of Venus as you will, and make vitriol of it, after the usual and common practice. Or take good verdigris, sold in shops, it affecteth the same, grind it well, pour on a good distilled vinegar, set it in a warmth, the vinegar will be transparent green, cast it off. Pour on the remaining matter on the bottom new vinegar, iterate it so long as the vinegar take out any tincture. The matter of the verdigris on the bottom fleeth away, then put the tinged vinegar together, distill the vinegar from it to a dryness, else a black vitriol will shoot, thus you get a purified verdigris. Grind it small, pour on it the juice of immature grapes, let it stand in a gentle heat. This juice maketh a transparent tincture green as a smaragd, and attracteth the red tincture of Venus, which affords an excellent color for painters, limners, and others for their several uses. When the juice extracts no more of the tincture, then put all the extractions together, abstract the moiety of the juice gently, set it into a cool place, there shooteth a fair vitriol. If you have enough of that, then you have matter enough to reduce the same, and to make of it the philosopher's stone, in case you should make a doubt to perform this great mystery by any other vitriol. Of this preparation I have spoken already parabolis in the Book of the Rosary, in the chapter of the wine vinegar, where I said that common azoth is not the matter of our stone, but azoth, or materia prima with the common azoth with the wine, which is the outpressant juice of immature grapes, and with other waters also must be prepared. These are the waters wherewith the body of Venus must be broken, and be made into vitriol, which you must observe well, then you may free yourselves from many troubles and perplexities. But especially note that the way of the universal with this vitriol is understood in the same manner, and is thus conditioned, as I told you in the 3rd part of the universal, and pointed at the common Hungarian vitriol, and even well out of Mars, put particularly to be dealt upon with Venus. Therefore know that it may be done with great profit, if you drive forth the red oil of vitriol and distill Mars in it, and crystallize the solution, as you were told when I treated of Mars. For in this dissolution and constellation Venus and Mars are united, this vitriol must be kneeled under a muffle unto a pure red powder, and must be adulterated further with distilled vinegar. As long as there is any corrosiveness in it, then you get the anima of Mars, and it be doubled, of this doubled virtue after the addition of the anima of Sol, which you made in the before quoted quantity. Take twice as much of silver Calx, and fix it, as you heard when I spoke of the particular of Mars and of Sol. But note that there must be twice as much of the spirit of Mercury than there was allowed in that place, but in the rest the process is alike. The salt of Venus must be extracted when the juice taketh no more of the green tincture. Then take the remaining matter, dry it, pour honey water upon it. Then that salt goeth in that heat for 5 or 6 days, and clarify it with spirit of wine. Then is the salt ready for your medicine. Of the particular of Saturn, together with the extraction of its soul and salt. Most men hold and count Saturn an unworthy and mean metal, and is abused most basely in several extractions, whereas, if known in its internals, more laudable exploits would be performed with it, and many excellent medicines be prepared of it. Being it is my intention to be an elucidation to my former writings, to leave it a set for a legacy and to posterity, that simple men of ordinary society might know and conceive also of the things I formerly wrote of, which, after the resurrection of my flesh, my soul shall bear record unto, that I have written more than I meet, which others before me have purposely concealed. It is being my purpose to declare fundamentally all such medicines, which formerly at large I discoursed of in a philosophic manner. Thus, that this my declaration and ample receipts be noted conscionable by those into whose hands it comes, these as is my revelation, which in a providence will be disposed of into the hands of worth, and all the world may abate simpleness unto that which M2, men of God's mysteries, which acknowledge not the Creator of them in a pure, humble, and penitent heart, persevering conversation, and a fervent purpose to incline unto and towards him. This present writing I leave as a precious badge with an earnest proviso that men would look and observe carefully every letter contained in this, and others of my writings, which in all fidelity I hold forth unto them. And begin now with Saturn, who in all probability, after astronomic rules, is the highest and chiefest lord in the celestial spheres, by whose influence the subterranean Saturn hath its life and coagulation. Putting the black color on it, the rest from the best to the worst follow after, whose splendor enlighteneth that whole firmament, and is incorruptible. I should speak something of Saturn's nativity, from whence he taketh his offspring. But in this place I do not hold it requisite, being there hath been mention made of it in several places in my other books, because it is of no purpose for novices, and to repeat all would increase the volume, which I do not intend, purposing only to elucidate such things which formerly have been delivered in obscure terms. Note, Saturn is not to be thus slighted by reason of its external despicable form, if he be wrought in a due process after the philosopher's way. He is able to requite all the pains the art-seeking laborers bestow on him, and will acknowledge him rather to be the Lord, and not the servant. A lord's honor is due unto him, not only in respect of man's health, but in respect also of meliorating the metals. The preparation of it is thus. Take red minium or ceruse, these are of several worths. The one is better before the other, according to their several examinations. Those that are sold in shops are seldom pure. Without their due additionals, my advice is that every artist undertake himself the destruction of Saturn. The process of it is several. Of the best I give this hint. Take pure lead, which yields to the hammer as much as you please, laminate it thinly, the thinner the better, hang these lamins, or a large glass filled with strong vinegar, in which is dissolved a like quantity of the best Sal Ammoniac, sublimed thrice with common salt. Stop the glass mouth very closely, that nothing evaporate. Set the glass in ashes of a gentle heat, otherwise the spirits of the vinegar and Sal Ammoniac ascend, and touch this eternal lamins, the 10th. Or 12th day you will spy a subtle ceruse hanging on these lamins. Brush them off with a hare's foot, soon get enough of this ceruse, provided you buy good wares. If sophisticated, you labor in vain. Take a quantity of it if you please, put it in a body, pour strong vinegar on it, which several times hath been rectified, and was purified at the last rectification with a 16th part of spirit of vulgar salt, deflegem D, and drawn over. Stop the body well, or which is better, lute a blend head to it. Set the body in ashes to be digested, swing it off and about. In few days the vinegar begins to look yellow and sweet, as the first. Iterate it a third time, it is sufficient. The remnant of the ceruse stayeth in the body's bottom shapely. Filter the tinged vinegar clearly, that is of a transparent yellowness. Put all the tinged vinegar together. Abstract 2 parts of it in balneo mariae. Let the third part stay behind. This third part is of a reasonable rubido. Set the glass in a very cold water, then the crystals will shoot sooner. Being shot, take them out with a wooden spoon, lay them on a paper for to dry. These are as sweet as sugar and are of great energy against inflamed symptoms. Extract the vinegar further in balneo, in which the crystals did shoot. Set that distillation aside for the shooting more crystals, and proceed with these as you did formerly. Now take all these crystals together. They in their appearance are like unto clarified sugar or salpeter. Beat them in a mortar of glass or iron, or grind them on a marble. Unto an unpalableness, reverberate it in a gentle heat to a blood-like redness, provided they do. M3, or turn to a blackness. Having them in a scarlet color, put them in a glass, pour in a good spirit of juniper, abstract it from its oil, and rectify it several times into a fair, white, bright manner. Lute the glass above, set it in a gentle heat. Let the spirit of juniper be tinged with a transparent redness like blood, then can it off neatly from the feces into a pure glass, with that proviso, that no impure thing run along. On the feces pour other spirit of juniper, extract still, as long as any spirit taketh the tincture. Keep these feces, they contain the salt. Take all these tinged spirits together, filter them, abstract them gently in balneo. There remaineth in the bottom neat carnation powder, which is the anima of Saturn. Pour on it rainwater. Often distilled and distill it strongly several times, to get off that which stayed with the spirit of juniper, and so this subtle powder will be adulterated clearly. Keep it in a strong boiling, cant it off. Then let it go off neatly, let it dry gently for safety's sake. Reverberate it again gently for its better execution. Let all impurity evaporate. Let it grow cold. Put it in a vial. Put twice as much of spirit of mercury to it, which I told you of in the third part of the universal. Entrusted you upon your conscience with it. Seal it hermetis. Set it in a vaporous bath, which I prescribed at the preparation of the spirit of mercury, called the philosopher's fumus igneus. Let it stand in the mystical furnace for a month. Then the anima of Saturn closeth daily with the spirit of Mercury, and both become inseparable, making up a fair, transparent, deeply tinged red oil. Look to the government of the fire, be not too high with it, else you put the spirit of Mercury as a volatile spirit to betake himself to his wings, forcing him to the breaking of the glass. But if these be well united, then no such fear look for one nature embraces and upholdeth the other. Then take this oil, or dissolved anima of Saturn, out of the vial. If it is of a gallant fragrance, put it into a body, apply a helmet to it, lute it well, drive it over, then it is united together, and fit to transmute mercury, being prepared into soul. The precipitation of mercury is done thus. Take 1 part of the spirit of salt of nitre, and 3 parts of oil of vitriol, put these together, cast into it 1/2 a part of quick mercury. Being very well purged, set it in sand, put a reasonable strong fire to it, so that the spirits may not fly away. Let it stand a whole day and night. Then abstract all the spirits. Then you find in the bottom a precipitated mercury, somewhat red, pour the spirits on it. Again, let it stand day and night, abstract it again. Then your precipitate will be more red than at the first. Pour it a 3rd time on it. Then abstract strongly. Then your precipitate is at its highest rubido. Dulcify it with distilled water. Let it be thoroughly dried out. Then take 2 parts of this precipitated mercury, 1 part of the dissolved saturnal oil, put these together, set it in the ashes, let all be fixed, not 1 drop must stick anywhere to the glass. Then it must be melted with due additionals of lead. They close together, afford gold, which afterward, at the casting through antimony, can be exalted. I have informed you hereof where I treated of mercury before, but note that mercury must not be precipitated, or else with pure oil of vitriol, or oil of Venus. With the addition of the spirit of salt of nitre, albeit such mercury cannot be brought to its highest fixation by way of precipitating, but its fixed coagulation is found in Saturn, as you heard. Beat the above said mercury small, grind it on a stone, put it in a vial, pour on it the dissolved saturnal oil, it extracted easily, if so be you proceeded right in the precipitation. Lute the vial hermetis, fix it in ashes, at last in sand, to its highest fixation, then you have bound mercury with a true bond, and brought him into a fixed coagulation, which changeth its form and substance into amelioration. With an abundance of superfluous riches, if you carry it on a white substance, then you get only silver, which holds but little. M4. One thing more I must tell thee about this process, that there is yet a better way to deal upon Saturn, with more profit, you seek are, that you may not have any cause to complain against my not declaring, take it thus. Take 2 parts of the above say dissolved oil, or of the saturnal soul, 1 part of astrum solis, and of antimonial sulphur, whose preparation followeth afterwards, 2 parts of sal of Mars. As all these are, weigh them together, put all into a glass vial, let the 3rd part of it be empty, set it in together to be fixed. Then the salt of Mars openeth in this compound, is fermented by it. The matter begins to incline to a blackness. For 10 or 12 days it is eclipsed. Then the salt returns to its coagulation, laying hold in its operation on the whole compound. Coagulate it first into a deep brown mass. Let it stand thus unstirred in a continued heat. It turneth to a blood-red body, increase the fire, that you may see astrum solis be predominant, which appeareth in a greenish color, like unto a rainbow. Keep this fire continually, let all these colors vanish. It turneth to a transparent red stone, very ponderous, needless to be projected on mercury, but tinges after its perfection and fixation all white metals into the purest gold. Then take of the prepared fixed red stone, or of the powder, 1 part and 4 parts of any of the white metal. First let the metal melt 1/2 an hour, and let it be well clarified. Then project the powder upon it, let it drive well, and see that it be entered into the metal, and the metal begin to congeal. Then is it transmuted into gold, beat the pot in pieces, take it out. If it hath any slacks, drive them with Saturn, then is it pure and malleable. If you carried it on Lune, then more of the powder to it than you do upon Jupiter and Saturn, as half an ounce of the powder tinges 5 ounces of Lune into soul. Let this be a miracle. Fool not thy soul with imparting this mystery into others that are unworthy of it. Proceed with salt of Saturn, as you were informed about Mars and Venus. Only distilled vinegar performeth that which honey did by the other, and clarify it. With spirit of wine, the particular of Jupiter together with the extraction of its anima and salt. Take pumice stones sold in shops, kneal them, quench them in old good wine, kneal them again, and quench them as you did formerly. Let this kneeling be iterated a 3rd time. The stronger the wine is you quench withal, the better it is. After that, dry them gently. Thus are they prepared for that purpose. Pulverize these pumice stones subtly, then take good tin, laminate it, stratify in a cementing way in a reverberating furnace. Reverberate this matter for 5 days and nights in a flaming fire. It draweth a tincture of the metal, then grind it small, first scraping the 10 lemons. Put it in a glass body, pour on it good distilled vinegar, set it in digestion. The vinegar draweth the tincture, which is red-yellow. Abstract this vinegar in balneo, adulterate the anima of Jupiter with distilled water, thoroughly dry out gently, proceed in the rest as you did with the anima of Saturn, viz. Dissolve radically in, or with the spirit of Mercury, drive them over, pour that upon 2 parts of red mercury precipitated, being precipitated with this Venerian sanguine quality. Then coagulate and fix. If done successfully, you may acknowledge Jupiter's bounty. That gives leave to transmute this precipitate into gold, which will be apparent at their melting. It performeth this also, it transmuteth 10 parts of Lune into gold, if other sulphurs be added thereunto. Force no more upon Jupiter, it's all he is able to do, being of a peaceable disposition. He told you what he could do. The process about the salt is to extract it with distilled rainwater, clarified with spirit of wine, of the particular of mercury vive, and of its sulphur and salt. Take of quick mercury, sublime 7 times liba, and grind it very small. Pour on it a good quantity of strong vinegar. Boil it on the fire for an hour or upward. Stirring the matter with a wooden spatule, take it from the fire, let it be cold. The mercury setteth to the bottom, and the vinegar cleareth up. If it be slow in the clearing, let some drops of spirit of vitriol fall in the vinegar. It doth precipitate the other. For vitriol precipitateth mercury vive. Spirit of Tartar precipitate Sol. Venus and common salt doth precipitate Lune. And Mars doth the like to Venus. A lixivium of beech ashes doth it to vitriol. And vinegar is for common sulphur in that way. And Mars for Tartar. And saltpeter for antimony. Cant off the vinegar from the precipitate. You will find the mercury like a pure washed sand. Pour on it vinegar. Iterate this work a 3rd time, then adulterate the matter. Let it dry gently. Take 2 ounces of anima of Mars, 1 ounce of anima of Saturn, 1 ounce of anima of Jupiter. Dissolve these in 6 ounces of mercurial spirit. Let all be dissolved, then drive it over. Leave nothing behind. It will be a golden water, like a transparent dissolution of soul. Your prepared and adulterated mercury must be warmed in a strong vial. Pour a little warmed water gently on it. A tissing will be, stop the vial, then the tissing is gone. Then seal it hermetis. Set it in a gentle balmy. In 10 days, the mercury is dissolved into a grassy green oil. Set the vial in ashes for a day and night. Rule your fire gently. This green color turneth into a yellow oil. In this color is hid the rubido. Keep it in this fire, and let the matter turn to a yellow powder, like unto orpiment. When no more comes over, then set the glass in sand for a day and a night. Give a strong fire to it, the fairest ruby rubedo appear. Melt it to a fixedness like a fluxing powder made of Saturn. It comes now to a sublimeness. 1 pound of it contains 2 ounces of gold, as deep as ever nature produced any. Remember the poor. Do not precipitate thyself into an infernal abyss, by forgetting thyself and not doing the duties you ought to perform in regard of the blessing. An oil made of mercury, and its salt. Make quick mercury, being often sublimed, and rectify it with Calx vive. Put it in a body, dissolve it in a heat, in strong nitrous water. Abstract the water from the corrosiveness which stayeth there, must be extracted by good vinegar, well boiled in it. At last abstract this vinegar, the remainder of it must be dulcified with distilled water, and then thoroughly dried out. Afterward on each pound let be poured lib. 1. Of the best spirit of wine, let it be luted in putrefaction, then drive over what may be driven, first gently, then more strongly. From that which is gone over, abstract the spirit of wine per balneum. There stayeth behind a fragrant oil, which is astrum mercurii, an excellent remedy against venereal diseases. Seeing the salt and astrum of mercury is of the same medicinal operation, I hold it needless to write of each in particular, and will join their operations into one, and declare it in the last part about the salt of mercury, because they are of one effect in medicinal operations. Take the oil or astra mercurii, which by reason of its weight keep its own body in a perpetual running, cast it on the next standing earth from which you formerly drew the oil. Set it in a heat, the oil draweth its own. This being done, put to it a reasonable quantity of spirit of wine, abstracted again, the salt stayeth behind, soaked in the fresh spirit of wine, being dulcified by cohobation of the particular of antimony, together with the extraction of its sulphur and salt. Take good Hungarian antimony, pulverize it subtly to a meal, calcine it over a gentle heat, stirring it with an iron wire, and let it be albified, and that at last it may be able to hold out in a strong fire. Then put it into a melting pot, melt it, cast it forth, turn it to a transparent glass, bear that glass, grind it subtly, put it in a glass body of a broad flat bottom, pour on it distilled vinegar, let it stand luted in a gentle heat for a good while. The vinegar extracted the antimonial tincture, which is of a deep redness, abstract the vinegar, there remaineth a sweet yellow subtle powder, which must be adulterated with distilled water. All acidity must be taken away, thoroughly dry out it, pour on it the best graduated spirit of wine, set it in a gentle heat. You have a new extraction which is red and yellow, cant it off, pour another spirit, let it run along a can, then abstract the spirit of wine. Whereupon you find a tender, deep yellow subtle powder of an admirable medicinal operation, is nothing inferior unto potable soul. Take 2 parts of this powder, 1 part of solar sulphur, grind these small, then take 3 parts of sulphur of Mars, pour on it 6 parts of spirit of mercury, set it in digestion well luted. The sulphur of Mars be dissolved friendly, then try in a 4th part of the ground matter of the sulphur of antimony and of soul lute and digest. Of the particular of antimony, together with the extraction of its sulphur and salt. Take good Hungarian antimony, pulverize it subtly to a meal, calcine it over a gentle heat, stirring it with an iron wire, and let it be albified, and that at last it may be able to hold out in a strong fire. Then put it into a melting pot, melt it, cast it forth, turn it to a transparent glass, bear that glass, grind it subtly, put it in a glass body of a broad flat bottom, pour on it distilled vinegar, let it stand luted in a gentle heat for a good while. The vinegar extracted the antimonial tincture, which is of a deep redness, abstract the vinegar, there remaineth a sweet yellow subtle powder, which must be adulterated with distilled water. All acidity must be taken away, thoroughly dry out it, pour on it the best graduated spirit of wine, set it in a gentle heat. You have a new extraction which is red and yellow, cant it off, pour another spirit, let it run along a can, then abstract the spirit of wine. Whereupon you find a tender, deep yellow subtle powder of an admirable medicinal operation, is nothing inferior unto potable soul. Take 2 parts of this powder, 1 part of solar sulphur, grind these small, then take 3 parts of sulphur of Mars, pour on it 6 parts of spirit of mercury, set it in digestion. Well luted, the sulphur of Mars be dissolved friendly, then try in a 4th part of the ground matter of the sulphur of antimony and of soul lute and digest. Let all be dissolved, then carry in more of your ground sulphurs, proceed as formerly, iterating it so long till all be dissolved. Then the matter becomes a thick brown oil, all over jointly into one. Leave nothing behind in the bottom, then pour it on a purely separated lunar calx, set it by degrees of fire, then melt it into a body, separate it with an aquafort. 6 times as much of sal is precipitated in above the ponderosity the compound did weigh, reserved for such works you please to put unto. The antimonial tincture being extracted totally from its Saturn, and no vinegar takes more hold of any tincture, then exsicate the remaining powder, which is of a black color, put it into a melting pot. Lute it, let it stand in a reasonable heat, let all the sulphurous part burn away, adulterate the remaining matter, pour on it new distilled vinegar, extracted salt, abstract the vinegar. Adulterate the acidity by cohobation, clarify so long, so that the water be white and clear. If you have proceeded well in your works, then the lesser time will be required to extract the antimonial salt, as you shall hear of it, whereby you may observe that the antimonial sulphur is extracted in the following manner, and is of the same medicinal operation, but is of a quicker and speedier work, which is a matter of consequence, and worthy to be taken notice. A short way to make antimonial. Sulphur and salt. Take good vitriol, common salt, and unslaked lime, of each 1 pound 4 ounces of Sal Ammoniac. Beat them small, put them in a glass body. Pour on it 1 pound of common vinegar, let it stand in digestion for a day, put it afterward into a retort. Apply a receiver to it, distill it, as usually an aquafort is distilled. Take of the off-drawn liquor, and of common salt, a pound of each. Rectify them once more, let no muddiness come over with it, all must come clear. Then take a pound of pulverized antimonial glass, pour this spirit on it, lute it well, digest, and let all be dissolved. then abstract the water in Bonneau Marie, there remains in the bottom a black. Thick fluid matter, but somewhat dry, laid on a glass table, set in a cellar, a red oil floweth from it, leaving some feces behind, coagulate this red oil gently upon ashes. Let it be thoroughly dried out there, then pour the best spirit of wine on it. It extracted a tincture which is blood red, cant off that which is tinged, pour other spirit of wine on the remainder. Let all redness be extracted, thus you have the tincture or antimonial sulphur, which is of a wonderful medicinal efficacy, and is equivalent unto potable gold, as you heard in the former process. As this preparation serveth now to proceed with it particularly, as I shewed in the former, this black matter, which stays behind after the extraction of sulphur, must be thoroughly dried out. Extract its snow-white salt with distilled vinegar, adulterate it, clarify it with spirit of wine. Observe its virtues in medicina, of the which in the last part. Thus I conclude my fourth part also. Other mysteries of nature and some augmentations might be here annexed, but I waive them, mentioning only the chiefest of them, and are such, which may be wrought easily, and in a short time, and whereby good store of riches may be gotten. The rest, which are not of that importance, and may easily draw novices into errors, bringing no profit for the present, may in good time by careful practice be found out and obtained. If you only know those whereby health and wealth be obtained, then these meddling sulphurs and their compounds may bring great profit unto you. To write of these circumstantially is impossible to one man. It is of infinite labor. Call upon God for grace and mercy. Fundamental theory affords the practic part, from whence flow infinite springs, all from one head. If you go otherwise to work than I entreated you to do by the Creator of heaven and earth, then all your actions will be retrograded unto a temporal disaster. I should annex here the efficacies of other minerals which are next unto metals. But seeing they are of no ability unto transmutation of metals, but are only medicinal, and are qualified to do their work to the admiration of those that make use of them, I leave them at this time. The Almighty hath put wonderful virtues into metalline salts, which have been found approved several ways. End of the fourth part. Basilius Valentinus his 12 Keys, which is a treatise about the great stone of philosophers, in which many thousands since the beginning of the world have wrought. London, printed Anno Domini 1656. The preface to the 12 Keys. Upon fear coming upon me, I fell to consider out of nature's frailty the miserableness of this world, lamented within me the sin which our first parents had committed, and how little of repentance there was for it, men still growing worse. An eternal punishment being set upon all impenitents, it made me to make haste to outrun evil, bid farewell to the world, vowing myself to become God's servant only. Having spent some time in my order, after I had done my appointed devotions, to draw myself from idleness and sinful thoughts, I took in hand for to employ my excessive hours to some purpose, to anatomize natural things, to dive into nature's mysteries, a thing above the spiritual ones I found most comfortable and pleasing. Having found many books in our monastery which philosophers had written a long time before me, which had dived very deeply into nature's secrets, it encouraged me the more to learn that which they knew. Though in the beginning all was very difficult, however, upon my earnest prayers to God, the Lord blessed me in my undertakings. And 2. In our monastery there was one of my fellows who was mightily tormented with the stone, was often bedrid, sought after many physicians, but none was able to cure him, was left hopeless, taking refuge to God's omnipotency. Then I began to anatomize vegetables, extracted their salt and quintessences, but none of all these would or could my sick fellow, made trials of many of them, but were too weak to dissolve the stone. I took his case to farther consideration, and intended to know fundamentally what efficacy the great Creator had planted into minerals and metals. The more I sought into them, the more I found, still one secret issuing from the other. God bless me herein, opened mine eyes, that I saw marvelous virtues in the nature of minerals and metals, the great Creator had planted into them, insomuch that it is a hard matter to believe it. Among these I hoped to get one mineral composed of many colors, which had many and rare virtues in medicine. I drew its spiritual essence from it, whereby in few days I cured my diseased colleague. For this mineral spirit was very strong, strengthened the weak spirit of my brother, and lived a long time after that cure. He prayed daily and hourly for me as long as he lived, even to his dying moment. His and other men's prayers availed so much with the great Creator, that by his blessing and my endeavors were revealed many great matters to me, which he did not reveal unto worldly men. This philosophic stone for man's health and salvation of him in this valley of misery I revealed to posterity, as much as is meet for me to do, following herein the steps of my predecessors. These philosophic informations are enigmatic and short, yet are a rock on which truth may firmly be builded. I wish good success and blessings from above to the undertakers herein. Amen. The contents of this book are: Topic 1, of the Great Stone of Ancient Philosophers. Topic 2, the 12 keys whereby the doors of the Philosopher's Stone are opened, and the deep fountain of health and wealth floweth from thence. Topic 3, a short repetition of his writings about the Philosophic Stone, wherein is plainly held forth the true philosophic light. Whereunto is annexed an information of quicksilver, antimony, vitriol-water, common sulphur, Calx, vive, arsenic, salpeter, Sal Ammoniac, tartar, vinegar, and wine. Topic 4, of microcosmy, or man's body, what it contains, of what it is composed, the whole contents thereof, and of its issue and end. Topic 5, of the great mystery of the world, and its medicinals belonging to man. Topic 6, of the magisterium of the vive, planets, their essence, properties, virtues, operation and revolution, and their admirable hidden mystical qualities. Topic 1, of the great stone of the ancient philosophers, written by Basilius Valentinus. Dear friend and well-wisher unto art, in my preface I promise the such which are desirous to learn, and to dive into nature's condition, to shew, and to speak of that cornerstone. As much as I am permitted from above to do out of what the ancient philosophers have prepared their stone, whereby they prolonged their lives in a continued health, and whereby they got their riches also, to live comfortably in this miserable world. For the performing of my promise, not leading you into any tedious sophistical labyrinths, but disclosing the very headspring of all goodness. You are to note, and to take into serious consideration my following expressions. If so be your intent is to learn anything concerning this art, I do not purpose to use any prolixity in words, for that were to no purpose. I do love few words, which are full of pith. Note, it is given but to few men to attain unto the mystery of this art, though many strive and endeavor to work upon that structure, yet the true knowledge and the attaining thereunto, the great Creator hath made common. And 4, but bestoweth it only on such which hate lies and love truth, and intend seriously and earnestly to use this art, and chiefly such men are fit for it, which love God unfeignedly, and pray earnestly unto him for such knowledge. Therefore I tell you for a mere truth, that in case you intend to go about the making of this stone, you be a follower of that I inform you of, and before all things pray unto the great Creator, to bestow his blessing upon you herein, and if you have sinned, confess unto him, with a full resolution never to do evil again, but lead a godly life, and that your heart may be enlightened in all good things. And remember, whenever you are preferred to any honor, to be helpful to the poor and needy, to deliver them out of their misery, making them glad with thy help also, that the Lord may bestow the greater blessings upon you, and you may thereby be confirmed in faith, that there is a throne in heaven prepared for such a one, hereafter to live in eternal bliss. My friend, despise not to read good and real writings of such men, which had the philosophic stone before us, for from them I had it. Next unto God's revelation, the reading of their books must be frequently iterated, then the fundamentals thereof will the better stick to the memory, and truth, like a burning candle, be not extinguished. Be industrious in your careful working, search into scriptures continually, be not prepossessed with opinions, follow after the unanimous concurrence of philosophers. A wavering man is easily brought into wrong ways, and such men which have wavering mind as seldom build firm houses. Seeing the stone of the most ancient philosophers doth not come, or spring from things which are combustible, because this stone is freed from all dangers. Fire may put him unto, therefore trouble not thyself to seek for it in such things, where nature would not have thee to seek for it. As for example, if one should tell thee, this stone is a vegetable work, because a growing quality is in it, but it is not. For if our stone were of a condition, as other vegetables are, it would easily be consumed in fire. Nothing would stay, but only its salt. Though there were men who have written great volumes of the vegetable stone, yet, my friend, you must note that it will be very difficult for thee to conceive of it. For they call our stone a vegetable one, because a growing and augmenting belongeth thereunto. Note further, irrational beasts have their increase of their own kindi. So you strive not to seek for, or to make the stone, but only of his own seed, from whence it hath its beginning and being. Neither ought you to look out for any animal's soul, for the making thereof, flesh and blood, which the great Creator hath bestowed upon animals, belongeth properly unto animals. God composed them of flesh and blood, whereby an animal is made, but our stone, which from the ancient philosophers came as by an inheritance upon me, is made of one and of two things, which contain a third. This is the naked truth, and it is rightly spoken. For the ancients understood by man and wife, one body, not in respect of the outward appearance, but by reason of their innate love, which they got at the first working of their natures. In that respect it is acknowledged that they are one. and as both propagate and increase their seed, even so the seed of that matter of which our stone is made can be propagated and augmented. If you be a true lover of our art, you will take this expression into consideration, to keep thyself out of the pit, into which erroneous sophisters usually fall, which their enemy dig for them. My friend, that you may know further from whence this seed cometh, then inquire first of thyself, to what end you intend to seek after this stone. Reason then will dictate unto thee, that it must needs spring from a metalline root, which the Creator hath ordained for metals to generate thereby. If you will know the matter of it, then note. First, when the Spirit moved upon the water, and the universe was encompassed with darkness, then the omnipotent and eternal God, who is without a beginning and end, whose wisdom was from eternity, by his unsearchable decree, created heaven and earth, and the things contained therein, be they visible or invisible, by what name soever they may be called. But of the manner of this glorious creation my intent is not now to philosophize much upon. Let Scripture and faith be impartial judges herein. The great Creator hath given in the creation to every creature a seed, whereby it should generate and increase, whereby animals, vegetables, and minerals might continually be preserved. Man hath no power bestowed on him to make or bring forth a new kindi of seed according to his fancy against God's ordinance. There is granted unto him a propagation and increase. God reserved for his sole power to make seed, else man could play the Creator also, which doth not beseem him, and belongs merely to the highest Creator. Conceive thus of the seed which worketh metals. There is a heavenly influence, according to God's good pleasure and ordinance, from above it falls, and mingleth with sidereal qualities. When such conjunctions happen, then these two beget an earthly substance, as a third thing, which is the beginning of our seed, its first original. Whereby its first descent is proved, from these three the elements have their offspring, as water, air, and earth, which work further by a gnomic fire, to the bringing forth of a perfect thing, which Hermes and all those before me, for I could find no more, have called the three principles, and were found to be an internal soul, an incomprehensible spirit, and a visible body. These three being together in one dwelling, in process of time, yet by Vulcan's help, to be a comprehensible being, as a mercury, sulphur, and salt. These three, by an uniting begun, brought into a coagulation, according to nature's miraculous operation, there is brought forth a perfect body as nature would have it, and the Creator had ordained the seed for it. He that purposeth to seek after the fountain of our work, and hopeth to get the victory in this warfare, to him I tell this for a truth, that where there is a metalline soul, a metalline spirit, and a metalline form of body, that there must needs be there also a metalline mercury, a metalline sulphur, and a metalline salt. These must needs produce a perfect metalline body. If you do not conceive of it now, then surely you are not adapted for philosophy, and in brief it is thus. It will not be possible for thee to reap the benefit of any metalline body, unless you have joined completely the forenamed three principles. Note further, animals are composed of flesh and blood. There is in them also a living spirit and breath, which dwelleth in them, but they are destitute of a rational soul, which before them man is endued withal. This is the reason that when animals lost their lives, they are gone, no more hopes of them forever. But man, who offering his body to his Creator in time of death, hath a soul, who at the day of resurrection is to receive a glorified body to his soul, and are to dwell together, and so soul, body, and spirit come together again in an heavenly clarification, which in all eternity will never be separated again and seen. Therefore man, by reason of his soul, is acknowledged to be a fixed creature, because he is to live forever after this life, though in his body he is subject to a temporal death. For death is unto man only a clarification according to God's ordinance, by certain degrees is delivered from a sinfulness, and transplanted into a better condition, which doth not befall other animals. Therefore are they esteemed to be unfixed creatures. For these, being once gone by death, cannot expect nor look for any resuscitation, because they want a rational soul, for which the sole mediator Jesus Christ hath suffered, and shed his innocent blood. A spirit may have a dwelling in a body, but it is not consequent that he must abide there constantly, though the body and that spirit be at rest. And that body with that spirit doth not contest about any controversies, because both do want the strongest part, which upholdeth and binds together soul and body, protect and keep them from dangers, namely the tender, noble, and fixed soul. For where the soul is quite gone and lost, there is never any redemption hoped for. For a thing which hath no soul is not perfect, which is one of the highest mysteries which seekers ought to know, and upon conscience I am commanded not to conceal this mystery, but to make it known to those which seriously love fundamentals of truth. And take carefully notice of what I say. Spirits hidden in metals are not alike. Some are more volatile, and others more fixed. Their souls and bodies are not alike neither, that metal which contains the three fixednesses that is blessed with a power to hold in the fire, and so overcome all its enemies, which only is found in Sol. Lune contains a fixed mercury, and it is the reason why she doth not fly so soon in the fire as other imperfect metals do, but stands out her examen in the fire, and sheweth the same victoriously, because the devouring Saturn can rob nothing from her. That archwench Venus is clad, and possessed with an abounding tincture. The most part of her body is a mere tincture, like unto such a tincture which dwelleth also in the best metal, and by reason of the superfluity thereof is tinged upon red, and because her body being leprous, that fixed tincture cannot have any abiding place in her unfixed body, but must vanish together with her body. For the body being consumed by destruction or death, that body cannot subsist neither, but must give way and fly, because the habitation is destroyed, and consumed with fire, so that her place is not known, nor may any other dwell there from henceforth. But in a fixed body she willingly dwelleth constantly. Fixed salt hath bestowed on valorous Mars a hard, sturdy, and gross body, whereby the gallantry of his men is proved, and is not so easily gotten from this warlike prince, because his body is hard, and is not easily mastered or conquered. But if his valor with Lune's fixation, and with Venus her beauty in a mixture doth harmonize spiritually, then a curious and melodious music may be made, whereby some keys may be advanced. And the needy laborer may get a piece of living, particularly if he got up to the uppermost step of that ladder. For the phlegmatic quality or moist nature of Lune must be thoroughly dried out through the hot blend of Venus, and her great pains must be allayed by the outward salt. There is no necessity to seek for seed in the elements, because our seed is not put so far back, but there is a neater place, in which our seed hath its sure and certain habitation. If you only rectify and regulate the philosophic mercury, sulphur, and salt, so that of their soul, spirit, and body there be made an inseparable union, which may never be separated again, then the band of love is perfectly made, and the dwelling is well prepared for the crown. And note that this is only a liquid key, like unto a heavenly property, and a dry water, addicted to an earthly substance, all which is but one thing, proceeding and growing from 3, 2. And 1, if you can hit it, then you have overcome the mastery, and make a copulation between bride and bridegroom. Let them feed and cherish one another with their own flesh and blood. Let them increase and multiply infinitely by their own seed. I could willingly communicate and disclose more unto you, but the Creator hath forbidden it, and it is not meet for me to speak any further of it, for fear the gifts of the highest should be misused. And I should be the cause of committing of great sins, and load God's wrath upon me, and fall with the rest into eternal punishment. My friend, if these expressions give thee no content to conceive of the thing, and I lead thee unto the practic part of mine own, how I have attained by God's assistance unto the philosopher's stone, I pray consider the same well, peruse diligently my six keys, iterate their reading frequently, and then proceed according to my instruction, which I set down fundamentally by way of a parable. Take a piece of the finest gold, anatomize the same by such means as nature hath afforded unto artists, even as a physician anatomizeth man's body, whereby he is inquisitive into the condition of man's internal parts. Reduce thy gold unto that, what it hath been at first. Then you will find the seed, the beginning, middle, and end. Out of which our gold and its wife is made, namely of a penetrating subtle spirit, of a pure, tender, and undefiled soul, and of an astral salt and balsam, which after their uniting is nothing else, but a mercurial liquor. The same water was brought to school to its own god Mercury, who examined the water, having found it without deceit and fashion. He made friendship with it, and took the water into a matrimonial state, and both became an incombustible oil. For Mercury grew so proud upon it that he knew himself no more. He flung away his eagle's wings, himself swallowed the smooth tail of the dragon, and offered a batel unto Mars. Mars gathered his champions together and gave command that Mercury should be taken prisoner, and be kept closely imprisoned. Vulcan was commanded to be jailer so long, till a female Kinde came in to his deliverance. This rumor being noised abroad, the other planets had a meeting where they consulted what further was to be done in that business, and the proceedings might wisely be prosecuted. Then Saturn made a speech in this manner. I, Saturn, the highest planet in the firmament, protest before this honorable assembly of my lords, that I am the meanest and most contemptible among you all, of a weak, corruptible body, of a black color, subject to many infirmities in this miserable world, and yet am an examiner of you all, for I have no abiding place, and take along with me such that are like unto me. I cannot lay the fault of this my misery to none but Mercury, who by his carelessness hath put this evil upon me. Therefore, my lords, I beseech you to be pleased to revenge my quarrel on him, and, seeing he is cast already into prison, there to take his life away, and let him rot there, that not one drop of his blood may remain. Saturn having ended his speech, Jupiter rose up, made a speech upon his knees, bowing his scepter, began to commend Saturn's proposals, commanding all those to be punished, which should neglect to put in execution that which Saturn would have done unto Mercury. After him arose Mars with his naked sword, which was full of strange and admirable colors, glittering like a fire glass, casting strange rays, put the sword into Vulcan's the jailer's hand, to put in execution all that which the lords had resolved upon, killed Mercury, burned his bones with fire, and Vulcan did his office very carefully. This executioner having done his duty, there came a white shining woman in a long garb of a silver piece, of several watercolors, being well viewed, behold it was Lune, the wife of Sol. She fell down upon her knees, entreated heartily and weeping, that her husband's soul might be set at liberty out of prison Mercury had cast him into by force with deceitfulness, where both he and Mercury, upon your honor's command, were kept imprisoned. But Vulcan gave her a flat denial, because he was commanded to do so, and went on to do his office in executing the sentence. At last the Lady Venus came in a deep red robe lined with green, of a most beautiful countenance, pleasant speech, and amiable gestures, bearing fragrant flowers in her hand, which were a most refreshing pleasure to the eyes to behold, by reason of variety of colors. She made intercession in the Chaldean language unto Vulcan, putting into his remembrance that redemption must come from womankind, but his ears were stopped. These two conferring together, heaven opened itself, there came forth a huge beast with many thousands of young ones, destroyed the executioner, opening his jaws wide, devoured the Lady Venus, which made the intercession, crying with a shrill voice, my descent is of women. My seed is scattered far and near by them. Thereby they replenish the earth. Their soul is kindred to mine. Therefore my desire is to feed and to drink of their blood. The beast having spoken thus turned, it went into a room, shut the door behind, all its young ones followed it, where more food must be provided for them, and they drunk the first incombustible oil. That meat and drink they easily digested, whereof more young ones were bred, which was continued long, so that all the world was filled by them. All these things thus happening, there was a meeting of several learned men, which endeavored to interpret and declare what happened and what had been spoken, that they might the better understand these mysteries. None of them was able to perform that business, for all of them had several thoughts concerning these things. At last there stood up an ancient man, as white as snow in his hairs, clad in purple from top to toe. On his head he had a crown. In the midst of it was set a precious carbuncle. He was girt with a girdle of life, and went barefooted, spoke with a special spirit, which was hid in him. His speech and saying went through his body and life, his soul felt it to the inmost. This man stepped on high, desired the assembly to be silent, and to give diligent attention unto him, because he was sent from above to declare unto them these writings, and to make it known unto them in a philosophic expression. The assembly being silent, he began to speak thus. Awaken, O man, and behold the light, that darkness may not mislead you. The gods of fortune, and the great God, have revealed unto me in a deep sleep. How happy is the man that knoweth a God and their wondrous works, and happy is he, whose eyes are open to behold the light which formerly was a darkness unto him. The gods have granted 2 stars unto men to lead them unto great wisdom, O man. View them exactly, follow after their instruction, because wisdom is found therein. The swift bird of the south devoureth the heart of the huge beast of the east. Make wings also unto the beast of the east, as the bird hath of the south. Let them be equal one to another, for this eastern beast must be bereaved of his lion skin, and his wings must vanish again. For both must enter into the great salt sea, and come forth again in beauty. Sink your complex spirits into a deep fountain, which is never without water, that they also may be like unto their mother, which lay hid therein, and she came from thence into the world. Hungary hath first begotten me, heaven and stars preserve me, earth giveth suck unto me. Though I must die and be buried, however the god Vulcan begets me a second time, therefore Hungary is my native country, and my mother compasseth the whole earth. This being declared unto by the assembly, he spake further thus, make that which is highest to be lowest, that which is visible to be invisible, and that which is comprehensible to be incomprehensible, and provide that the lowest become to be the uppermost, make the invisible to become visible, make the incomprehensible a palpable thing. This is the whole art, and very perfect, without any defect. But therein dwelleth death and life. Dying and rising, it is a round globe, on which the goddess Fortune lets her Christ roll about. and bringeth salvation of wisdom unto men of God. Its true sense is all in all, in the highest judge, which judgeth things eternally. He that desireth to know what all in all is, let him make great wings for the earth, put her into a great furnace, let her soar upward, make her fly through the air, and be exalted to the highest place of the uppermost heaven, then burn her wings with a forcible fire, that they may fall into the Red Sea, and be drowned therein. Then command the sea to stand, execute the water by wind and fire, reduce it into earth again, then I say, you have all in all. If you cannot find this, then seek within thine own bosom. And advertise into all things that abound in the world, there you will find all in all, by the attractive quality of mineral and metalline natures, arising from salt and sulphur, twice begotten of mercury. More is not meet for me to speak of all in all, it must be comprehended of all. This speech being made, he said further, Beloved men, I hope you have, by hearkening unto my voice, learned wisdom, how and in what you are to seek for the great stone of ancient philosophers, which healeth leprous imperfect metals, revealeth unto them a new birth, preserveth men in health, prolongeth their lives, and by his heavenly power and operation hath kept me alive so long, that I am weary of life, and wish for nothing but death. Thanks be to God for his grace and wisdom, which he hath granted so graciously unto me so long a time. Blessed be his holy name forever. Amen. Thus he vanished away before their eyes. After the finishing hereof, everyone returned home, meditating seriously on these things day and night, and everyone wrought according to their several gifts they received from God's bounty and goodness. And see, hereupon follow the 12 keys of Basilius Valentinus, whereby the doors are opened unto the ancient stone of philosophers, where is found that everlasting fountain of health and of wealth. The first key, my friend, you must know that impure and defiled things are not fit for our work. For their leprosy is no help for furtherance of our work. Good things are hindered in ways that are unclean. Wares out of minds are worth their money, but if sophisticated, they are not worth. Being adulterated in their former and original quality, as physicians cleanse and purge by means of physic the foul parts of the body, expelling all impurities from hence. Thus these bodies also must be purified from their impurities, that perfection may be operative in our birth. Masters require a pure, undefiled body, which must not be mixed with any spot or strange matter. For strange additionals are leprosy to our metals. The king's crown must be of pure gold, a chaste bride must be married unto him. Therefore, if you will work through or upon our body, then take the greedy grey wolf, which by reason of time stands in subjection unto valorous Mars. But during his descent, he is a child of old Saturn, found in the valleys and hills of the world, is very hungry. Cast before him the king's body, let him feed upon it. And when he hath devoured the king, then make a great fire, cast the wolf into, let him be quite burned, then the king will be at liberty again. This being done thrice, then the wolf conquered by the lion, finding no more for him to feed upon, then is our body perfect for the beginning of work. Observe that this is the only true way convenient to cure our bodies, for the lion is cleansed by the wolf's blood, and the tincture of that blood rejoiceth mightily in the lion's tincture, because they are near kin one to another. When the lion is satisfied, then his spirit is, and his eyes cast proud rays, like the lustrous sun. His internal influence is of great ability, and good for all such things you need to apply him unto. And being brought into its due preparation, then the sons of men are beholding unto him, which were loaded with the falling sickness. And other diseases, the 10 lepers run after him, and desire to drink of the blood of his soul, and all such that are diseased rejoice greatly in his spirit. For he that drinks of this golden blood finds himself thoroughly renewed in his nature, all evil things are taken away, the blood is strengthened, the heart receiveth strength, and all the members are filled with vigor. It openeth all pores and nerves, expelling their malignities, that goodness may come into their places. My friend, you must have good care that the fountain of life be kept from muddiness. No strange water must be mingled with our fountain, else a miscreant will be brought forth, and a wholesome fish will be turned into a serpent. If by a medium of corrosive be joined, whereby our body is broken, then let that corrosiveness be washed away. Because corrosives are not to be used for internal diseases, because acidities are rather destructive, engendering disease, our fountain must be without poison. However, poison expels poison. A tree that bringeth no good fruit is cut off at the bulk, better twigs are propped into, which proppings united with the tree, then its root, bulk, and twigs bring forth better fruits, which are more wholesome. The king in the heavenly firmament walketh through all places, but in the 7th he keeps his seat, for there the kingly throne is hanged with golden pieces. If you conceive aright what I do speak, then with this key you have opened the first lock, and you have driven back the bolt. But if you cannot find any light in this, then no glass eyes will help thee, nor any natural eyes will enable thee to find out the last, which you wanted at first. Further, I will not speak of this key, as Lucius Papirius taught and bid me. The second key. In courts of great potentates, several sorts of drinks are found, and none like the other in smell, taste, and color, because they are of several preparations. However, most of them are drinkable, because they are fitted for several places, and are necessary for the keeping of the castles. When the sun ejaculates her rays, spreading them over the clouds, then the vulgar speech is, the sun draweth water, and it will rain, which being done often, that year proves fertile. To raise to an altitude a magnific palace, several artists and workmen must be employed, before that structure and the rooms thereof can be finished. For where stones must be used, their wood is of no use. The daily ebbing and flowing of the sea out of an infinite love, which it receiveth from above out of the starry heaven, is to that end, that countries are enriched thereby. At every return it bringeth great good unto mankind. A virgin, which is to be espoused, is set out gloriously in several garments, dressed in the best manner, that she may please her bridegroom, and the band of love may take the deeper root by a hearty looking one upon the other. And the bride joining with the bridegroom after a fiducial manner, these garments are put off, and the bride keeps only that, which at her nativity she had received of the Creator. Even so, when our bridegroom Apollo with his bride Luna is to be married, several garments must first be made clean, their heads and bodies must be well washed with water, which waters must be learned to be made by several distillings. For these waters do differ very much. Some are high, some are poor, according to the several uses they are employed unto, which I intimated when I spoke of several sorts of drinks used in princes' courts. And thus, when the humidity from the earth ascendeth, and the same is drawn up, they conglomerate on high, then coldness maketh them fall down, thereby unto the earth is restored her lost humidity, which refreshes the earth, giveth unto her a nourishment, whereby the vegetables do spring up. Therefore some waters in their preparation must be often distilled, the abstracts must be often restored to the earth, must be drawn off again, even as Euripus doth often disgorge itself to a certain period. Note, Euripus refers to a narrow strait or channel of water with strong turbulent currents. In classical literature, the term Euripices is often associated with the Euripus Strait, located near the island of Euboea in Greece. This strait was famous in ancient times for its unpredictable and violent tidal currents, which made it a subject of fascination and metaphorical reference in various texts. The kingly palace being by several artificers and workmen raised and adorned, and the glassy sea hath finished its course, and the palace is furnished with goodness, then the king may safely enter into and keep their residence. My friend, note this very well, that the bridegroom with his bride must be naked espoused, and therefore the ornaments prepared for their clothing and necessary attires of their heads and faces must be taken from them again, must possess the grave in the nakedness, as naked they were born, that their seed might not be destroyed by strange mixture. At the closing of this, I tell thee in good truth, that the most precious water, of which the bridegroom's bath must be made, must be of two contrary fencers, or contrary materials prepared very carefully and wisely. For one fencer must drive, the others must be fitted for the fight, the one must conquer the other. For what availeth it unto the eagle, that she keepeth her nest alone in the Alps, where her chickens by reason of the snow are destroyed by frost, which is on the top of these mountains? But if you add unto the eagle the cold dragon, who had his dwelling a long time in stone cliffs and subterranean caves, where he crept in and out, both these being placed on that hellish stool, then Pluto will so strongly breath upon, expelling a fiery volatile spirit out of the cold dragon, whose great heat will burn the eagle's feathers, preparing a sweating bank, that the snow on the high tops of the mountains do dissolve and turn into water. Then the mineral bath be rightly prepared, and riches and health be bestowed on the king. The third key, water destroyeth fire, quencheth it quite. If abundance of water be poured into little fire, then fire must yield unto water, giving way for the victory unto it. Thus our fiery sulphur must with water be prepared, by art must be conquered, if so be that after the separating of the water, the fiery life of our sulphurous fume shall get the triumphing victory. But here no victory can be obtained, unless the king have bestowed strength and virtue unto his water, and have delivered unto it the key of his court color, that he be destroyed thereby, and be made invisible. However, at this time his visible form must appear again, but with great diminution of his simple essence, and great amelioration of his condition. Limers carry yellow on white, red upon yellow, or a purple color. Though all these colors are at hand, yet the last is predominant, being the uppermost in its degree. The same order must be observed also in our magisterium, which being done, Then you have before you the light of wisdom, which shineth in darkness, and yet burneth not. Note: a limner refers to a painter or illuminator, particularly one who specializes in illuminating manuscripts or books. The term is derived from the Middle English word limner, which in turn comes from the Old French word enlumineur, meaning one who illuminates. These artisans were skilled in the intricate decoration and illustration of manuscripts, often using gold leaf, vivid colors, and detailed imagery to enhance texts. Be prepared, and tinge freely with its own tincture, to give a further tincture unto weak, imperfect bodies of metals. This sulphur hath not a tinging quality, unless the tincture be given to it in a fixation. For a weak one cannot victorize, the stronger steepeth down the weaker, and weak things must yield unto strong ones. The conclusion herein is this: a weak and mean thing cannot help another, which is in the same infirmity, neither can it import any furtherance to the operation of it. Can one combustible protect another, which is of the same condition? A protector must have a greater power than he whom he intends to protect, so things combustible must be defended by such, which in their fixation are incombustible. He that will prepare our incombustible sulphur of philosophers must be circumspect to seek our sulphur in a subject, wherein it lay incombustible, which cannot be, until the salt sea have first swallowed the body, and cast it up again freshly, then exalt it to its degree, that it excel with its luster all other stars in heaven, and be in its substance as rich of blood, as the pelican is in the opening of her breast, nourishing many of her chickens without the weakening of her own body. This is the rose of our masters, of a scarlet color, and the red blood of the dragon, of which so many have written, and is the purple mantle of the highest commander in our art, wherewith the queen of salvation is clad and covered, and thereby all needy metals may be warmed. Keep this honorable mantle with the astral salt very carefully, which followeth after this heavenly sulphur. Let not any mischance befall it. Impart to it the bird's volatile quality, as much as there is needful. Then the cock will devour the fox, which is drowned in water or revived by fire, and is devoured again by the fox, where like is acquainted with the like, or like is reconciled unto unlike. The fourth key: all flesh begotten of earth must be destroyed and returned to earth again, which it was at first. Then that terrestrial salt affordeth a new birth by heavenly resurrection. For if there be not first an earth, there cannot ensue any resurrection in our work. For earth contains that natural balsam, and is the salt of those which sought for it by a knowledge of all things, or universal knowledge. The final judgment of the world will be by fire, which the great Creator at first made of a nothing, must by fire be turned to ashes again. One of these ashes the phoenix bringeth forth again her chickens, for these ashes contain real salt and tartar, which must be dissolved. After its dissolution, the firm and strong lock of the royal room is opened. New heaven and new earth are made after that great combustion or burning, and the new man will appear more gloriously than he was in the first world, because in the other he is clarified. If ashes and sand be well ripened and digested by fire, then the artist turneth it into glass, which afterward melteth in the fire, and its color is like unto a transparent stone, and looks no more like any ashes. This is a huge mystery unto ignorant men, but not so to knowing men, for they found it so to be so by their daily experience and manuals. Men burn lime of stones, to make use of them for cement in buildings. Before the fire prepareth it thereunto, it is a stone, and cannot be used for a cement, as long as it is a hard stone. Fire bringeth stones unto a maturity, and receiveth from the fire a very hot degree, whereby it is strengthened, and groweth so potent, that there is almost nothing comparable unto it, the fiery spirit of lime. Everything being reduced into ashes affords by art a salt, if you at the anatomizing of it are able to keep apart its sulphur and mercury, and make restitution thereby unto the salt, according to art. Then fire will bring it to that again, which it was before its anatomy and destruction. Worldly wise men call this a folly, counting it mere lies, call it a new creature, which to do man hath no grant of God. Themselves understand it not, that this creature hath been formerly so, and the artist sheweth its increase only by the seed of nature. This artist, which wanteth ashes, cannot make any salt for our art, because our work cannot be made lively without salt. For the coagulation of things worketh merely the salt. As salt preserveth things from putrefaction, even so the salt of philosophers protect metals, that they cannot be reduced to a nothing, unless their balsam die, and the natural salt spirit be gone. Then their body would be dead, and nothing further could be affected with it, because the metalline spirits are gone, and at their natural departing left a dead dwelling, into which no more life can be brought again. Note further, you that intends to learn this art, that the salt out of ashes is of great efficacy, many virtues are hid therein, yet the salt availeth nothing, unless his innermost be turned to the outside. For the spirit alone is it which affordeth power and virtue. The naked body is able to do nothing here. If you know to get that, then you have the philosopher's salt, and their incombustible oil, of which many have written before me great volumes. And if of these artists were ne'er so many, whose aim at me is directed only, yet few of them in their success were blessed, to fathom all virtues that lie in my breast. The fifth key. The life of earth maketh spring up vegetables, and he that saith that the earth is dead tells an untruth, for a dead thing cannot impart any liveliness to another. And the increase is at a stay in dead things, because the spirit of life is fled. The spirit is the life and soul of the earth, which dwelleth in her. Receiveth its efficacy upon earthly things from heavenly astrals, for all vegetables, metals, and minerals receive their power, increase, and nourishment from the spirit of the earth. For the spirit is the life, which is fed by astrals, which further imparts a nourishment unto growing things, as the child lay hid in the mother's womb, and is fed there by the mother. So the earth feedeth minerals also, which lie hid in her belly by a spirit, which she receiveth from above. The earth doth afford no power per se, but the living spirit, which dwelleth in her doth it, and if she should want her spirit, then she were dead, and could afford no nourishment, because from her sulphur, or fatness, the spirit is taken away, which preserveth living powers, and driveth forth vegetables and other growing things by a nutriment. Two contrary spirits may dwell together in one subject, but are still at variance, as in gunpowder, which being lighted, these two spirits fly asunder, making a great noise, fly in the air. Are no more discerned, nobody can tell whither they are gone, or what they had been, if it were not known experimentally what manner of spirits they were, and in what subject they dwelled. From hence you may learn that life is a mere spirit, and all these things which the ignorant world counteth to be dead must be brought into an incomprehensible visible spiritual life, and must be preserved therein, if so be that life shall work with life. And the spirits which are fed and nourished by a heavenly dew are born of one elemental, heavenly, and earthly substance, which is called materia informis, or unformed matter. And as there belongeth unto iron a magnet, which by reason of its own wonderful invisible love is of an attractive quality, so our gold hath a magnet also, which magnet is the prima materia of our great stone. If you conceive aright of this expression, then you may be blessed with riches in this world. One declaration more I must hold forth unto you in this chapter. Man that looketh into a glass seeth the reflection of his image, but is not palpable, save the glass. The party looked into, so from this matter must be expelled a visible spirit, which is incomprehensible. The same spirit, I say, is the root of the life of our body, and the mercury of philosophers, out of which the liquid water in our art is prepared, which in its composition you must make again material, and must prepare it by certain means, from the lowest to the highest degree into a transcendent medicine. For our beginning is an upshut comprehensible body, its middle is a volatile spirit, and in the goldish water there is no corrosiveness at all, whereby our philosophers prolong their lives, but the end thereof is a superfixed medicine for humane and metalline bodies. This knowledge indeed fitteth angels better than man. True, men attain unto that knowledge also, obtaining the same of God by their earnest prayers, thankful unto him for it, and beneficial to the needy. At the closing I tell thee for a certain truth that one work must beget the other. For our matter at the beginning of our work must in the best manner be purified, then opened, broken, and destroyed, and reduced to dust and ashes. All this being done, then make of it a volatile spirit as white as snow, and another volatile spirit as red as blood. These two spirits contain a third, and yet are but one spirit. These are the three spirits, which preserve and increase life. Join these together, minister to them their natural necessary meat and drink, keep them warm in the bed of wedlock to their perfect birth. Then you will see and find what the Creator and nature hath allowed for you to know. And know that I never made so plain a revelation. God hath incorporated more operation and wonders into nature than thousands may give credit thereunto. There is a seal and lock set before me, to say no more, that others also may write of marvelous things, which naturally are permitted by the Creator, which ignorant men count to be supernatural. For natural things have their first beginning from supernatural ones, yet both together are found to be merely natural. The sixth key. Man without a woman is but half a body, and so the woman without the man is but half a body neither, for each apart can produce no fruit. But living together in a matrimonial way, then is their body perfect, and by their seed they may expect an increase. If too much seed be cast on a ground, that acre is overburthened, no firm fruit can be expected, and if there be too little of the seed, then is the fruit thin also, the weeds grow then abundantly. From thence also no great goodness can be expected. He that will not burthen his conscience with any sins in selling of wares, then let him be just in his dealing, having just measures and just weights, then he avoids men's curses and gets the prayers of the poor. In deep waters men are easily drowned, and shallow waters are soon dried up by the heat of the sun, and are good for nothing. For the obtaining of a wished aim and scope, care must be had, that a certain measure or quantity be taken in the conjunction of the philosophic liquid substance, that the greater quantity does not overlay the lesser part, and be suppressed thereby, and the increase and growing of it be obstructed. Let the lesser be not too weak for the bigger, let there be an equal domination. Too much rain spoils the fruit, and too great drought hindereth true maturity. Therefore, if Neptune hath prepared a perfect water bath, then take a just quantity of your aqua permanens. Have a care you do neither too much nor too little. A dry, combustible, fiery man must be fed with a white swan. These must kill each other, and both must revive again. And the king of the four corners of the world must possess 3 parts of the unshut dwelling of the fiery moist. Then the swan's song may be heard. When she harmoniously sings her farewell, then the roasted swan will be a food for the king, and the fiery king will be in great love with the pleasant voice of the queen, and embrace her friendly out of a great love, and take his fill of her. Both will vanish and enter into one body. They say 2 men can master a third, especially if they have elbow room to vent their malice. Hereupon you are to know from a true ground that a double wind must come, called Valentinus, then a single wind, called Notus. These come rushing from the east and south, and will keep us stir, being robbed, and the blowing, or motion allayed, and the air is turned into water. Then you may consider that a spiritual one will become a bodily one, and that the number by the 4 seasons of the year in the 4th heaven will predominate after the 7 planets have finished their ruling, and will finish its course in the nethermost dwelling of the palace, and will hold in the highest fiery examine. Then the 2 which went forth suppressed the 3rd and consumed him. Here in our mastery is requisite an exact knowledge, for the division and conjunction must be rightly hit, if so be you intend to get riches by your art, and the scales must not be falsified by unequal weights. This is the rock spoken of in this chapter, that you must finish it without any defect by the artificial heaven, with air and earth, with the true water and sensible fire, setting in equal weights, whereof I inform you really. The 7th key, natural calidity preserveth man's life, for when natural heat is gone, then the life is at an end. Natural fire, being moderately used, is a defense against cold, but an immoderate heat is destructive. There is no necessity that the sun should touch the earth corporally with her whole substance. It is sufficient that the earth be strengthened by her rays, which she ejaculateth unto the earth, and doth that way her duty. For in that way she is of a sufficient efficacy to perform her office, bringing things unto maturity by her digestion. For the distance of the air bringeth solar rays into a temperature, so by means of the air fire doth work, and the fire worketh by the help of air. Earth produced nothing without water, and water without earth can rise nothing neither. Now as these 2 cannot be one without another in the generating of fruits, neither can fire be without air, nor air without fire. Fire is lifeless without air, and without fire the air cannot show its due calidity and dryness. The vine at its last ripening hath need of a greater solar heat than it hath at the beginning of the spring. And if the sun hath a good operation in the harvest, then the vine yields a better and stronger sap, which it doth not, if the sun's heat be defective. The vulgar counteth all things dead in winter, because frost hath locked up the earth, and nothing can spring up. But when the spring season approacheth, and the sun in her ascending breaketh the frost, all things turn to life again. Trees and herbs appear in their greenness, and the animals which hid themselves from the frost creep forth again out of their caves and holes. Vegetables afford their new fragrance. Their operation is apparent in their pleasant blossoms of several colors. Then the summer worketh further, brings these blossoms to further ripeness into fruits, upon which ensued a rich harvest, for which thanks are due to the Creator, which brings these periods unto nature. Thus 1 year worketh after the other, so long till the architect thereof pulls them down. And the inhabitants of the earth be exalted by the glory of God, then all earthly nature will be at an end in her working, and in its place there will be an infinite eternal one. When the sun in her goes farther off from us, she doth not dissolve well the great snow, but approaching nearer to us, the air grows warmer, and the snow is easily melted and being turned to water. It is gone, for the weaker must give way unto the stronger. The same order must be observed in the government of the fire. that the moist liquor may not be thoroughly dried out too suddenly, and the philosophic earth not too soon melted and dissolved, else your whole mass would turn into scorpions. And if you intend to be a right minister in your office, then take first your spiritual water, on which the Spirit moved at the beginning, shut the door of the stronghold upon him, because this heavenly place will be besieged by earthly enemies. Your heaven must be guarded with 3 bulwarks. Only one entrance must be strongly guarded with a watch. All this being finished, then kindle the light of wisdom, and look for your pen which you lost. Let the light be of that bigness, as you see there is occasion for. For you must know that creeping beasts and worms have their dwelling in a cold and moist earth. Their condition and nature leads them thereunto. But man's habitation is upon earth, according as his temper and mixed conditions requireth. But angelical spirits having not an earthly, but an angelical body, not being in subjection unto a sinful flesh, as men are placed into a higher station, are able to endure both heat and cold in the upper and nether region, without any molestation. And when man is clarified, then will he be able to do like the heavenly spirits. God ruleth heaven and earth, and worketh all in all. If we prove good governors of our souls, then we shall be God's children and heirs, to accomplish that which is impossible for us to do now, which cannot be done, unless all the water be thoroughly dried out, and heaven and earth together with the man be judged by fire. The 8th key, no flesh, be it of man or of beast, can bring any further increase or propagation, unless it come first into putrefaction. So all vegetables, unless their seeds be brought into putrefaction, cannot be augmented. Many beasts and worms are generated by putrefaction. This mystery in nature deserves admiration. Nature permitteth this, because this living increase is for the most part found in the earth, which with other elements are so raised by spiritual seeds. To prove this with examples, women in villages know to give instances in that particular. For these cannot hatch any chickens, unless they put the eggs into putrefaction. If bread be put into honey, then the ants are bread, which is one of nature's mysteries. It is seen ordinarily that maggots do breed in flesh, in men and horses, and such like carcasses in apples, pears, and seed, and who is able to relate all the kinds of worms which are generated by putrefaction. Some vegetables also grow in certain places, where never such grew formerly, nor were they sowed in those places, only by putrefaction they were produced. The reason of it is that the earth in such places is inclined thereunto, and is impregnated thereby, which the sidereal qualities have infused, and wrought a seed into, especially, which seeds putrefae in the earth, and by the elemental operation do generate a corporeal matter, according to that matter's quality. Thus the astrals together with the elements may raise a new seed, which was never before any, which possibly by a further putrefaction may be increased. But unto man is not so much granted as to stir up a new kinde of seed, because the operation of the elements and the sidereal substance he hath not at command, to fashion what he pleaseth. Thus several sorts of herbs are generated merely by putrefaction, and whereas the country people holding it a mere custom, do not take it into a further consideration, nor imagine they any cause for it. Therefore among the vulgar is it become merely a customary business. But you, which ought to know more than ordinary people, must consider further of it, and learn to know the cause and ground thereof how, and from what these living creatures are generated by putrefaction, not to know it because it is usual, but rather to know it is a mystery in nature, because every life cometh from putrefaction. Every element per se hath its corruption and generation. Let the artist be informed, and learn the sufficient ground, why in every element the other 3 are hid. For air contains fire, water, and earth, which though it seemeth incredible, yet is it a truth, and fire contains air, water, and earth. And earth contains water, air, and fire, else they would not generate. Water also contains air, earth, and fire. Though every element is per se, yet are they mixed. All which is found true at distillings, when these elements are thus separated. To make this appear to the ignorant, which may cry out, that I speak merely lies. If you intend to learn the anatomy of natural things, and to separate the elements, I tell thee for truth, that at the distilling of earth there cometh first the element air, being the highest, then in a certain progress. There comes the element water, the fire lay hid in the air, because both are of a spiritual substance, love and embrace one another entirely. The earth remaineth in the bottom, in which lay hid the glorious salt. When you distill any water, air and fire cometh over first, then the water, the body of the earth abideth in the bottom. The element fire, if it be driven into a visible substance by extraction, each may be received apart. In like manner, in the air the other 3 elements do dwell. For none of these can be without air. Earth cannot produce nothing without air. Fire doth not burn, nor hath it any life without air. P. Neither can water produce any fruit without air. Neither can air consume anything, nor exsicate any moisture, unless it be done by a natural heat, which is in the air. Being heat and warmth is found in the air, therefore needs must the element of fire be in the air. For all hot and dry things are proper for the fiery substance of things. He that denieth this truth understandeth nothing in nature's mysteries, neither doth he know any ground of their properties. You must conceive if anything shall be generated by putrefaction, it must be in this manner. Earth is brought by a secret moisture into a corruption, which is the beginning of putrefaction, for without moisture, which is the element water, no true putrefaction can happen. Now, if any breed shall come from thence, it must come from a warm quality, as the element's fire must kindle, and spread itself, for without a natural heat nothing can be generated. And if that breed shall have a living breath and motion, the same cannot be without air. For if air should not be cooperative, then the first composition out of which the breed should come would be choked and perish, by reason of want of air. Thus you see plainly that perfect creatures cannot be without any of the four elements, the one shewing its operation in the other, which they produce in and at putrefaction, for from henceforth nothing can be brought to life without the same. To make this appear to be true, that to a perfect birth and generation there are requisite all four elements, then note that as Adam, the first man being created by the creator of a limus terrae, there appeared not as yet any sensible life, before God had breathed on him. Then a life appeared in that clod of earth. In that earth was the salt, that is the body, the inbreathed air was mercury, the spirit. By this inbreathing the air presently afforded a dew, and convenient calidity, which was sulphur, that is fire, when it stirred. Adam shewed by the stirring that there was infused into him a living soul. For fire cannot be without air, the water was corporated in the earth, because they must be together of necessity, else no life, and must stand in an equal proportion. Thus Adam was first builded and begotten out of earth, water, air, and fire, of a soul, body, and spirit, raised of mercury, sulphur, and salt. So Eve, the first woman, the mother of us all, was of the same composed, being taken from Adam. Thus Adam and Eve were builded, which you must know very well. To come now again unto putrefaction, the seeker in philosophy is to know that in like manner no metalline seed can work nor be augmented unless that metalline seed be first in, and of itself without any strange addition or mixture may be brought into a full putrefaction, no more than the seeds of animals and vegetables can bring their increase without putrefaction. The same metals also must reach unto their perfect operation by the help of the elements, not that the elements are the seed, but the metalline seed, which had its descent from a heavenly astral elemental substance, and is come to a corporality, and must by the elements be further brought into such corruption and putrefaction. Note this also, wine contains a volatile spirit, whose distilling its spirit cometh first, and its phlegm at last. But wine being by continued heat turned into vinegar, then its spirit is no more so volatile as before, and at the distilling of vinegar its phlegm and aquosity cometh first, and its spirit at last, though the same matter be in the vessel, yet its condition is altered, being no more a wine, but by putrefaction is transmuted into vinegar. And that which is extracted from wine is of another nature and operation than that which is drawn from vinegar. For if Vitrum antimony be extracted with wine or spirit of wine, it causeth many stools by purging, and vomit also, because its venom is not yet quite broken nor destroyed. But if antimonial glass be extracted with distilled vinegar, that extraction is of a deep color. This vinegar being abstricted in Calx aceris, and the yellow sulphur powder being well dulcified with distilled water, to get off all its acetory, then you have a sweet powder, which causeth no more any stools, but as a rare medicine of admirable efficacies, may well be held for miraculum medicinae. This wonderful powder in a humide place doth dissolve into a liquor, which in surgery is of great use and efficacy, curing symptoms without causing any pains at all unto the parties, of which enough at this present. At the closing of this note, this principally, that there are heavenly creatures begotten, whose lives are preserved by astrals, are fed by the four elements, afterward they die, and putrefy, which being done, the astrals, by means of the elements, infuse into these putrefied bodies again a life, which may turn again to a heavenly one, which sets up his habitation in the highest place of the firmament, which being done, you shall see that the life and body of the earthly is consumed by the heavenly, and that earthly body is entered into a heavenly one. The ninth key, the highest planet of heaven, Saturn by name, hath in our magisterium the least authority, and yet is the chiefest key of the whole art, and is set on the lowermost step. Though he winged himself by a nimble flight to the highest altitude beyond all lights, however, at the clipping of his feathers he must be brought to the lowest mire. And his corruption must be the way for his melioration. Black must be turned into white, and white must be brought into red, and must pass and run through all the colors of the other planets, and to attain in the end to the court color of the triumphing king. And I say thus much, though Saturn looks of a despicable condition, and is in great contempt, yet doth he. 3 Botswanopoulos contain all virtues and strength, if his glorious substance, which is of an extraordinary coldness, be driven to a running fiery metalline body, to bereave that of its running life, and bring it to a pliable body as Saturn himself is, however of a far better fixation, which transmutation hath its original and certain period by mercury, sulphur, and salt. Some may hold this to be hardly understood, and it is a hard saying. Seeing the matter is mean, men must stretch their wits in this point. An unequal state must be in the world, there must be a difference betwixt master and servant, and must be distinct in their service. Saturn contains several sorts of colors brought forth by art, as black, gray, white, yellow, red, and others besides. So the philosopher's master must overcome and pass through many colors, before the great stone can be exalted unto its perfection. For as often as there is opened unto the fire a new gate for entrance, so often it affords a new fashion for a garment as for a booty, so that at last the poor laborer attaineth unto riches, needs no more to go borrowing of his neighbors for a livelihood. When Lady Venus possesseth her kingdom, and according to custom observed in royal courts, distributeth the offices as is fitting. Then they make appearance in their glory. Musica beareth a flag of red color, on which is painted Charity beautiful in a green garb. In her court, Saturn is in the place of the steward. When he is in his office, then Astronomy carrieth a black flag before him, on which is painted Fides in a yellow and red garb. Jupiter with his scepter is Marscal. Rhetorica beareth before him a flag of grey color, on which is painted Spes, curiously set out in colors. Mars is expert in warlike affairs, beareth sway in a fiery thirsting. Geometry beareth before him a bloody flag, on which is painted Fortitude in a red garb. Mercury is chancellor. Arithmetica beareth a flag before him of all manner of colors. On it is painted Temperantia, dressed in colors. Sol is viceroy of the kingdom. Grammatica beareth a yellow flag before him. On it is painted Justitia, set out in a golden piece. This viceroy, though there is more loyalty shewed unto him in the kingdom, yet Queen Venus in her transcendent illustrious splendor overcomes him. Lune hath her lustre also. Dialectica beareth before her a silver-colored white glistering flag. On it is painted Prudentia in an azure garb. Because Lune's husband died, she got the office by inheritance, will not suffer Venus to bear sway any longer, called her to an account of her stewardship, into whose aid and assistance comes in the chancellor. And a new government is established, and both bear sway above the noble queen. The meaning is, one planet must dispossess and displace the other from his glory, office, place, and power. That the best at last may rise to the highest power, and in their best fixed color, bestowed on them by their first mother out of an innate constancy, love and amity may get the victory. Then is the old world past, and a new world is come in its place. And one planet hath consumed the other spiritually. Only the strongest hold out by means of the food which others afforded. And so 2 and 3 are conquered by one. For a final closing, you are to understand that you must pull up the heavenly scales, put into the one Aries, Taurus, Cancer, Scorpio, and Capricorn. Into the other you must lay Gemini, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Pisces, and Virgo. Then procure that the Goldrick Leo do leap into the lap of Virgo. Then the scale will weigh down the other. Then let the signs of heaven with the septentriones come into an opposite aspect. Then, after the appearance of all manner of colors, there will happen a conjunction, and the greatest will come to the mean, est and the meanest unto the gria. If there stood all the world's nature merely in one only figure, and art could not mend that form, then the world's wonders were forlorn, and nature's qualities shall not be showed, but its otherwise, for which God be praised. P4. The 10th key. In our stone which I have made, and others also along before me, are locked up elements, all mineral and metalline forms, yea, all the properties and qualities of the world. For in it there must be found the greatest and most forcible heat, for by its great internal fire the cold body of Saturn is warmed, and by that kindling and heating is transmuted into the best gold. There must be found in it also the greatest coldness, because it being added to Venus, it allayeth the degree of her heat, and doth coagulate quick mercury. And in that coagulation also is he transformed into the best gold. The reason of it is because nature hath infused all these qualities into the matter of our great stone, which qualities must be digested and brought unto maturity per gradus ignis, and attain unto the highest perfection, which comes not to pass, unless Mount Etna in Sicilia be consumed by its fire, and no more cold be felt on the supposed high mountains, Hyperboreus, which places may be called also Philistus. The fruits being plucked off before they be fully ripe are not, and shrink, and are unfit for use. If a potter doth not sufficiently burn his potter's wares, what use can these be put unto? The same condition is our elixir in. It must have allowed a due time. It must not be shortened in its welfare. No false thing must be imposed upon. Else an aspersion of unworthiness will be cast upon it. For if blossoms be plucked off, we are sure that no fruits will grow on such trees. Therefore making haste in our magisterium is not good. A hastening man seldom doth any good work in our art, because by making haste good things are spoiled. Let no seeker be deceived by greediness, either to take out or to pluck off things before their time, that the apple slip not out of his hand, and the steel of it stay in his hand. For good troth, if our stone be not sufficiently ripened, then what matters can it produce to any ripeness? In water the matter is dissolved, and is united by putrefaction. In the ashes it getteth blossoms, in sand its superfluous humidity is thoroughly dried out. A constant fire produceth a fixed ripeness. It doth not follow from hence that balsamum, vit, horse dung, ashes, and sands must needs be used. But surely the degrees and regimen of fire must in such a manner be observed. For the stone is made in an empty furnace, of a threefold guard, firmly closed and locked up, and perfected by a continued fire, so that all vapors and fumes do vanish. And the garment of honor appear in a rare splendor, abide in a place in the nethermost part of heaven, and its running come to a stand. And when the king lifts up his arms not any longer, then the glory of the world is conquered. The king is come now to an everlasting fixedness. Nothing can endanger him any more, because he is become invincible. Unto which I say thus, your earth being dissolved in its own water must be thoroughly dried out in a meet heat. Then the air will inbreath a new life into it, that being made lively, then you have a matter, which needs go by no other name than by the great stone of the world, which penetrateth humane and metalline bodies like a spirit, is in universal medicine. Without any defect it expels evil things, keeping and preserving the good ones. It is also a transmutation of bad things unto goodness. Its color draweth from a transparent redness into a dark brown, from a ruby red to a garnet, and it attaineth exceeding ponderousness and overweighty. He that getteth this stone, let him return thanks unto the Creator of all creatures for such a heavenly balsam. Let him make good use of both toward himself and toward others, so that his needs being served here withal may fare well also in the other world. God be praised for his unexpressible benefits forevermore. Amen. The 11th key. This key intimateth our great stone's augmentation, which I hold forth unto thee by way of comparison. There dwelt in the Orient an excellent champion called Orpheus, which was mighty rich, and had great dominions. He took in marriage his own sister by name Eurydice, made use of her as his wife. Because he could not get any issue by her, the cause whereof he thought to be the sin, he committed in choosing his own sister to be his wife. He besought the highest constantly in great earnestness, wrestling with him for a blessing in that kinde. Being one time taken with a deep sleep, in his dream there came a flying man unto him by name Ispas. He touched his feet, which were very warm, and said to him, Thou noble champion, thou hast traveled over many kingdoms and countries, many cities and potent dominions, and hast undergone great hardness at sea, and hazarded many battles in war, which made thee to attain unto that gallant state, and wert chosen before others to be dignified with honor, and gottest many applaudings by reason of thy valiantness thou shewedst in those warlike actions. Therefore the Father in heaven hath commanded me to shew unto thee that thy prayers were heard, and hast obtained this grant. Thou art to take the blood out of thy right side, and the blood of thy wife's left side, and the blood which did stick in the hearts of thy father and mother. These are but two by nature's right, and are but one sort of blood. Unite these together, and let it enter again to the globe of the 7 wise masters closed nakedly. Then is the mighty one fed with his own flesh, and drencheth with his own blood of honor. If thou proceedest well herein, then hast thou a great inheritance, and begettest an infinite multitude, descending from thine own body. Yet know that the last seed, in the 8th revolution of the same, the first seed out of which thou art made in the beginning, will bring its course to an end. If thou dost this oftener, and beginnest always de novo, then thou shalt see thy children's children. A macrocosmy, generated by microcosmy, is plentifully filled, and the kingdom of the great Creator is fully possessed. This being ended, Peach Bus fled away, the champion awakened, who arose from his bed, and having done all, as he was commanded, the champion in all his undertakings had not only good success and prosperity, but God blessed him also and his wife with many children. These also by their father's testament grew great and famous, and that nobility remained in that generation, and they were blessed with great riches forever. Seeker of this art, if you have understanding and wit, you need not any further interpretation of it. If you want that wit, blame not me, but thine own ignorance. For I am forbid to open the lock any further. I must and will obey. It is set down plain enough for such whom God intends to bless in it, and it is so plain that men will hardly believe it. The whole process I have set down figuratively after that manner which my predecessors have observed before me, and have done it more plainly than they did, because I concealed nothing. If you have pulled away the veil from your eyes, you will find that which many sought for, and was found of very few. For the matters named altogether, the beginning, middle, and end of the process is shewed also. The 12th key, a fencer who knoweth not well how to use his weapons must needs be beaten by him that knoweth better how to use them. He that learned in the fencing school perfectly how to use all manner of weapons will get the garland in that school. In like manner he who hath obtained by God's blessing a tincture, but knoweth not how to use it, he is in the same condition with the fencer, which is unskillful in the use of his weapons. This being the 12th and last key, tending to the finishing of this my book, I will not lead thee any longer by philosophic allegorical expressions, but will reveal unto thee the tincture's key in a full real process. Therefore follow this my ensuing doctrine, which is thus: the medicine and well-prepared philosopher's stone being made of the true virgin's milk, which was fully prepared. Then take one part of the best and finest gold, put through antimony, laminated very thinly, as possibly it may be beaten, put these together in a vessel or melting pot. At first let your fire be gentle for shy hours. Then let it continually be in the melting for 3 days and nights. Then the purged golden stone is turned into a mere medicine, of a subtle spiritual penetrating quality, for without the ferment of gold and medicine, or stone cannot well make the tincture, being too subtle and too penetrating, but being fermented with its like. Then the made tincture hath gotten an ingress to work into the other. Then take one part of the prepared ferment to 1,000 parts of melted metal, which you intend to triage. I tell you for certain truth, all will be transmuted into perfect fixed gold, for the one body willingly embraceth the other, though it be not of the like, yet joineth with it by force, and must be like unto it. And like must be gotten of like. He that maketh use of this means, to him are revealed all fixations. The porches at the ends have their issues. No creature comparable unto this subtility. It is all in all, according to its natural descent contains, and possesseth all what may be found under the sun. O beginning of the first beginning, consider the end of the end. Of the last ends, consider the beginning. Forget not, remember the middle in all fidelity. God the Father and Holy Ghost grant unto you things needful for your spirit, soul, and body. Of the first matter of the philosopher's stone. There is found a stone, which is not dear, out of it is drawn a flying fire, of which the stone itself is made of white and red, together joined. It is a stone, and not a stone, in it nature worketh alone. Out of it springs a fountain clearly, which drowns its fixed father justly. His life and body is both devoured, at last his soul to him is restored. To whom his flying mother is become like, in his own kingdom. Himself also in quality, and might have gotten a greater strength, the son in old age doth excel. The mother which is made volatile by Vulcan's art, but first however by the spirit must be born the father. Body, soul, spirit, consistent two, the whole business goeth to and fro. Comes only from one, which is merely a thing that fixed to flying matters fully. They are 2 and 3, and ye but one conceive of it right, else you hit none. Set Adam into a water bath, in which Venus her fellow hath, which the old dragon hath prepared, whereof his strength could not be stored, is nothing else, saith one Philosophus, but a duplicate Mercurius. I say no more, you heard its name, blessed is he, to whom is well known. Search into it, spare no pains, in the end you will find the gains. Finis, a short way in repetition of former writings of Basilius Valentinus, with an elucidation thereof touching the philosopher's stone, wherein is plainly demonstrated the true light unto philosophy, whereunto are annexed real informations of the qualities, and preparations of mercury, antimony, vitriol-water, common sulphur, unslakalium, arsenic, salpeter, tartar, vinegar, and wine. London, printed Anno Domini, 1657. Be sure to find the true way unto the sheepfold. I have written no more than I shall bear record unto, and own at the day of resurrection. This short way is faithfully shewed in the following instruction, in a plain dealing expression, waving an eloquent style. I have told you formerly that all things are composed of three, viz., of mercury, sulphur, and salt, and it is so, as told. But note also that the stone is made of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. By the word 5, I mean the quintessence. By the word 4 are understood the elements. By 3 are meant the principles. By 2 is meant the double mercurial substance. By 1 is meant the first principle of all. Things which proceedeth from the word at the first creation, fiat, let there be. Some may hold these expressions to be very intricate, as if there were no sense nor ground for it what hath been said. For the clearing these doubts, I will speak briefly of mercury, secondly of sulphur, thirdly of salt, for these are the principles of the matter of our stone. In the first place you must note that common mercury doth not avail here, but our mercury is made of the best of metals, by the spagyric art, as pure, subtle, clear. As any well water of a crystalline transparence without any impurity, make of it a water or incombustible oil, for mercury's first beginning was a water. As all philosophers bear record unto my saying, in this mercurial oil must be dissolved its own mercury, out of which that water was made. This mercury must be precipitated with its own oil, then you have a double mercurial essence. Note, I hold in my second key that gold, after it is purified according to the tenor of the second key, must be reduced into a special water, and then reduced into a subtle Calx, of which the fourth key doth speak. This Calx must be driven over through the helmet by a spirit of salt, and precipitated again. And by reverberating must be brought to powder, then its own sulphur may enter the better into its own being, and essence will befriend with it, for these love exceedingly one another. Thus you have two substances in one, which is called the philosopher's mercury, and is but one substance. This is the first ferment. Now follows sulphur to be spoken of. For this sulphur you must look in the like metal. That metal must be purified, destroyed in a reverberating fire, extracted from its body, not leaving any corrosiveness in it, of which I gave a hint in the third key. This sulphur must afterwards be dissolved in its own blood, from which itself had a fixedness, intimated in the sixth key after a due quantity. Which being done, then you dissolved and fed the true lion with the blood of the green lion. For the fixed blood of the red lion is made of the unfixed blood of the green lion. These are of one nature. The unfixed blood maketh the fixed one to be volatile, and the fixed one maketh the volatile to be fixed, even as it was before its dissolution. Let it stand together in a gentle heat. Then all the sulphur be dissolved. Then you have the second ferment, feeding fixed sulphur with an unfixed one. All philosophers agree with my saying. The same is driven over with spirit of wine, and is as red as blood, being called aurum potable, where no reduction to any body can be expected any more. Now I declare also what the philosopher's salt meaneth. Salt causeth fixation and volatility, according as it is selected and prepared, for the spirit of salt and tartar. Q2. If the same be drawn forth without additionals, by means of dissolution and putrefaction maketh all metals volatile, opening them into a true quick mercury, according to the tenor of my manuals. The salt of tartar per se fixes mightily, especially if the heat of Calx vive be incorporated with it, for both are of a high degree for fixation. The vegetable salt of wine hath this fixing quality, and according to a special preparation, bringeth fixed things to a volatility, which is a mystery in nature, and a miracle in the philosophic art. If there be a salt made of man's urine, which drinks nothing but wine, this salt being volatile, brings fixed things also to a volatility, brings them over, but doth not fix them. Though that party had drunk nothing but wine, out of whose urine the salt is made, yet that salt differs much from that which is made of tartar, for man made in his body one transmutation, namely, he turned the vegetable salt into an animal spirit of salt, making flesh, feces, and sea. As horses and other beasts do feeding on grass, hay, and sea. Item, bees make honey of the best flowers and herbs, so it is with the rest. The reason of this key lay in putrefaction, from whence the separation and transmutation hath its original, but maketh gold and silver volatile, if a small quantity of dragon's spirit be added thereunto. Dissolve them, bringeth them over through the helmet, the like doth the eagle with the dragon spirit, which creepeth in and out of the stone cliffs. But if anything be melted with salt, before its spirit be separated from the body, then it fixes rather than it maketh volatile. I say thus also, if the spirit of common salt be united with spirit of wine, and both are drawn over a third time, then he loseth its tartness, and groweth sweet. This prepared spirit doth not corrode the solar body, but being poured on a subtle prepared gold Calx, it extracted its highest red tincture, which being made right, can bring white lune into that color as its former body was, from which it was first taken. The former body can recover its color, if the enticing Venus be moved, as being born from that sanguinity and descent. It is needless to speak of this any further. Note further that salt spirit destroyeth lune also, bringing her into a spiritual substance according to my instruction, after it is prepared, out of which afterward potable lune is. Made, which spirit is appropriated unto the spirit of lune and soul, as man and wife, by means of the conjunction of the mercurial spirit, or his oil. The spirit sticketh in mercury. Seek for the tincture in sulphur, and for the coagulation in salt. Then you have the three principles, which can beget a perfect body, that is. The spirit in the gold fermented with his own oil, sulphur found abundantly in the noble venereal quality. Inflameth the fixed blood gotten of her. The spirit of the philosophers, salt affords victory unto coagulation. It is true, the spirit of Tartar, and the spirit of wine. And the true acetum be able to effect much. For the spirit of acetum is of a cold quality, and the spirit of Calx vive is very hot. These are of contrary dispositions. Now I spoke according to philosophers' custom. It is not fit for me to be more plain, and to show to the world how the doors of wisdom are bolted. For a farewell, take this in sincerity. Seek for your matter in metalline substances, make of them a mercury, ferment with mercury one sulphur, ferment that with its own sulphur, bring that into an order with salt. Drive them over jointly, join all proportionably, all will become one, which at first came from one, coagulate, and fix it in continued heat, augment, and ferment a third time, according to the tenor of my two last keys. Then you will find the end you look for, how this tincture is to be used. Let the 12th key satisfy you with its certain processes. Q3. Thanks be to God. For a final upshur or final guiding or concluding step, be certified that out of black Saturn and bountiful Jupiter, there can be driven over spirit which is afterward brought into a sweet oil, as the noblest part of it, which in particular taketh away the running quality in mercury, making him fix, and bringing him into amelioration. Of this I told you in my other writings. Additionals. Having thus your matter, then look well to the fire, and govern it artificially, for that is of the greatest concernment at the end of the work. Our fire is not a common fire, and our furnace is not a common furnace, though philosophers before me have written that our fire is no common fire. However, I tell to thee in good earnest that according to their custom they kept secret all mysteries, because the matter is contemptible, and the work is of a facility, which by a government of fire is furthered and accomplished. Therefore they forbore to tell the plain truth. Lamp fire made of spirit of wine availeth nothing, the expenses thereof would mount exceedingly. Horse dung is but a spoiling, which cannot finish the work by any perfection or certain degrees. Furnaces of several sorts are useless, for in our threefold furnace are observed certain degrees a lot. Waters not prevail of thee with such furnaces, for our furnace is a plain one, our fire is plain fire, and our matter is a plain matter. The glass is likened to the circumference of an earthly globe. You need not to look any further for more information concerning the fire, its government, and the furnace. For he that hath the matter will soon find a furnace. He that hath meal will soon meet with an oven, needs not to take further care for baking of bread. There is no need to write more books of it. Only look well to the government of the fire, learn to distinguish between cold and warm. If you are expert and exact therein, then your work will be well finished, and the art brought to its end. The Creator of nature be praised forever. Amen. Of mercury. There are several sorts of mercury. Mercury of animals and vegetables is merely a fume of an incomprehensible being. Unless it be caught and reduced to an oil, then is it for use. But mercury of metals is of another condition, as that also of minerals. Though the same also may be compared with a fume, yet is it comprehensible and running. One mercury is better and nobler than the other, for the solar mercury is the best of them all. Next unto that is the lunar mercury, and so forth. There is a difference also among salts and sulphurs, among the mineral salts that carrieth away the besh, which is made of antimony, and that sulphur which is drawn from vitriol is preferred before all others. Mercury of metals is hot and dry, cold and moist. It contains the four qualities. There are medicaments prepared of it, of a wonderful efficacy, of several sorts and forms, which is the reason why there is such a variety of virtues therein. In mercury lay hid the highest arcanum for man's health, but is not to be used crude, but must first be prepared into its essence. It is sublimed with copper water, and is further reduced into an oil. There is an oil made of it per se, without any corrosiveness, which is pleasant and fragrant. Several sorts of oils with additionals can be made of it, good for many things. Q4. It is prepared also with gold, being first made into an amalgam. There is made a precipitate of it in water, wherein it dissolve of green, like unto a smaragd. A chrysolith. The volatile mercury serveth for outward uses if a separation is made by some means, and is brought into subtle clear liquor, and then to a red-brown powder. And its received corrosiveness is separated, then it may dow for other uses. The mixed mercury serveth for inward use. Mercury being purged is precipitated with the blood of Venus, is well digested with distilled vinegar, and thus his corroding quality is taken off. Have a care what quantity you minister. If it being given in a true dose, then it doth its part very well. But for its operation, it is not equally sublimed unto the fixed. Its coagulation is found in Saturn. His malleableness is apparent. When he is robbed of his life, he contains his own tincture upon white and red, being brought in his fixed coagulation unto a white body, is rinsed again by vitriol-water, and being reduced unto gold, is graduated by antimony. Though that blood-thirsty iron captain with his spear assaulteth Mercury very much, yet he alone cannot conquer him, unless cold Saturn come in to hide him, and Jupiter command the peace with his scepter. Such process being finished, the angel Gabriel, the strength of the Lord, and Uriel the light of God, hath shewed mercy unto humble Michael, that Raphael can make right use of thee. Highest medicine, nothing can prevail against medicine. Thus much be spoken of Mercury. Now I wing myself from hence, and fly to a place where frost and heat can better be tolerated and endured. Of antimony. It falleth very difficult to mechanics to have done learning with their compasses, because the great architect Jehovah hath reserved many things for his own power. In the same condition we find antimony, it is very difficult to find out all the mysteries that are hid therein. Its virtue is miraculous, its power is great, its color hidden therein is various. Its crude body is noxious, yet its essence is an antidote against poison. It is like unto quicksilver, which ignorant physicians can neither comprehend nor find. But the knowing physician believes it to be true, as having made many experiments with it. This mineral contains much of mercury, much of sulphur, and little of salt, which is the cause why it is so subtle and pliable. For there is no malleableness in it, by reason of the small quantity of salt. The most affinity it beareth unto Saturn is by reason of mercury. For philosophers' lead is made out of it, and is affected unto gold by reason of its sulphur. For it purgeth gold, leaving no impurity in it. There is an equal operation in it with gold, if well prepared, and ministered to man medicinally. It flay out of the fire, and keeps firmly in the fire, if it be prepared accordingly. Its volatile spirit is poisonous, purgeth grievously, not without damage unto the body. Its remaining fixedness purgeth also, but not in that manner, as the former did, provoketh not to stool. But seeketh merely the disease, wherever it is, penetrateth all the body and the members thereof, suffers no evil to abide there, expels, and brings the body to a better condition. In brief, antimony is the lord in medicinals. There is made of it a regulus out of tartar and salt, if at the melting of antimony some iron filings be added, by a manual used. There cometh forth a wonderful star, which philosophers before me called the signet star. This star being several times melted with cold earth salt, it groweth and yellowish, is of a fiery quality, and of a wonderful efficacy. This salt afterward affords a liquor, which further is brought to a fixed incombustible oil, which serveth for several uses. Besides, there are made of common regulus of antimony curious flowers, either red, yellow, or white, according as the fire hath been governed. These flowers being extracted, and the extract, without any addition per se, being driven into an oil, have an admirable efficacy. This extraction may be made also with vinegar of crude antimony, or of its regulus, but it requireth a longer time, neither is it so good as the former preparation. And being reduced into a philista, there is a glass made of it per se, of which I made mention in my 8th key, which is extracted also. Then abstracted, there remaineth a powder of incredible operation, which may safely be used after it hath been adulterated. This powder being dissolved, healeth wounds, sores, and causing no pains. This powder being extracted once more with spirit of wine, or driven through the helmet with some other matter, affords a sweet oil. To speak further of it is needless. Antimony is melted also with cold earth salt, dissolved and digested for time in spirit of wine. It affords a white fixed powder, is effectual against morbus gallicus. Breaks inward imposthumes. It hath several virtues besides. You must learn to prepare antimony yourself, lay hands on, dive into its inward qualities. You will meet with wonderful matters, for my conscience will not suffer me to discover all its qualities. I desire not to load the physician's curses upon me, which were at great expenses, and toiled much in burning of coals about its preparation, if I should rob them of their livelihood. Therefore learn thou also as thy predecessors did, seek as I have done, then you will find also what others have told of. There is made an oil also of antimony, the flying dragon being added thereunto, which being rectified thrice, then it is prepared. Though a cancer were never so bad, and the wolf never so biting, yet these with all their fellows, be they fistulas or old ulcers, must fly and be gone. The the little powder of the flying dragon prepared. With the lion's blood must be administered also 3 or 4 grains for a dose according to the party's age and complexion. A further process may be made with this oil with the addition of a water made of stone serpents and other necessary spices, not those which are transported from the Indies. This powder is of that efficacy that it radically cureth many chronical diseases. There is made a red oil of antimony, Calx, vive, Sal Ammoniac, and common sulphur, which hath done great cures on old ulcers. With stone salt or with common salt there is forced from antimony a red oil, which is admirable good for outward symptoms. There is made a sublimate of antimony, with spirit of nitre and salmiac, being digested for a time, which, by means of Mars, is turned into quick mercury. This antimonial mercury hath been sought of many, but few have gotten it, which is the reason why its praise is not divulged, much less is its operative quantity known. If you know how to precipitate it well, then your arrow will hit the mark to perform strange matters. Its qualities ought not to be made common. It is needless to describe its combustible sulphur, how it is made of antimony. It is easy and known, but that which is fixed is a secret and hidden from many. If an oil be made of it, in which its own sulphur is dissolved, and these be fixed together, then you have a medicine of rare qualities, in virtue, operation, and ability far beyond vegetables. Quicksilver being imbibed with quicksulphur, melted with antimony for some hours in a wind oven, the salt of the remainder being extracted with distilled vinegar, then you have the philosopher's salt, which cureth all manner of agues. There is an acetum made of antimony, of an acidity, as other acetums are. If its own salt be dissolved in this acetum and distilled over, then this acetum is sharpened, which is an excellent cooler in hot swellings and other inflamed symptoms about wounds, especially if there be made an ointment of it together with acetum of Saturn. The quintessence of antimony is the highest medicine, the noblest and subtlest found in it, and is the 4th part of an universal medicine. Let the preparation of it still a mystery. Its quantity or dose is 3 grains. There belong 4 instruments to the making of it, the furnace the 5th, in which Vulcan dwelleth, the manuals, and the government of fire for the ordering of it. You physicians, if you be wise, seek out this medicine and that subject, where it lay in, and may be found best and most effectual. I forbear to speak further of antimony. Let Justinian judge of the rest. Of copper water. If I could prevail with Apollo to be merciful, and to give liberty to his muse to be my assistance in the describing of art and wisdom, then would I bring in an offering unto Minerva, whereby the gods of wisdom might take notice of a grateful Mindy for their gifts they had bestowed, and I would write of a mineral whose salt is set forth in the highest manner, whose great and good qualities are of that transcendence that reason is not able to comprehend, or to conceive of them. It went generally by the name of copper water, to make the meaning and sense of it plain. Let men know, and be thus informed of it, that vitriol contained 2 spirits, a white and a red one. The white spirit is the white sulphur upon white, the red spirit is the red sulphur upon red. He that hath ears, let him hear. Observe it diligently, and remember every word, for they are of a large extent. Every word is as ponderous as a center stone. The white spirit is sour, causeth an appetite, and a good digestion in a man's stomach. The red spirit is yet sourer, and is more ponderous than the white. Its distilling a longer fire must be continued, because it is more in its degree. Of the white, by distilling of sulphur of lune is made argentum potable. In the like manner the red, being destroyed in the spirit of common salt, and made spiritual by distilling, and its sulphur taken from it, conjoined with the red spirit in a due dose, that it may be dissolved. And then for a time purified in spirit of wine, to be further digested and often abstracted, that nothing remain in the bottom, then you have made an aurum potable, of which great volumes have been written, but very few of their processes were right. Note that the red spirit must be rectified from its acidity, and be brought into a sweetness, subtly penetrating of a pleasant taste and sweet fragrancy. I have told you now great matters, which slipped from me against my intention. The sweet spirit is made of sulphur of vitriol, which is combustible, like other sulphur, before it is destroyed. For the sulphur of philosophers, to pose it well, is not combustible. Its preparation needs to be set down, being easy, requireth no great pains or great expenses, to get a combustible sulphur out of vitriol. This sweet oil is the essence of vitriol, and is such a medicine, which is worthy the name of the 3rd pillar of the universal medicine. The salt is drawn from Colcathar, and is dissolved in the red or white oil, or in both, and is distilled again. If it be fermented with Venus, it performs its office very well, for it affords such a medicine, which at the melting tinges pure iron into pure copper. Colcathar of sulfur affords true fundamentals unto healing of perished wounds, which otherwise are hardly brought to any healing. And such sores, which by reason of long continued white redness will admit of no healing, Colcathar affords an ingresse. Thereunto, setting a new foundation, that quality and virtue is not in the Colcathar, but the spirit together with the salt are the masters, which dwell therein. There is made of copper and verdigris a vitriol of a high degree, and is far spread in its tincture there is a vitriol made of iron also, which is of a strange quality. Iron and copper are very nigh kind, one to another, being together as man and wife. This mystery should have been concealed, but being it is of great concernment, I could forbear but to speak of it. Vitriol corroded with salmiac, in its sublimation ariseth a combustible sulphur, together with its mercury, of which there is but little, because it hath most of sulphur. If the same sulphur be set at liberty again by an eagle with spirit of wine, there can be made a medicine of it, as I told you formerly of it. Though there be a necessity to make a combustible sulphur out of vitriol, as a precipitation upon a precedent dissolution by the salt, the liquor of Tartar, as also by a common lixivium made of beech ashes, yet this is the best reason, because the body of vitriol is better, and more opened with the key of the eagle. There are other mysteries hidden in vitriol, which in their operative quality are excellent, and are known apparently, as Venus and Mars bear real record in their spirits. The same doth knowledge, soul, and lune. But I do not intend at this time to write a perfect book of chirurgery, and to make relations of particulars. In commendation of vitriol, I have already written too much of it. You are to learn and search also. You will find that vitriol needs no proctor to speak for it. And it will sufficiently inform you of an absolute chirurgic book, contained in its nature as a third part of the universal, against all manner of diseases. In the closing hereof I tell you thus much, that there is not found in its nature neither cold nor moist quality, but it is of a hot and dry substantial quality, and is the reason why by its superabounding acidity it heateth other things, digesteth them, and at last it bringeth them to a full maturity, the fire being continued for a certain time. The things I write of vitriol I have not begged nor borrowed from other men's writings, but found them so in my long continued practices, whereby nature enabled me to become a seer, by permission of the highest creator. And I speak thus much for a memorandum, that if Paris can keep safely Helena without troubles, that the noble city of Troja in Greece be no more ruined and destroyed, and Priamus together with Menelaus be no more afflicted and disquieted thereby, than Hector and Achilles will agree well enough to obtain that royal race without going to war for it, and be possessors of that monarchy and their children's children, and their offspring and posterity for the charging of their dominions, by increasing their riches infinitely, against which no enemy dareth stir. Of common sulphur. The usual common sulphur is not so perfectly exalted in its degree, and brought unto maturity, as it is found in antimony and vitriol. There is made of it per se, an oil against putrid stinking wounds, destroying and killing such worms which grow in them, especially if the little salt in it be dissolved from its sulphur. There is made of it a balsam with sallet oil, or oil of juniper, in like manner with the white spirit of turpentine, and is of a red color, is made thus. Take flowers of sulphur, made with the colcathar of vitriol, digest them for a time in horse dung, or any other way. This balsam may safely be used for such that are in a consumption of the lungs, especially if rectified several times with spirit of wine, drawn over and separated, that it be blood red. This balsam is a preservative against corruption and rottenness. The quintessence of sulphur is in a mineral, where a bituminous flint is generated. This beaten pebbles being put in a glass, and on it be poured a strong aquaphor made of vitriol and salpeter, and let dissolve what may be dissolved, abstract that water, the remainder must be well dulcified, and reverberated to a redness, pour on the spirit of wine, extract its tincture, afterward circulate for a time in the pelican, let all the essence of sulphur be separated. It stayeth below the spirit of wine, like fat salad oil, by reason of its ponderousness. Its dose of 6 grains is found to work sufficiently. If you digest in this essence of sulphur, myrrh, aloes, and other spices, it extracted their virtues, and makes it into a balsam, which suffers no flesh, or other parts that are subject unto putrefaction, to fall into rottenness, for which cause the ancients have given this name to it, balsamus mortuorum. Note, balsamus mortuorum, or balsam of the dead, refers to a historical medicinal preparation used for preserving and treating the dead, particularly in mummification and embalming. Known for its strong preservative properties, it helped prevent tissue decomposition and rot. This balsam often contained resinous substances like myrrh, aloe, and other spices, as they were valued for their healing and antiseptic qualities. Thus, I close to speak any further of combustible sulphur. There may be made an oil of it, which is found very useful. The sulphur must be sublimed in a high instrument with a good heat, which sublimation in a long time changeth into a liquor or oil, standing in a humid place, but being I do not intend to use any prolixity of words, let it rest so. There may be concocted a liver out of common sulphur, which is turned unto milk, and it may also be changed into a red oil. With linseed oil, many other medicinals may be made out of sulphur. Its flowers, essence, and oil are preferred before the rest, together with the white and red fixed cinnabar, which are made of it, because in them is found a mighty virtue. Of Calx vive. The secrets of quicklime are known to few, and even fewer have attained a perfect understanding of its qualities. Yet I tell you a real truth, though quicklime may seem contemptible, it contains great matters. It requires an understanding master to extract what lies buried within it. I mean to expel its pure spirit, which collaterally stands in affinity with minerals, is able to bind and help to make fix the volatile spirits of minerals. For it is of a fiery essence, heateth, concocteth, and bringeth unto maturity in short time, when in many years it could not be brought to the gross earthly body of it, doth not do the feat. But its spirit doth it, which is drawn out of it. This spirit is of that ability, that it binds and fixes other volatile spirits. For note, the spirit dissolve occult cancerorum, dissolve crystals into a liquor. These two being duly brought into and unite per modum distillationis. I will say nothing at this time of diamonds and such like stones. That water dissolves and breaketh the stone in the bladder. And the gory tartar settled into the joints of hands and feet suffers not any gore to take root in those parts. This rare secret I taught one of my faithful disciples, and the great chancellor of the invincible Caesar is still thankful unto me for it, and many great persons besides. Quicklime is strengthened and made more fiery and hot by a pure and unsophisticated spirit of wine, which is often poured on it and abstracted again. Then the white salt of tartar must be mingled with it together with its additionals, which must be dead and contain nothing. Then you shall draw a very healthful spirit, in which great mysteries lie hid. How this spirit is gotten, I told it. Observe it, keep it, take it for a farewell. Of arsenic. Arsenic is in the kindred of mercury and antimony, as a bastard in a family may be. Its whole substance is poisonous and volatile, even as the former two. In its external color to the eye, it is white, yellow, and red. But inwardly it is adorned with all manner of colors, like to metals, which it was fain to forsake, being forced there, are unto by fire. It is sublime per se, without addition, and also in its subliming there are added several other matters, as occasion requireth. If it be sublimed with salt and Mars, then it looks like a transparent crystal, but its poison stayeth still with it, unfit to be joined or added to metals, hath very little efficacy to transmute any metal. The subterranean serpent bindeth it in the union of fire, but cannot quite force it, that it might serve for a medicine for man and beast, if it be further mixed with the salt of a vegetable stone, which is with tartar, and is made like unto an oil. It is of great efficacy in wounds, which are of a hard healing. It can make a coat for deceitful Venus to trim her handsomely, that the inconstance of her false heart may be disclosed by her wavering servants without gain, with her prejudice and damage. When Antimony and Mars are made my companions, and I am exalted by them to the top of Olympus, then I afford ruby in transparence and color to that which cometh from Orient, and am not to be esteemed less than it. If I am proved by affliction, then I fall off like a flower which is cut off and withers. Therefore nothing can be made of me, to fix any metal, or tinge it to any profit, because I forsook my body totally, and distributed my coat, to play and lot to be cast for it. Therefore let no man neither praise nor dispraise me, unless he have for very hunger taken a pound of me into the body, though if he gets an antidote to save his life, however, he shall get nothing out of metals by it. In other things he may have a treasure in it, unto which few are comparable to it. I, Arsenic, say of myself at the closing hereof, that it is a very difficult thing to find my right and due preparation. My operation is felt exceedingly, if made trial of, and is a great danger if ignorant men make use of me. He that can be without me, let him go to my kindred. And if you can equalize me with them, that I may share with them the inheritance, then all the world shall acknowledge that my descent is from their blood. But it is a very hard thing for any man to set a shepherd into a royal seat to make him king, is difficult. But patriarchs being descended from shepherds and were preferred to royal dignities, I will not pass judgment, for wrong and right may be found in this leaf. However, take you notice that I am a poisonous volatile bird, have forsaken my dearest and most confiding friend, and separated myself as a leper, which must live aloof off from other men. Cure me first of my infirmity, then I shall be able to heal those which have need of me, that my praise may be confirmed by poison, and my name for an everlasting remembrance. To the honor of my country is nothing inferior unto Marcus Curtius, and it will be found in the end in what manner Hannibal and Scipio were reconciled. Of Salpeter, 2 elements are predominant in me, as fire and air. The lesser quantity is water and earth. I am fiery, burning, and volatile. There is in me a subtle spirit. I am altogether like unto Mercury, hot inside, and cold on the outside, am slippery and very nimble at expelling mine enemies. My greatest enemy is common sulphur, and yet is my best friend also, for being purged by him and clarified in the fire. Then am I able to allay all heats of the body within and without, and am one of the best medicaments to expel and to keep off the poisonous plague. I am a greater cooler outwardly than Saturn, but my spirit is more hot than any. I cool and burn, according as men will make use of me, and according as I am prepared. When metals are to be broken, I must be a help, else no victory can be obtained, be the undertakings great or small. Before I am destroyed, I am a mere ice, but when I am, R2. Anatomized, then am I a mere hellish fire. If Pluto can master Cerberus to make him take his dwelling again in the Isle of Thule, then he may snatch a piece of love from Venus. Then Mars must submit, and may live richly with Luna, which may equally be exalted to the crown of the honorable king, and be placed with him in equal honor and dignity. If I shall happily enjoy my end, then my soul must be driven out cunningly, then I do all that lay in my power. Of myself alone I am able to effect nothing. But my love, a jolly woman, if I am married unto her, and our copulation be kept in hell, that we both do swear well, then that which is subtle flings away all filthiness. Then we leave behind us rich children, and in our dead bodies is found the best treasure, which we bequeath in our last will and testament. Of Sal Ammoniac. Sal Ammoniac is none of the meanest keys, open metals thereby. Therefore the ancients have compared it with a volatile bird. It must be prepared, else you can do no feats with it. For if it be not prepared, it doth more hurt than good unto metals. Carrieth them away out at the chimney hole. It can elevate and sublime with its swift wings the tincture of minerals and of some metals to very mountains, where store of snow is found, usually even at the greatest heat of the summer. If it be sublimed with common salt, then it purgeth and cleareth, and may be used safely. He that supposes to transmute metals with this salt, which is so volatile, surely he doth not hit the nail on the head, for it hath no such power. But to destroy metals, and make them fit for transmutation, in that respect it hath sufficient power, for no metal can be transmuted, unless it be first prepared thereunto. My greater strength which lay in me may be drawn from me by subliming and cementing. The greatest secret in me you will find, when I am united with Hydra, which is to devour and swallow me, that I also may turn with her to be a water serpent. Then have I prepared a bath for the nympha, and have gotten power to make ready a crown for the king, that the same may be adorned with jewels, and may with honor and glory be set on his head. Of Tartar. This salt is not set down in the book of minerals, but is generated of a vegetable seed. Its creator hath put such virtue into it, that it beareth a wonderful love and friendship unto metals, making them malleable. It purgeth Luna unto a whiteness, and incorporates into her such additionals, which are convenient for her, being digested for a time with minerals or metals, and then sublimed and vilified. They all come into a quick mercury. To make out of it the philosopher's stone is no such matter, being it is a vegetable, and that power is not given to any of the vegetables. It is in medicina a very good remedy, to be used inwardly and outwardly, its salt being made spiritual and fixed. It dissolve and breaketh the stone in the bladder, and dissolve the coagulated tartar of the gout, settled into the joints or anywhere besides. Its ordinary spirit, which is used for opening of metals being used and applied outwardly, also layeth the foundation for healing of such ulcers, which admit hardly any healing, as there are fistulas, cancers, wolves, and such like. I know nothing more too. R3. Right of tartar, for having separated itself and left its noblest part in the wine. Of vinegar. In alchemy and medicina, nothing almost can be prepared, but vinegar must set a helping hand to it. Therefore I thought it convenient to let it have its due praise and commendation, especially to insert it here in this treatise. In alchemy it is used to set metals and minerals into purifaction. It is used also to extract their essences and tinctures, being first prepared thereunto, even as the spirit of wine is usual to extract the tinctures from vegetables. In physic it deserves its praise also, for it taketh the pure from impure, and is a separator, and taketh from the mineral medicaments their sharpness and corrosiveness, fixes that which is volatile, and is a great defendant against poison, as I told you when I spoke of the antimonial glass. Vinegar is used inwardly also, and both men and beasts are benefited thereby. Outwardly, it is applied to hot inflammations and swellings, for a cooler. Spirit of wine and vinegar are of great use, both in alchemy and physic. Both have their descent from the urine, are of one substance, but differ in the quality. By reason of putrefaction, the vinegar got there, of which I told you formerly. I must acquaint you with one thing, which is this, that this is not the philosopher's vinegar. Our vinegar, or acetum, is another liquor, namely a matter itself, for the stone of philosophers is made out of azote of philosophers, which must be prepared with ordinary distilled azote, with spirit of wine, and with other waters besides, and must be reduced unto a certain order. Note this for a memorandum. If distilled pure vinegar be poured upon destroyed Saturn, and is kept warm in a Marie's bath, it loseth its acidity altogether, is as sweet as any sugar, then abstract too. Or 3 parts of that vinegar, set it in a cellar, then you will find white transparent stones, like unto crystals. These are an excellent cooler and healer of all the dust and flame symptoms. If these crystals are reduced into a red oil, and poured upon mercury, precipitated by Venus, and proceeded in further as it ought, if that be hit rightly, then neither Sol nor Luna will hinder thee from getting riches. Of wine. The true vegetable stone is found in wine, which is the noblest of all vegetables. It contains 3 sorts of salt, 3 sorts of mercury, and 3 sorts of sulphur. The first salt sticketh in the wood of the vine, which if burnt to ashes, and a lixivium made of it to have its salt drawn forth, which must be coagulated. This is the first salt. The second salt is found in Tartar. If that be incinerated, then draw its salt forth, dissolve and coagulate it several times, and let it be sufficiently clarified. The third salt is this. When the wine is distilled, it leaveth feces behind, which are made to powder. Its salt can be drawn out with warm water. Each of these salts hath a special property. In their center they stand in a harmony, because they descend from one root. It hath 3 sorts of mercury, and 3 sorts of sulphur. The first oil is made of the stem, the second oil is made out of crude tartar, the third is the oil of wine. There is a strange property in the spirit of wine, for without it there cannot be extracted any true tincture of soul, nor can there be made without it any true aurum potable. But few men know how a true spirit of wine is made, much less can its property be found out wholly. Several ways have been tried to draw and to get the spirit of wine without sophistication, as by several instruments and distillings with metal and serpents and other strange inventions of sponges, papers, and the like. Some cause a rectified aqua vitae to be frozen in the greatest frost, expecting the phlegm thereof should turn to ice, the spirit thereof to keep liquid, but nothing was done to any purpose. The true way for the getting of it I told you of at the end of my manuals. For it must be sublime, penetrating, without any phlegm, pure, aerial, and volatile, so the air and a magnetic quality may attract it. Therefore it need to be kept close in. It is of a penetrating and effectual operation, and its use is several. There are 3, which are the noblest creatures in the world. These 3 bear a wonderful affection one to another. Among animals it is man, out of whose mume is made an animal stone, in which microcosmy is contained. Among minerals gold is the noblest, whose fixedness is a sufficient testimony of its noble offspring and kindred. Among vegetables there lay hid a vegetable stone. Man loveth gold and wine above all other creatures, which may be beheld with eyes. Gold loveth man and wine, because it lets go its noblest part, if spirit of wine be put to it, being made potable, which giveth strength to man, and prolongeth his life and health. Wine beareth affection to man also, and to gold, because it easily uniteth with the tincture of soul, expels melancholy and sadness, refresheth and rejoiceth man's heart. He that hath these 3 stones may boldly say that he hath the stones of the universal. Much of it is talked and written, but what eye hath seen it? Not one amongst many hundred of millions. These stones renew men and beasts, cure leprous metals, cause barrenness to become fertile with a new birth. Humane reason is not able to comprehend it, nor conceive of it. If a rectified aqua vitae be lighted, then mercury and vegetable sulphur separateth. That sulphur burns highly, being a mere fire. The tender mercury betakes himself to his wings, and flay to his chaos. He that can shut up and catch this fiery spirit, he may boast that he hath gotten a great victory in the chemical art. For his vegetable fiery sulphur is the only key to draw the sulphur from mineral and metalline bodies. Thus I close my book. The things contained therein are not grounded on opinions, as most physicians rely on the authors, that such and such herbs are cold and moist, dry and warm in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd degree, because they heard their authors affirm it, themselves neither saw nor made trial of it, making mere collections from other men's writings, patching up volumes. The things I wrote of I know by long experimental knowledge to be true. This my experience I hope will take place, and get the victory as the Amazons did in their prudence. The eternal heavenly spirit refreshes our souls that we may walk in heavenly streets, forsaking all false and erroneous ways. Amen. Finis. Conclusions and experiments of Basilius Valentinus. Preface. I, Basilius Valentinus, write a short clause upon my former writings, and this treatise is instead of a declaration thereof. But my son and disciple, you are to remember that you lift up your eyes to the mountain of God and of the philosophers, from whence you expect to help. Namely, sulphur, vitriol, and magnet of philosophers must be a great help unto you. For philosophers sulphur, vitriol, and magnet celestial, from whence cometh that universal and philosophic lapis, vulgar and ordinary sulphur, vitriol and magnet afford merely particulars and medicaments. In the treatise of the philosopher's stone, I have set down expressly in a parable the philosopher's sulphur the 12th. Keys, but the philosopher's mercury, or the true philosophic magnet, I gave a hint of in few words. However, I have treated of the same in the say keys, and of the prima materia I spoke in my rhythms or verses. I leave a light for a farewell unto the seeking disciples, whereby they may see the clear day in a dark night, and do describe the virtue and operation of the vulgar sulphur, vitriol, and magnet. The rest you may find in the treatise, which followeth next the T-Act. Keys, which if you find the true way of working, you may get sufficiently of health and wealth in this world. Make use of in the name of God and unto his glory, and do good unto the poor, and be helpful unto them. Otherwise thy earthly paradise may be turned in the end into a damnable hell, from which, O Lord, deliver all good people. Amen. The first treatise of philosophers, sulphur, vitriol, and magnet. First section of sulphur and ferment of philosophers. Loving seeker of chemical mysteries, I have written a treatise about the philosopher's stone, and have set down expressly the materia of the philosopher's sulphur in the first key, and taught you in the second key how you ought to distill our water of the eagle and cold dragon, who had his dwelling a long time in rocky cliffs, and crept in and out in subterranean concave and hollow places. Pour the spirit, or aqua upon purged and fine gold, lute it well, and set it into a dissolution, in fino for 14 nights to purify it, then draw it over the helmet. Pour the water upon gold calx whole, make all the gold come through the helmet. Set this again under a helmet, abstract the water gently, leave a third part of it in the bottom, then set it into a cellar, let it coagulate and crystallize. Wash these crystals with distilled water. Precipitate them with mercury vive, evaporate the mercury gently, then you have a subtle powder, put it in a glass, lute it, reverberate it for 3 days and nights, do it gently. Thus is the philosopher's sulphur prepared for your work, and this is the purple mantle, philosophic gold. Keep it safely in a glass for your conjunction. The second section of the philosopher's vitriol. I've told you plainly how philosopher's sulphur is made, which loco masculi is to make the king, or man. Now you must have the female, or wife, which is the mercury of philosophers, or the materia prima lapidis, which must be made artificially. For our azoth is not common vinegar, but is extracted with common vinegar, and that is a salt made of materia prima. This salt is called the philosopher's mercury, which is coagulated in the belly of the earth. When this matter is brought to light, it is not ponderous, and is found everywhere. Children play with it. It is ponderous, and hath a scent of dead men's bones. For 2 guilders you may buy this matter for the work. Therefore take this matter, distill, calcine, sublime, reduce it to ashes. For an artist wants ashes. How can he make a salt? And he that hath not a metal and salt, how can he make the philosopher's mercury? Therefore, if you have calcined the matter, then extract its salt, rectify it well, let it shoot into the vitriol, which must be sweet, without any corrosiveness or sharpness of salt. Thus you get the philosopher's vitriol, or philosophic oil. Make further of it a mercurial water. Thus you have performed an artificial work. This is called the philosopher's azoth, which purgeth laton, but is not yet washed. For azoth washeth Latin, as the ancient philosophers have 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. For the philosophic azoth, or laton, must with its own humidity, or its own mercurial water, be purged, dissolved, distilled, attract its magnet, stay with it. And this is the philosopher's mercury, or mercurius duplicatus, and are 2 spirits, or spirit and water of the salt of metals. Then this water beareth the name of Sacca solunariae, aqua caelestis, acetum philosophorum, aqua sulphurus, aqua permanens, aqua benedicta. Take 8 or 10 parts of this water, and 1 part of your menstruum or sulphur of soul, set it into the philosopher's egg, lute it well, put in the athanor, into that vaporous and dry fire, govern it, to the appearance of a black, white, and red color. Then you get the philosopher's stone, and can enjoy this noble, dear, and blessed medicine and tincture, and you may work miracles with it. The third section of the philosopher's magnet, Hermes, the father of philosophers, had this art, and was the first that wrote of it and prepared the stone out of Mercury, Sol, and Lune. Of the philosophers, whom many thousand laborators have imitated, myself also did the like. And I speak really that the philosopher's stone may be composed of two bodies. The beginning and ending of it must be with philosophic mercury. And this is now prima materia, alias prida. Materia prima belongs only to God, and is coagulated in the entrails of the earth. First it turneth to mercury, then to lead, then tin and copper, then to iron and sea. Thus the coagulated mercury must by art be turned into its prima materia, otherwise, that is, mercurial-water. This is a stone and no stone, of which is made a volatile fire, in form of a water which drown and dissolves its fixed father and its volatile mother. Metal and salt is an imperfect body, which turneth philosophic mercury, that is, into a permanent or blessed water, and is the philosopher's magnet, which loveth philosophic Mars, sticketh unto him, and abideth with him. Thus our soul hath a magnet also, which magnet is the root and matter of our stone. If you conceive of and understand my saying, then you are the richest man in the world. Hermes saith, you must have three species for the work. First a volatile or mercurial water, aqua celestis, then viritus leo, green line, which is the philosophic lune, thirdly, ies hermedes, or soul, or ferment. Lastly, note, philosophers had two ways, a wet one, which I made use of, and a dry one. Herein you must proceed philosophically. You must purge well the philosopher's mercury, and make mercury with mercury, adding the philosophic salt, ferment, or sulphur philosophers, and proceed therein. As you heard formerly, then you have the philosopher's magnet, that is, the philosopher's mercury. Secondly, the metalline salt, or philosophic salt. Thirdly, ies hermetis, or philosophic sulphur. Thus I have delineated the whole art. If you do not understand it, then you will get nothing, nor art thou predestined thereunto. Allegorical expressions betwixt the Holy Trinity and the philosopher's stone. Dear Christian lover, and well-wisher to the blessed art, how graciously and miraculously hath the Holy Trinity created the philosopher's stone. For God the Father is a spirit, and yet maketh himself known under the notion of a man, as he speaketh, Genesis 1. Chapter, Let us make man, an image like unto us. Item, this exposition in his words speak of his mouth, eyes, hands, and feet. So philosophers' mercury is held a spiritual body, as philosophers call him. God the Father begetteth his only Son, Jesus Christ, which is God and man, and is without sin, neither needed he to die. But he laid down his life freely, and rose again, for his brethren and sisters' sake, that they might live with him eternally without sin. So a soul, or gold without defect, and is fixed, holds out gloriously all fiery exams, but by reason of its imperfection and sick brother and sisters, it dieth and riseth gloriously, redeemeth and tinges them unto eternal life, making them perfect unto good gold. The third person in the Trinity is God the Holy Ghost, a comforter sent by our Lord Christ Jesus unto his believing Christians, who strengtheneth and comforteth them in faith, unto eternal life. Even so is the spirit of material soul, or of the body of mercury, when they come together, then is he called the double mercury. These are two spirits, God the Father, and God the Holy Ghost. But God the Son, a glorified man, is even as our glorified and fixed soul, or philosopher's stone, since this lapis is called trenis, namely, out of two waters, or spirits of mineral, and of vegetable, and of the animal of sulphur of Sol. These are the two and three, and yet but one. If you understand it not, then you are not like to hit any. Thus by way of a similitude I delineated unto thee sufficiently the universal. Pray to God for a blessing, for without him you are not like to prosper at all. The first section of sulphurs. Chapter 1 of Sulphur of Saturn. Step 1. Here is extracted from Calx and Saturn with distilled vinegar a crystalline salt, which is distilled with spirit of wine unto a red oil. This oil cureth melancholy, fiery pox, old ulcers, and many other infirmities besides. Step 2. This oil coagulates and fixes mercury, being first precipitated with oil of vitriol, for all powders and medicaments which are to make Sol and Lune must be made fix, holding in all fiery trials. Step 3. Out of this oil is made a glorious tincture. If you take 3 parts of mercury of Mars and 1 part of this red oil of Saturn, joining, coagulating, and fixing them, this work may be accomplished in a month's time, or somewhat longer. This tincture may be augmented with mercury of Mars, usque in infinitum, projecting 1 part of it upon 3 parts of Sol, to make thereby an ingress for the tincture. 1 part of this tincture transmuteth 30 parts, if so be it be well prepared, of mercury and of Lune into good Sol. Remember thy Creator and be mindful of the poor, then the Lord will be mindful of thee also. Chapter 2 of Sulphur of Jupiter. Step 1. There is made of Jupiter a minimum, the like is made of Saturn. From thence is extracted and distilled a red sweet oil. This oil tinges Saturn, being first calcined with salmiac into Sol. Step 2. The limature of Jupiter being calcined with Calx vive for a day, and the Calx being washed from it, then you have a fixed powder, if you can reduce it again into a fluidness and drive it with Saturn. Then you may get a reasonable part of good lune and Sol, whereby a needy laborator may get sufficient livelihood. Step 3. There is a calcination made of tin and lead with common salt, but better is it. If made with salt of the cupel mort of vitriol and peter, the oil of vitriol being added unto Calx of Jupiter and Saturn, and made one mass of it, lute it well. Set it stand for 8 days and nights in warm sand, and then to drive it. 1 censer of lead affords in this manner 6 mark and a half of fine lune. 1 mark of such lune yields 1 ounce of Sol. This hath been my first piece to make lune and Sol with. Note, the 6 mark and a half of lune afford 3 ounces and a half of Sol. This Sol and lune amounts to 208 guilders, or 20 pounds and 16 shillings. Chapter 3 of Sulphurs of Mars and Venus. Step 1. Take some pounds of verdigris, extract its tincture with distilled vinegar, let it shoot, then you have a glorious vitriol, out of which you may distill per retort a red oil. This oil dissolved Mars, turning into a vitriol, which is reduced in a long time in a great fire into a red oil. Then you have together sulphur of Mars and Venus. Add somewhat of sulphur of Sol. Coagulate and fix it, then you have a medicine which ameliorate men and metals. Step 2. Lune is graduated with the oil, and a good part of the king's crown is gotten. Step 3. 2 equal parts of laminated Sol and lune melted together, purified in this oil for a day and a night, turneth them into good gold. In this oil you will find many strange effects and virtues. Laus Deo. Chapter 4 of Sulphur of Sol. Step 1. I have formerly told how gold is made spiritual unto the purple mantle. Now if you are about to make aurum potable, then you may dissolve with the oil of vitriol that spiritual gold extract and draw it over with spirit of wine. This is a medicine which cureth many difficult diseases and is wonderful in its efficacy. Step 2. This solar sulphur tinges prepared Calx of lune into good gold, but you heard in my former expressions that the king hath only an honorable garment, and must raise his rents and subsidies from his subjects, must be bathed in his budging blood and sweat, must be destroyed and gloriously renewed. Then is he able to make his poor brethren and sisters to be kings also, and legitimate their bastards. Antimony is a bastard of Saturn. As much of Mercury and of Regulus it hath, so much is it turned into Sol, its due dose of tincture being first added thereunto. Bismuth, or marcasite, is a bastard of Jupiter, is turned into Sol also by means of a tincture. Oil of vitriol is a bastard of Venus. It hath a metalline mercury, as much it hath of it, so much as it tinged into Sol. Step 3. If you add the solar sulphur unto sulphur of vitriol, Venus, and Mars, and you have fixed artificially, then you have a tincture for men and metals, expelling all manner of diseases. And this fixed powder tinges particularly lune into Sol. Laus Deo, praise be to God. Chapter 5 of Sulphur of Mercury. Mercury is a mother of all metals, and is a spiritual body, and a fugitive servant when he cometh into the fire. Then he flieth into his chaos. But he that can catch him, he gets then the sulphur of Mercury, or water of sulphur, or aqua benedicta, the key of the art, which openeth metals philosophically. The philosophers Mercury, and not the vulgar, being reduced unto watery, dissolve the philosophic salt together with the purple mantle by putrefaction and distillation. For it is Mercurius colestus, or mercury of the sky. Chapter 6 of Sulphur of Lune. This lune is made spiritual by means of a water, expressed in our second key, and may easily be made into potable silver, whereby many diseases are cured. If you take 1 part of this spiritual lune, and you feed it with 3 parts of virgin's milk, and bring it to fixation, then you have an augment of lune, which breedeth monthly young ones. These are taken forth, and their places are supplied with mercury vive and C. This powder is reduced with borax, then you have an augmentum perpetuum. Augmentum perpetuum is a Latin phrase that translates to perpetual increase or eternal augmentation. It refers to a substance or process that continually increases or multiplies itself indefinitely. This concept is often associated with the idea of creating a self-sustaining reaction or compound that can produce a continuous and everlasting yield. Chapter 7 of Antimonial Vitriol. Step 1. There is made out of vitriol of antimony with distilled vinegar a sweet extraction. Its acetum is separated from it. On the remainder is poured spirit of wine, must be extracted, and the pure from impure separated. This sweet extraction is drawn over. The spirit of wine by cohobation is often drawn from it, and that powder is reduced to a glorious oil of antimony. This oil cureth all manner of diseases, being ministered in a convenient vehicle. This medicinal oil is a great arcanum. Step 2. Further, take 1 part of this oil and 2 parts of the mercurial-water, in which is dissolved a 4th part of Sol, purple mantle, then join them, lute hermetically, coagulate, and fix. This tincture tinges lune and mercury in his soul. This is that pure sulphur of antimony. The vitriol of antimony must be made per se, without any addition of salpeter, salt, and borax or boron-containing materials. Chapter 8 of Sulphur of Vitriol. Step 1. There is made of vitriol a lixivium with ashes of beech wood, and a sulphur is drawn from this vitriol, and is precipitated with salt of tartar. Further, the oil of sulphur is extracted with juniper oil, thus you have a red oil. Purify the same with spirit of wine. Abstract the spirit of wine from it. This glorious oil of sulphur is good against many diseases. It is to be used against consumption, dropsy, plague, gravel, and scabbiness. Step 2. Vitriol is sublimed with Sal Ammoniac also, but better is it if done with a lixivium, whereby the body of vitriol is better opened and dissolved. This sublimate is dissolved into an oil, whereby crude mercury can be coagulated and fixed, of which I shall write more anon when I treat of vitriol. Chapter 9 of Common Sulphur. There is a liver made of yellow sulphur with linseed oil, boiled in lye with salt purified, and then distilled. Pour this water on tiles which newly came out of the oven. Imbibe them therewith. Distill it per retort. You have a yellow water of the like an amphoria, which tinges lune. Take 1 part of this water and 1 part of Luna Calx. Let it stand 8 days and nights in warm sand. The 4th part of it turneth unto gold. Chapter 10 of Vitriol of Sol and of Lune. Step 1. Gold, being reduced, separated, purged with Saturn and driven. Step 2. Further, sulphur with the anima of Saturn, being often driven over and fixed, may then safely be used inwardly for a medicine. But projected on Lune, in the flux it affords good gold in the quart. Step 3. Of the grey powder and Calx vive, equal parts 1 pound, a 4th part of Sal Ammoniac grind among, and driven over per retort, affords a glorious red oil, which is of a fixing and graduating quality. Step 4. Lastly, I tell you, take of this oil of sulphur of Venus and of Mars, add thereunto the oil of antimony sulphur, bind these together with the oil, or mercurial-water, fix it. Then you have a medicine for men and metals, viz. To tinge mercury and lune into Sol. The 2nd section of vitriols. Chapter 1 of Vitriol of Sol and of Lune. In the first place, you must have our water of the cold earth, salt, and of the eagle, whereby gold and silver is made spiritual. Let it shoot into crystals. This is that metalline vitriol, out of which is distilled together with spirit of wine and oil of sulphur, to be used after the manner of metals. Chapter 2 of Vitriol of Saturn and of Jupiter. Calcine Saturn or Jupiter, extract its anima with distilled vinegar. Let it purify 14 days and nights. Let the vitriol shoot. This must be driven over with spirit of wine. It affords a sweet oil, and it is the sulphur of Saturn and Jupiter. This oil coagulates mercury, and being first precipitated with oil of vitriol, it fixes him. Chapter 3 of Vitriol of Mars. Take the filings of Mars and of sulphur equal parts, calcine them in a brick kiln to a purple color, pour on it distilled water or vinegar. It extracted a green color. Abstract the 3rd part of that water, let it shoot. Thus you have an artificial vitriol, distill from it a red spirit or oil. Take half an ounce of it, add to it mercurial water, in which is dissolved Sol. Take of this oil but a 4th part of an ounce. Fix this tincture. Then you have an excellent medicine to project upon lead, silver, and tin, which are transmuted thereby into pure gold. O thou Christian heart, return thanks to the Creator of minerals, metals, and other creatures. Chapter 4 of Vitriol of Venus. I have told you already of the transparent vitriol to be extracted out of Venus, and to distill of it a red oil thus. Oil dissolved Mars turneth him into a vitriol, being once more distilled per retort forcibly. Then you have an excellent tinging oil called Sale of Mars. This is the king's exciseman, which bringeth in his rents, and enriches the king. This oil dissolves the spiritual purple mantle, and draweth it over the helmet. Now you have fermented the solar sulphur with its own sulphur, which philosophers before me have not done. They took only calx and sol, or sol and calx, set the same to the duplicated mercury instead of the ferment, and attained unto the end they wished for, as well as. 1. But accordingly as men do work, so is the operation of their tincture, transmuting more or less according to the efficacy of the tincture. 2. Out of the oil of this martial salt is mercury of antimony precipitated, is added to the sweet oil of vitriol, and fixed. This medicine next unto the philosopher's stone is the best, and highest universal upon man's body, and tinges Luna, Saturn, and Jupiter into good soul, holding in the exams very well. 3. There is made also a mass out of honey, salt, and vinegar, and lamins of Venus, which are stratified in calcend. This calcinate of its own accord turns to a verdigris, which must be extracted, crystallized, and distilled to a red oil, which is used as you heard above. Chapter 5 of Vitriol of Mercury. Step 1. Vitriol of mercury is easily made, distilled in aquaphor made of salpeter, and alone being dissolved therein. Crystals do shoot, which are very like unto a vitriol, these being washed with rectified spirit of wine, with salt of tartar, then purified and reduced into a sweet oil. This is an excellent medicine against the French disease, old ulcers, colic, windy ruptures, gout, expelling many obstructions out of man's body. Step 2. This oil is joined also with martial tinctures, for mercury is the bond of other metals, and may be well used particularly. The chiefest color of mercury is red, as you find in my other writings. Chapter 6 of Common Vitriol. Step 1. Take good hungarish vitriol, dissolve it in distilled water, coagulate it again, let it shoot into crystals. Reiterate it 5 times, then is it well purged, and the salts, alums, and nitre are separated from it. Distill this purged vitriol with spirit of wine unto a red oil, ferment it with spiritual soul, add to it a due dose of quick mercury of antimony, coagulate and fix. Then you have a tincture for men, and it tinges lune also into soul. Visitando interiora terrae, rectificandoc, invenitis occultum lapidem, veram medicinam, or in English, by visiting the interior of the earth, and by rectifying you will find the hidden stone, the true medicine. Step 2. Vitriol is calcined also to a red color in a close vessel on which is poured distilled vinegar, and is set in putrefaction for 3 months. There is found in a strong distillation a quick mercury, which you are to keep safe. Wonders may be effected therewith upon particulars and universals. Take 3 parts of this mercury, and 1 part of soul, join these, being fixed, it affords a solar augmentum. Make your supplies with its mercury. Laus Deo. Step 3. This calcined red vitriol is sublimed also with salmiac. The sublimate is dissolved into an oil. This oil fixes lune, whereby may be had lune and soul. Step 4. There is made a fixed water also, salmiac and alone being added thereunto. This water being poured upon sulphur of Jupiter, which before was precipitated into a red powder, imbibed and coagulated, and an ingress be made with soul, then you have a tincture, whereby crude antimony is transmuted into good lune, which may be transmuted into soul. Step 5. Lastly, I tell thee, if you extract the salt out of vitriol and rectify it well, then you have a work which is short and tinges lune into soul. This netroline salt coagulates vulgar mercury, and being transmuted into lune, it may be graduated higher through and with antimony. Thus you have my operations and experiments, which may be very profitable unto you. Make a good Christian use of it, help the poor, cure the disease, then God will bless you. Amen. Know the sulphur is vitriol, antimony is mercury, the 3rd section. A vulgar magnet. Point 1. Magnet contains that which common Mars hath. Common iron may easily be wrought, needs not to make many words of it. Magnet hath an attractive quality to draw iron. Point 2. There is made an oil of magnet and Mars, which is very effective in deep wounds. Point 3. With magnet and antimony is made lune fix, which with the oil of Mars and Venus is graduated, and made to gold. It may be performed also with antimony and Mars. Thus I finished my course, and found many things in my working. My fellow brethren turned alchemists, all had the philosopher's stone. I was a beginner, took great pains before I attained to anything. If you read my writings diligently, you will find the seques, the prima materia, of philosopher's mercury, together with the philosophic salt. The philosophic sulphur I delineated expressly. Now I close, committing you to God, and accept in honesty that you are informed. Medium tenor beati, or in English, the blessed have kept to the middle way. Finis. Jod. 5th R. A process upon the philosophic work of vitriol. Having gotten this process in the aforesaid year, and afterward, as you shall hear, with mine own hands elaborated and wrought the same, no man overlooking me, I was heartily rejoiced, even as if I had been newborn, and returned hearty thanks to God. Its practice at the first I have not plainly described, because I had erred in the composing of it, and was fain to begin the work anew. I, having missed my work, began in the year 1605. Because the matter of the earth, and the spirit of mercury was not sufficiently purged. Therefore, the earth could not perfectly be united at the composition with the water. I let that quite alone, and began a new process at the end of the year 1605 in the city of Strasbourg, used more diligence and exactness. Then my work, God be praised, prospered better, for which I am still thankful to God for it. In the name of the Holy Trinity, the 11th of October, anno 1605, I took 10 pounds of vitriol, distilled it in distilled rainwater being warmed, let it stand a day and a night. At that time many feces were settled. I stirred the matter, evaporated it gently, ad cuticulum, or in English, to the skin, or to a thin film. Set it on a cool place to crystallize. This onshore vitriol thoroughly dried out, dissolved it again in distilled rainwater, let it shoot again. Which work I had iterated so long, till the vitriol got a celestial green color, having no more any feces about it, and lost all its corrosiveness, and was of a very pleasant taste. This highly purified vitriol, thus crude and not calcined, I put into a coated retort, distilled it in open fire, drove it over in 12-hour space by an exact government, and fixed in a white fume. When no more of these fumes came, and the red corrosive oil began to come, then I let the fire go out. The next morning, all being cold, I took off the receiver, poured the gift in the receiver into a body, some of the loot being fallen into. I filtered it, and had a menstrual water which had some phlegm, because I took that vitriol uncalcined, which I abstracted in a bommy, not leaving one drop of water in it. I found my chaos in the bottom of a dark redness, very ponderous, which I poured into a vial, sealed it hermetically, set it on a 3-foot into a wooden globe, into a porous bath made of water, where I left it so long till it was dissolved. After some weeks it separated into 2 parts, into a bright transparent water, and into an earthy thick settled to the bottom of the glass, in form of a thick black corrosive, like pitch. I separated the white spirit from it, and the fluid black matter I let in again to be dissolved. The white spirit which was dissolved of it I separated again. This work I iterated, leaving nothing in the bottom save a dry red earth. After that I purged my white spirit per distillation very exactly. It was as pure as the tear that falls from the eye. The remaining earth I thoroughly dried out under the muffle. It was as porous, and as dry as dust. On this I poured again. In my white spirit set it in a digestion. This spirit extracted the sulphur, or philosophic gold, and was tinged of a yellow. I caused it off from the matter. And in a body abstracted the spirit from the sulphur. That sulphur stayed behind, in form of an oil, very fiery, nothing like unto its nature, as red as a ruby. This abstracted white spirit I poured on the earth again, extracted further its sulphur, and put it to the former. After this, that corpus ter looked of a paler color, which I calcined for some hours under the muffle, put it into a body. On it I poured my white spirit, extracted its pure white fixed salt. The remaining earth was very porous, good for nothing, which I flung away. Then these 3 principles were fully and perfectly separated. After all this I took my astral clarified salt, which weighed an ounce, after the weight at Strasbourg, and of the fire spirit, which weighed 4 ounces, of mercury 1 ounce, and 1/4 of an ounce. These I divided into 2 parts, whose quantity was 1/2 ounce and 1 dram. I put this salt to one part of the water in a vial, and nipped it up in digestion. There I saw perfectly how the salt dissolved itself again in the spirit. Therefore I poured to it the other part, which was 1/2 ounce and 1 dram. No sooner this was put to it, then presently the body, together with the spirit turned as black as a coal, ascended to the end of the glass. And having no room to go any further, it moved to and fro. Sometimes it settled to the bottom. By and by got to the middle. Then it rose higher. Thus it moved from the 4th of July to the 7th of August, namely 34 days, which wonderful work I beheld with admiration. In this, these being united, and turned to a black powder, laying on the bottom, and was dry. Being that it was so, I abated my fire in 1 degree, took it out of the vessel, and it was in ashes. After 10 days the matter on the bottom began to look somewhat white, at which I rejoiced heartily. My degree of fire I continued, till the matter above and below became as white as the glittering snow. But it was not yet fixed. Making trial of it, set it in again, increased fire 1 degree higher. Then the matter began to ascend and descend, moved on high, stayed in the middle of the glass, not touching the bottom of it. This lasted 38 days and nights. I beheld then as well as formerly at the 30 days, variety of colors, which I am not able to express. At last this powder fell to the bottom, became fixed, made projection with it, putting 1 grain of it to 1, and 1/4 of an ounce of mercury, transmuting the same into very good lune. Now it was time to restore unto this white tincture her true anima, and imbibe it, to bring it from its whiteness unto redness, and to its perfect virtue. Thereupon I took a 3rd principle, namely the anima, which hitherto I had reserved. In quantity it was 1 ounce, 1/4 of an ounce, and 1 dram, poured to it my reserved spirit of mercury. whose quantity was 1 ounce and a quarter of an ounce, drew it over several times in an alembic, so that they in the end united together. These I divided into 7 equal parts. 1 part I poured on my clarified earth, or mixture, which greedily embraced its anima, together with its spirit, and turned to a ruddiness in 12 days and nights, but had no tinging quality yet, saving Mercury, Vive, and Saturn. It transmuted into lune, which lune at the separating yielded 3 grains of gold. I proceeded further with my imbibition, and carried all the 7 parts of anima into 1. At the 4th imbibition, 1 part of my work tinged 10 parts of copper into gold. At the 5th imbibition, 1 part tinged 100 parts. At the 6th, it tinged 1,000 parts. At the 7th, it tinged 10,000 parts. Thus, God be praised, my work ended successfully. With great joy of my heart, at this time I got out of the true medicine 4 ounces, half an ounce, and 1 dram. The 2 last in the ponderosity were almost equal unto the first. Out of this my work I paid for land and ground to that noble gentleman OVD 48,000 guilders. In the year 1607, these things I set down for memorandum, that I should not forget any of the manuals, and of other things necessary for the work. God be praised for evermore, amen. An exact work, how Mercury Vive is coagulated, and brought unto a lunar fixation, which lune holds soul, also in the trial. Take of Mercury Vive 2 ounces, of pulverized common sulphur 6 ounces, grind those in a wooden dish with a wooden pestle, set it on a coal fire in a melting pot, stirring it about continually. Let all the sulphur evaporate, then take forth the mercury, grind an equal quantity of sulphur with it. Proceed with its heating as formerly. Iterate this work 5 times, then sublime this mercury per gradus ignis. Take out this sublimate, break it in pieces of the bigness of a small nut or bean, imbibe them in the white of eggs, then take a cementing pot, put ashes into it, in the midst of it set an iron box. Stratify into it this sublimate with refined silver, fill up the box, then lute an iron lid to it, put ashes on the lid, lute an earthen lid upon that, set this pot into a sand capel. Let your first fire be gentle for 12 hours, then increase your fire for 12 hours more. At last make a forcible fire for 24 hours, then break open the pot. You will find a black gray matter, carry it on lead. Of 4 ounces you will get 3 ounces of fixed silver. Separate this fine silver in aquaphort. You will find a good deal of black gold Calx. Reserve the silver Calx apart. You may stratify with it another time. Thus it went in my experience. The 5th and last part of the last testament of Friar Basilius Valentinus, treating of the transcendent and most precious and wonderful medicine which the great Creator hath put into metalline and mineral salts for the benefit of man, to keep him in perfect health continually. London, Anno Domini 1656. Before I begin to speak of the salts of metals and minerals, and declare their volumes and other precious and noble growth underground, in the first place I will prefix the preparation of aurum potable, because therein lay the corona of medicinals, universalicitor, and meriteth the first place, because salts of other metals and minerals in their innate virtues are for particulars only, and are ordained for to preserve man in health. And there is just cause to begin with the making of aurum potable without sophistication, and will speak of the distinction of it, that it may be judged infallibly to be the true one. This being my last part, and my intention is to make a perfect relation of aurum potable for the benefit of good and understanding men, whom God after my death will rejoice with this my book, which upon tedious and laborious experience I wrote, wherein I speak not by hearsay, but the things I do write of, I know experimentally to be true. Therefore, if God doth bless thee with a true knowledge hereof, that you would keep this secretum in silence and privacy, lest you turn God's blessing into a curse. Because the preparation of this and of the stone is one. Both have their original and first generation in birth from the true seed. And the primary or initial force or principle in astrology that sets everything else in motion, called the spirit of Mercury, of which formerly I have written more largely. For I speak the highest truth unto thee, that neither the universal nor particular tincture, neither aurum potable nor other universal medicine, without this heavenly and spiritual essence, which hath its original from the starry heaven, taketh and receiveth the same, from thence may be had and prepared, therefore be silent till death. At your departing lay down again your talent, as I have done. For if I had not informed you faithfully, you would know but little of that mystery, and continue still with the vulgar in folly, blindness, and madness. And you would have sent a recipe into the greasy and fally shops of apothecaries, but whither would thy soul have gone after thy departure into Galen's lap, to the utmost depth of darkness? Where the devils have their dwelling places, even thither, both thy soul and body would have been sent, in case thou shouldst have divulged any of these secrets. To turn to my intended business, I will in the first place inform you what is that true and highest aurum potable, and universal medicine. After this, in order there followeth another aurum potable made of the fixed red sulphur, or soul of the corporeal gold, most highly purged, and is prepared with the conjunction of the universal spirit of mercury. After this there followeth another particular medicine, which is half an aurum potable, shewing its efficacy and power in many trials. Then I will add thereunto a description of aurum potable, because it traceth the steps of gold, and it sheweth wonderfully its great energy and virtues. The highest and chiefmost aurum potable, which the Lord God hath laid into nature, is the excocted, prepared, and fixed substance of our stone, before it is fermented. A higher, greater, and more excellent universal medicine and aurum potable cannot be found nor had in the circumference of the whole world, for it is a heavenly balsam, because its first principles. An original cometh from heaven, made formal in earth or underground, and is afterwards, being exactly prepared, brought into a more than perfect perfection, of which first principle and nativity of this heavenly substance I have already written sufficiently, and count it needless to be repeated here. Now as this excocted and perfect substance is the highest, chiefest, and greatest universal medicine unto man, even so on the other side the same matter after its fermentation is the tincture also, and the chiefest, greatest, and most powerful universal medicine upon all metals whatsoever, and thereby may be transmuted into their highest melioration and health, namely into the purest gold. This is the first, chiefest, and greatest aurum potable and universal medicine of the whole world, of which alone great volumes could be written, whose preparation was set down circumstantially in the third part, needless to be repeated here again. At this present I will speak of the true and full process. How a true aurum potable is to be had and prepared from gold, which in the best manner is most exactly purified. Take the extracted soul of gold, drawn forth with the sweet spirit of common salt, as I informed you about the particular of gold, where the body of gold appeared very white. Abstract the spirit of salt from it, adulterate the anima of soul 10 or 12 times. At last let it be purely thoroughly dried out, weigh it, pour on it 4 times as much of spirit of mercury. Lute it well, set it in the vaporous bath, purify it gently, let the anima of soul be quite dissolved, and be turned into water, or its prima materia. Both will turn into a blood-red liquor, fair and transparent, no ruby on the earth comparable unto it. But thus much you must note, when the anima of soul begins to be dissolved, and brought into its prima materia, that at the first, on the side round the glass, where the matter lay, there be seen a green circle, on it a blue, then a yellow, afterward all the colors of a rainbow join and make appearance, which do last but a little while. The anima of soul being wholly dissolved into the mercurial spirit, and nothing is seen in the bottom, then pour to it twice as much of the best rectified spirit of wine, brought to its highest degree. The glass must be luted exactly, digest, and purify gentle for 12 or 15 days together, then abstract per alembic. That matter cometh over in a blood-red transparent color. This abstracting must be iterated, nothing must be left in the bottom, which is corporeal. Then you have the true or potable, which can never be reduced into a body. But more, the gold before its destruction and extraction of its soul must be purged in the highest degree. There is made another aurum potable, and artificially prepared, which though it cannot be said, or set down in writing to be the full and true potable gold, yet is it more than half an aurum potable counted, because it is transcending effectual in many diseases, in which nature might have stood in great doubts. This half aurum potable is made in a twofold manner, where the latter is better and more effectual than the former, and asketh more pains and time than the former. Take this extracted soul of gold, drawn forth with the sweet spirit of common salt, adulterate it most purely and exactly, at last thoroughly dry out it, put it in a spacious vial or body of glass. Pour on it red oil of vitriol, which was deflammed and rectified per retort, that it be transparent, clear, and white, and you may see that it seize on the gold and dissolve it, and is tinged deeply red. Put so much of this oil to it that in it may be dissolved sulphur, or the soul of gold, let it purify in balneomaria, put a reasonable fire to it, that you may see that the soul of gold is quite dissolved in the oil of vitriol. The feces which it hath settled must be separated from it. Then put twice as much of the best rectified spirit of wine to it, which rectification you shall be informed of in this part. Seal the glass. Let the spirits of the wine evaporate, set it again in putrefaction in the balmy, let it be there for a month, then the sharpness of vitriol is mitigated by the spirit of wine, and loseth its acidity and sharpness. Both together make an excellent medicine. Drive both over, let nothing stay beside in the bottom. Then you get more than half an aurum potable in form, and color of a deep yellow liquor. Note that some metals in this manner may be proceeded withal. First, a vitriol may be gotten out of the metal, then a spirit is further driven from it, and joined in this manner with the soul, dissolved. And further digested with spirit of wine, all must enter together into a medicine, as I told of formerly, which have their special efficacy. The second way to prepare this half aurum potable, which though it be but half an aurum potable, yet in virtue and efficacy is far preferred before the other now spoken of, and is done as followeth. Take the extracted solar soul, spoken of above, put it into a vial, pour on it the extracted philosophic sulphur, which is the second principle, which is drawn with spirit of mercury from the philosophic earth, and mercury, or the spirit of mercury, unto an olity, which now is sulphur again, and must be abstracted gently per mode of distillation. Of this philosophic sulphur pour on it as much, that the solar soul may be dissolved, let it stand in a gentle bath, let the dissolution be made, then pour more of the best spirit of wine to it. Digest gently, draw these over, let nothing stay behind in the bottom, then you have a medicine, which doth not want above 2 grains of the right and true aurum potable. These are the chiefest ways to make the corporeal aurum potable, this I close, and proceed further with a short but true process, how the silver, which is the next to gold, concerning perfection, is made potable also. This process must be done in the following manner. Take the sky-colored sulphur or spirit of lune, which was extracted with distilled vinegar, as I informed you in the particular of lune, adulterate it, rectify it with spirit of wine, exsiccate it, put it in a vial. Pour to it 3 times as much of spirit of mercury, which is prepared from the white spirit of vitriol, as I faithfully taught you in that place. Lute the glass firmly. Set it in putrefaction in the vaporous bath, let all be dissolved, and nothing more seen in the bottom. Then put to it an equal quantity of the best spirit of wine. Set it in digestion for half a month. Drive all over, let nothing stay behind, then you have the true potable lune, which in its efficacy is admirable, and doth wonders when it is used. A description of the fiery tartar. Distill of good wine a spirit of wine, rectify it with white calcent tartar, let all come over. Put that which is distilled over into a vial. Put 4 ounces of well-sublimed Sal Ammoniac to 1 quart of spirit of wine. Set a helmet upon, set a great receiver into cold water. Drive the volatile spirits into, gently in balneo mare, leave but a little quantity of it behind. Note the alembic must always be cooled with wet clothes, then the spirits will be dissolved and will turn into a liquor. Thus is prepared this hot spirit of wine. Of the salt of tartar. First you must note that the philosopher of tartar is not the vulgar tartar, wherewith the lock is opened, but it is a salt, which cometh from the root, and is the only mystical key for all metals, and is prepared thus. Make a sharp lixivium of the ashes of sarments, or twigs of the vine, boil away all its moisture, there stayeth behind a ruddy matter, which must be reverberated for 3 hours in a flaming fire, stirring it still, let it come to a whiteness, which white matter must be dissolved in distilled rainwater, let the feces of it settle, filter, and coagulate them in a glass, let the matter in it be dry, which dry matter is the salt of tartar, from which the true spirit is driven. Note, as I told now, of the virtue and qualities of precious stones, so there are found also many despicable and ignoble stones, which are of great virtues, and experimentally are known to be of rare qualities, which ignorant and unexpert men will hardly give credit unto. Neither can they conceive of it in their dull reason and understanding. The same I will demonstrate with the example of Calx vive, which in men's judgment is held of no great value, and lay contemptibly in obscurity. However, there is a mighty virtue and efficacy in it, which appeareth, if application be made of it to the most heaviest diseases, seeing its triumphant and transcendent efficacy is almost unknown for the generality, therefore for the good of such, which are inquisitive into natural and supernatural mysteries. And to whom I disclose these mysteries in this my book, I will for a farewell discover also this mystery concerning the Calx vive, and will shew in the first place how its spirit is driven from it, which work indeed requireth an expert artist who is well informed beforehand of its preparation. Take unflaked lime as much as you will, beat and grind it on a well-dried stone to an impalpable powder. Put on it so much of spirit of wine as the pulverized Calx is able to drink. There must not stand any of that spirit upon it. Apply a helmet to it, lute it well, and put a receiver before it. Abstract the spirit gently from it in balneo. This abstracting must be iterated 8 or 10 times. This spirit of wine strengtheneth the spirit of Calx mightily, and is made more fiery hot. Take the remaining Calx out of the body, grind it very small, put to it a 10th part of salt of tartar, which is pure, not containing any feces. As much as this matter waggeth together, add as much of the additional of salt of tartar thereunto, namely the remaining matter from which was extracted the salt of tartar, and it must be well thoroughly dried out. All this must be mingled together and put in a well-coated retort. 3 parts of the retort must be empty. Take a great receiver or bottle to it very strongly. Note the body into which the retort's nose is put must have a pipe of a finger's breadth, unto which may be applied another body, and a quantity of spirit of wine in it. Then give a gentle fire to it. At first there comes some of the phlegm, which falls into the first applied body. The phlegm being all come over then. Increase the fire. There cometh a white spirit to the upper part of the body, like unto the white spirit of vitriol, which doth not fall among the phlegm, but slide through the pipe into the other body. Draweth itself into the spirit of wine, embracing the same as one fire doth join with the other as. Much as this matter waggeth together, add as much of the additional of salt of tartar thereunto, namely the remaining matter from which was extracted the salt of tartar, and it must be well thoroughly dried out. All this must be mingled together and put in a well-coated retort. 3 parts of the retort must be empty. Take a great receiver or bottle to it very strongly. Note the body into which the retort's nose is put must have a pipe of a finger's breadth, unto which may be applied another body, and a quantity of spirit of wine in it. Then give a gentle fire to it. At first there comes some of the phlegm, which falls into the first applied body. The phlegm being all come over, then increase the fire. There cometh a white spirit to the upper part of the body, like unto the white spirit of vitriol, which doth not fall among the phlegm, but slide through the pipe into the other body, draweth itself into the spirit of wine, embracing the same as one fire doth join with the other. Note, if the spirit of Calx be not prepared first by the spirit of wine, and drawn off and on, as I told, then he doth not so, but falleth among the phlegm, where he is quenched and loseth all its efficacy. Thus difficult a matter is it to search nature thoroughly, reserving many things unto herself. This spirit being fully entered into the spirit of wine, then take off the body, put away the phlegm, but keep carefully the spirit of wine and spirit of Calx. And note, both these spirits are hardly separated, because they embrace closely one another, and being distilled they come over jointly. Therefore take these mixed and united spirits, put them into a jar glass, kindle it, the spirit of wine burneth away, the spirit of Calx stayeth in the glass. Keep it carefully. This is a great arcanum. Few of the other spirits go beyond its efficacy, if you know how to make good use of it. Its qualities may hardly be set down in any way of abridgment. This spirit dissolve oculi cincorum, the hardest crystals, these 3 being driven over together, and often iterated, and in that distilling, 3 drops of that liquor being mixed in warm wine, break, and dissolve any gravel and stone in man's body, expelling their very roots, not putting the patients to any pain. The spirit of Calx at the beginning looks bluish, being duly rectified, looks white, transparent, and clear, leaving no feces behind. This spirit dissolves the most fixed jewels and precious stones. On the other side, he fixes all volatile spirits with his transcendent heat. This spirit conquereth all manner of podagrical symptoms, or symptoms corresponding to gout affecting the big toe, be they never so nodose and tartarous, dissolve and expels them radically. To the omnipotent trine God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, be returned hearty thanks for all his benefits which he hath bestowed on man, and discovered those secrets I wrought on in his name. To him be eternal praises. All that hath breath, praise the Lord. Alleluia. End of the 5th part.